Hello and welcome in to the YouTube live stream. I appreciate you so much for tuning in and giving me some of the time of your day. Now, I'd also like to welcome in the 5.6 thousand people that we've had join us so far on TikTok already in the last 5 minutes. That's also pretty cool of these dual streams. And if you've never been here before, which I'd assume is a minority of y'all, most of you guys are probably return viewers, we debate Trump supporters to try to get them to stop supporting the madness we see downstream of Washington, D.C., ranging from refusing to feed starving children to being held civilly liable to grape, and about a billion things in between that it'd take me 30 or so minutes to go through. We're just simply trying to convince the mass of the facts. And the fact of the matter is that Trump is the worst president of your life and mine. So yeah, we're going to be hopping into those discussions here shortly. In fact, we already have our very first Trump supporter of the day, Mr. Richie, loaded into the live stream over on TikTok. But every day we also like to go through the breaking news. And folks, today's breaking news is seemingly good. Why, might you ask? Might you ask? I think that's the proper grammatical structure of said phrase. Well, it's because seemingly Donald Trump backed down on the invasion of Greenland. We've heard him for weeks now, especially after Venezuela, saying that we are going to get Greenland one way or another. Okay, it is going to be ours. We will not rule off a militant invasion of the country. And even after Venezuela, he directed the military to draft up war plans to invade Greenland, to capture and steal their country. Now, in response to that, the rest of NATO kind of came together and started sending troops into Greenland to defend against an invasion. Greenland said, we're going to shoot first, can ask questions second. And Canada said that they may even end up invoking Article 5, and which, by the way, certainly gives the upper hand to NATO. Okay, we are on the losing side of this conflict because guess what? Their method was to force the only viable method of gaining control over Greenland to Trump to be starting a literal war. Okay, they forced his hand. They said, Trump, you have no options. In order for you to steal our country, you are going to have to fight us for it. You're going to have to start a war over it. And according to Article 1 of the Constitution, the only people that have the ability to declare war, that would be Congress. And guess what's happening at the end of the year? Midterms. So every single congressman and woman, outside of, a few, because we definitely have the MAGA crazies that know they have their seat for good, okay, have come out in opposition, okay, of a war in Greenland because the people do not support it. Okay, not to mention it's terrible for global markets. We're expecting a very large dip in the stock market tomorrow. But because of that, because of that fact that they want to be able to hold on to their seat, they don't want a war in Greenland, and they're the people that have the ability to start that war, so they won't. Forcing Donald Trump into a position where he pretty much can't get Greenland. He can't even fight for it because Congress wouldn't approve it. And that's the upper hand. That's game, okay? That's ball. Donald Trump has been cooked. And we saw kind of the outbursts from Trump following this recognition that he has no viable war path forward to get control over Greenland, else he'd have to illegally start World War III. He'd go down in history as, one of the really bad guys. Oh, he's going to go down worse than he already is. So he started crashing out. He sent a letter to Norway saying that because you didn't give me the Nobel Peace Prize, well, guess what? Now I'm no longer going to center peace, and we're going to fucking get Greenland, and you're going to deal with it. But then we saw top Republican doctors, like the personal medical examiner of Dick Cheney, terrible Republican vice president from, a handful of years back, say that, well, Donald Trump doesn't really seem to be in the right mental place. I think that Congress should seriously investigate his mental ability to serve as a president, because he's now saying that he's going to maybe start a war because he didn't win a peace prize and he wants to invade one of our allies, so on and so forth. So Donald Trump was really just truly getting fucked on multiple fronts with this idea of wanting to invade Greenland. NATO had the upper hand on him. The people in optics had the upper hand on him. Republicans were starting to turn on him. So today, following his meetings and speeches in Paris, he posted this on Truth Social. Based upon a very productive meeting that I had with the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, we have formed the framework of a future deal with respect to Greenland and in fact the entire Arctic region. This solution, if consummated, will be a great one for the United States of America and all NATO nations. Based upon this understanding, I will not be imposing tariffs that were scheduled to go into effect on February 1st. Additional discussions are being held concerning the Golden Dome as it pertains to Greenland. Further information will be made available as discussions progress. Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and various others as needed will be responsible for the negotiations. They will report directly to me. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So we don't really know what this future deal entails. It's certainly going to entail something that could have been achieved without threatening to go to war with him. Why? Because they're one of our allies, once again. Okay? But what we do know is that seemingly, at least on the surface level, for now, this could change. The proposition of the invasion of Greenland is off the table, and Donald Trump backed down. So there's the good news of the day. Europe forced Donald Trump into submission. NATO forced Donald Trump into submission. The people forced Donald Trump into submission. I'm going to take this as a win for now. But of course, I think that we should all be mindful and pay attention to the development of this quote-unquote deal to see if it holds and to see what it entails. So, folks, at this point in time, we are going to go ahead and hop into the debates of the day. Mr. First Trump supporter Richie, if you'd like to take it away and tell us why the hell you support Trump as president, feel free to. The mic and the floor are yours. Maybe Richie doesn't know that he's muted. Oh, he got it figured out.
All right, so I support Trump because there was low unemployment rates, stock market growth, business tax cuts, and wages rose faster in lower income workers than higher income workers for a time.
Lol, everything that you just said is like just certainly not true now. So you said that there was faster growth in real median wages. I just need you to go to Google, type in real median wages, FRED, then you'll have the U.S. the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis and the BLS telling you that wage growth has slowed significantly under Donald Trump in his second term. You said low unemployment. In fact, in 2025, we had the highest level of unemployment since the COVID era level of unemployment. Not to mention we had the most layoffs in a single fiscal year since the Great Recession. We had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2003 and the worst job report since 2003 if we ignore periods during recessions. Then the third thing that you said there was highlighting explosive growth in the S&P 500. Well, actually, year to date, that's just simply not true. He's been outpaced by Biden in his first term. He was outpaced by Obama in both of his terms. And we've already wiped out all the gains made in the S&P 500 in 2026 because of the instability created in the market by his threat of an invasion of Greenland. So all those points are false. The economy is in ruin. Things are significantly worse off today than they were a year ago.
Well, I mean, in terms of like the last thing that I said about wages rising for lower faster than they're rising for higher wages. I mean, that agreed that was in his first term, but is this like specifically about his second term? Or
Yeah,
is
everything that I just gave you is what's true of 2025.
Okay, so I mean, as of 2025, I think he did have a great foreign policy, and what he did with Iran.
So we're just completely pivoting. Completely shifting.
What? I mean, you're talking about 2025, and I named a lot of things from his first term.
Oh, wait. So you're telling me that you support him as president today because you think he was good for the economy?
No, I do support him as president today. I do support him as president.
But like, listen. I mean, I could go through like all the claims that you like. Or now you're telling me you were making about America under his first term. But like, just like to let you know, you're wrong. But even if we assume that you were right and the economy was really booming under Trump in his first term, well, then this would have only given you motivating reason to support him during his first term. But now that we've seen, the opposite effect of the Trump administration on this country's economy over the course of the last 365 days, you should no longer support him as president now.
I mean, I think I do support him as president.
Wait, why? Because he's been bad for the economy. If your argument is that you supported him in his first term because he was good for the economy, this seems to entail that if he was bad for the economy, you wouldn't support him. And he's been incredibly bad for the economy for the last year.
Well, I mean, you did say that thing about the unemployment. And, well, wait, what's the COVID era for you? Like, what do you define as the 2020 through 2021?
I mean, we just had the highest level of unemployment since 2020, April of 2020, when we had a 14.8% level of unemployment because of layoffs and closures.
Okay, so you're talking about, yeah, that's true. Yeah. But I mean, I think that in 2025, now I continue to support him is because
even though he's bad for the economy.
I don't think he's bad. It's more plateaued.
Dude, no, it hasn't plateaued. It's gone down. Like I said, most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2007. Worst job reports ignoring periods of recession since 2003. Okay, a massive reduction in business investment after a massive boom under the Biden-Harris administration. Okay, GDP growth slowed a percentage compared to what it was at last year. So on and so forth. That's not a plateau. Okay, that's ruin.
for the economy.
Yes.
Well, I mean, the economy, yeah,
Okay, so you
it's
agree that he's been bad for the economy.
he's also done good things, you know.
Okay, but you agree he's
Yeah,
been bad for the economy.
I mean, some things have gone. I mean, yeah, some things have gone bad, some things have gone good.
What
It's
has he
not to
done
be
good for the
perfect.
economy? Name one single macroeconomic variable that's better off today than it was a year ago.
The minerals deal that he signed with China,
Minerals
the
deals
Delta
are not
trade.
macroeconomic variables. A macroeconomic variable would be an economic indicator that's true of the country as a whole, like nationwide unemployment, nationwide inflation, nationwide GDP growth, nationwide business investment, nationwide revenue, so on and so forth.
Okay, but
Because you
how
said
does
that he's
that
done
not
good things
like
and he's done bad things. So, what is one macroeconomic variable that is better today than it was a year ago? And by the way, there actually is an answer to this question.
I don't know the answer.
Okay. Well, if you don't know the answer, then you shouldn't make the claim that he's done a lot of good things and a lot of bad things for the economy. Because what it sounds like is I'm able to describe to you clearly how like all these macroeconomic variables have now been shot into ruin because of his administration, and you're just basically like recklessly acting in disregard of those facts, even though you're the one that originally claimed you care about the economy, just to attempt to gaslight yourself into believing that Donald Trump is a good president. This is tribalism. This is political bias, and this is a very emotional thinking, live in action, 4K, in front of a very large audience.
Well, I mean, I feel like that's kind of largely because I honestly have no clue what a macroeconomic variable is.
So a
Like
macroeconomic variable
specific.
is an economic variable that is true of the whole country. I even gave you examples.
Okay, but how does the minerals deal with China not help the economy at
Well,
all?
so a
Not just
minerals deal with
macroeconomic
another
variable.
country is not a macroeconomic variable. Economic variables are things like employment, inflation, investment, revenue, debt, deficit, things of that nature.
Things like that. Well, yeah, I can't name any off the top of my head.
Okay, so just overall, it seems like we have more reason to believe that Donald Trump is bad for the economy than we have reason to believe that he's good for the economy, right?
Not really. I don't think he's bad.
Bruh.
I don't think he's
Okay,
bad.
I'm talking to like a very emotional man. I'm trying to be reasonable with you, and I feel like you are not trying to be reasonable with me. I detailed clearly many ways he is hurting the economy significantly. Many of these economic variables are the worst that we've seen since like the Great Recession or even before the Great Recession. How does this not like honestly entail that he's bad for the economy? Like, dude, the worst job reports since 2003, ignoring recessions. The most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2007. Highest unemployment in 5 years. 1.3 million layoffs. Most layoffs in a year since, once again, 2007. How do these
Hmm.
facts not make him bad for the economy?
Well, I mean, yeah, that stuff is bad, but
Okay. So why do these facts
I
not
do
make him
think
bad for
that
the economy?
I do think that some presidents are better with their foreign affairs than their domestic affairs.
Can I
But
feel like you're evading
I
my
don't think Trump's
question.
the best for the economy. I mean,
Okay. But why
he
don't
was
these
good in the
facts make
past.
him bad for the economy?
I don't think bad
Why not?
because if you want to, talk about things like, wait, can you say what you said again about the?
Worst job report since 2003, ignoring recessions. Most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2007, the Great Recession. GDP growth down 1%. Business investment going down, 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 down after years of going up, 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 up. Highest unemployment since April of 2020 during the pandemic.
Wait, sorry, I got a call.
I feel like you're
But
just unlocked here. It's like, you know that these facts entail that he's bad for the economy. But if you admit that fact, then you contradict everything you've come to firmly stand by. Like, you just kind of like toss out all these preconceived notions that Trump is a good president that have been like built and then like galvanized by maybe your social setting, parents, loved ones, friends for like the majority of your life.
I mean, he did attract hundreds of billions in things like invest in Plan B investment AI infrastructure. Oh yeah, and oh, I just remembered this.
We still do.
The
We still do have hundreds of billions of dollars being invested in America,
Mhm.
but it's just significantly less than we had under Biden. If you go on Google, you type in real fixed private business investment. Okay, you could just look at the graph and see how every quarter under Biden it continued to grow, like $200 billion, $250 billion, $275 billion every single financial quarter. Trump gets into office, $250 billion, $240 billion, $220 billion, going down every single quarter. But like every single quarter, we're still bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars.
Okay, but right now he has 500 billion that he's planning to put into it. He's gonna put in 500 billion
Into what?
into planned investment in AI infrastructure.
So the government is investing $500 billion.
Yeah,
Oh,
Trump's government that he's running right now.
okay, so then you're just saying more subsidies. So you're just saying more spending. So that's
Investment,
so we're talking about private
investment.
fixed investment. That's going to be public investment through the form of subsidies.
I'm talking about investment into AI
No, I
infrastructure.
specified private investment. So that means
I don't
more
know.
money. That means more money printed. That means more debt. Okay, we're subsidizing the lack of private investment with public investment. This is actually a signal of a deteriorating economy.
He's not gonna print. He's not gonna print money.
When we spend money, the M2 money supply increases. That's what happens.
Yep. Okay, but it's an investment. You just said that Joe Biden invested more. So does that mean that Biden was worse?
You're equivocating here. So under Biden, I was specifying private investment, not public investment made by our own government. What Donald Trump
So
is doing today is he's substituting a dwindling supply of private investment because there's not any investor confidence in the very unstable market created and promoted by Trump, okay, with government subsidies. That is a signal of a deteriorating economy.
wait. So what you're saying is that he's gonna invest money, but he's gonna print money to invest it?
Dude, I feel like, okay, how old are you?
18.
Yeah. Listen, I feel like when you're not too knowledgeable on these things, like that's fine. I don't expect every 18-year-old to know like a significant amount about economics. But like simultaneously, I'm going to be honest, the conversations I hate the most are those about economics with people who know nothing on the subject matter. Like I'd significantly prefer to talk to you about anything else because every single time I have like an economic conversation with somebody that's coming to the battle with no equipment, with no education on the subject matter, it's just like very annoying for me because I'm like clearly describing these things to you, but you're like more likely to reject them because this is framed as a political conversation and you have your own political biases. And it's like, then for the audience, it's just very annoying because like I'm giving you like very legitimate economic theory here that makes sense. And it's like, you're not really picking up what I'm putting down because you don't really even understand what I'm putting down, which once again is fine. I don't expect everyone to understand what I'm putting down. Can we talk about something else instead that you may be able to keep up a little bit
Sure,
more on?
I do. I mean, I feel like either way I think he's a better foreign president with his foreign affairs by far.
Really? I mean,
Yeah.
what a shitty day to be saying this then, because he just lost the largest geopolitical battle of his two terms with Greenland. So first and foremost, he was threatening to invade one of our allies that could have either started World War III or destroyed NATO. Okay, but then the rest of NATO and Europe, okay, they held the upper hand on him because they knew Congress would never approve said war. So then they forced him into fucking submission and made him back down, and now he's chasing a diplomatic deal. Like, just what a bad day to be making that argument, considering that he just lost his largest battle yet in geopolitical affairs. And by the way, him losing that battle is for the benefit of the American people. We should be happy he lost that battle. And everyone on the
I'll,
world stage like hates Trump, dude. Europe has no respect for Trump. I mean, it wasn't even a week ago that they're considering imposing an economic quote unquote bazooka to just destroy our own economy because of his advancements made towards them. I mean, he's like threatening invasion of like other countries like Mexico, Cuba, Colombia too. I mean, it's just a mess. It's just a complete mess.
well, I think those countries like Cuba and Colombia, I think they do have to get their act together. Like,
Okay.
I mean, I'm Cuban, and Cuba's horrible.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
I
So,
wouldn't,
so do
and
you, so
also
I'm so sorry. Are you defending Donald Trump threatening to illegally invade and annex them?
who Cuba,
Cuba,
and
Colombia, Mexico, and Greenland.
he never said he was going to invade. He never said he was going to invade any of them. I never heard him say, "I will invade Greenland."
He made
He he,
what?
he like
What? No,
he
dude. He literally
he
asked
said
the
he said we
military.
needed
He
it.
he literally asked the military to draft a plan for invasion, and specifically said that we may invade them.
When did he say that?
He's been saying this for months.
Oh,
That's like literally like the headline of my YouTube live like 4 days ago. This is like we saw Stephen Miller going on CNN and Fox. They were like strictly asking him, "Will Donald Trump invade Greenland?" They said it's an option. Caroline Leavitt was also specifically asked this, and they said, "Well, it's not off the table."
well, I just searched it up, and he said that he never said he's going to invade Greenland
I
in a military attack. He said that we need it, and that we
every
should.
I'm so
But he
sorry.
said he
Sorry.
wouldn't.
No, what you did is you asked AI, okay? And every can you affirm that yes, Stephen Miller did go on CNN and Fox News, and they asked Stephen Miller if they planned to invade Greenland, and Stephen Miller wouldn't give a straight answer and said we're not going to we're keeping that on the table. I mean, do you affirm that Caroline Leavitt said when asked that we may inevitably invade Greenland? That's an open option. Donald Trump was like, we're going to get Greenland, regardless if they like it or not. And then, China, sorry, not China, what the fuck am I saying? And then we had France, Spain, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and a bunch of other countries actually send their troops into Greenland, saying, we're going to shoot first and ask questions second. And I mean, it wasn't even 24 hours ago that the Prime Minister of Greenland told the Greenland people to prepare for an American invasion.
Okay, just because the Prime Minister of Denmark tells them to prepare for an American invasion doesn't mean they're going to do it.
It's
And also,
a
I don't think he
combination
ever,
of
I don't
all
think
those
he ever had
facts, dude. It's a
intention.
combination of all those facts. Every single one of those facts plays together. You're being intentionally dense and obviously unruly. You are a very bad
No.
faith interlocutor. You're not here for productive dialogue. You're here to be in willful disregard of reality. I'm very done with you. I think that you're a very dense and dishonest fool.
No,
That's just
because
simply not worth
I
my
don't think
time
he
because
never said that
because
either.
you can't acknowledge what I'm saying. It's like if you can't even acknowledge what I'm saying, you are a dense, dishonest fool who's genuinely and sincerely not worth my time.
So what you just told me is that these people went on Fox News and CNN, and they asked them if Trump was going to invade Greenland,
They
and
said
they
it's an
couldn't give a
option.
straight answer.
No, they did give a straight answer. They said it's an option that we are not ruling out. And Donald Trump went to the military and asked them to draw up plans for an invasion. Donald Trump said, and I quote, "We are going to get Greenland, regardless if Greenland wants it or not."
That's like out of context because look, I know
That's
how
not out of
Trump
context.
talks.
He's repeated that so many times. What's the dude? This is the dishonesty that I'm talking about. You don't know that's out of context. Okay? And the reason why I know you don't know that's out of context is because that is the fucking context. You are being so dishonest.
He was never gonna invade Greenland by force.
All of this,
Okay?
so yeah,
Every-
exactly. You were going to reject every single thing I just said, ignore it all, shut your eyes and ears, and just say no, 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 no. It was never going
It's
to happen.
obvious.
It's
obvious.
it's only obvious
Even
to a
Gavin
dumb.
Newsom.
It's only obvious to a dumb motherfucker like you, apparently, right? Because you're in willful disregard of the facts. People like you grind my gears the most out of any type of colors that I have on this live. Because I give a substantive argument to prove that you're wrong. You ignore it all and then attempt to label me as the idiot by stating that it's obviously not the case that what I'm saying is true without giving a legitimate counter argument against it. Give a legitimate counter argument against the set of facts that I shared instead of ignoring them and just saying it's obviously the case that I'm wrong.
Okay. I think that Trump was saying that to try to scare them into making a deal with him.
No, well, the thing
I'm
is
serious.
he doesn't have the upper hand. The reason why we know he wasn't saying those things to scare them to make a deal with him is because he doesn't have the upper hand. They did.
How do they have the upper hand over him when we have a really strong military and we just did something in Venezuela?
Yeah, but I'll
We
tell you
just took out
exactly
their
why.
president.
Because in
So
order
we-
to
we
use that really
showed-
strong military to go to war, it requires congressional approval. And because the people don't support an invasion of Greenland, neither does Congress, especially with midterms coming up. Okay, so the leverage that NATO had and it still has over Trump and over this threat of an invasion is the fact that they could just force his hand to be the case. Where if he wants to go into the country, it will be a massive war that would require congressional approval, which he will never get. That was the checkmate that NATO had over Trump.
That nobody wanted him to do it.
Yes, that war
checkmate.
didn't have support of the
Yeah.
people.
And
That was the
he knows
checkmate.
that. He knows that. Like, Trump, he's not dumb. I think he knows that if he tries
He's very
to invade
dumb.
Greenland,
Can you please respond to
he's
what I
not
just
dumb.
said to demonstrate the leverage
What?
that NATO possessed?
Like, you're asking me what leverage they had over him?
No, I just gave you an argument demonstrating the leverage that they had over him.
What? Like, so what?
Dude, this guy's fucking lost.
No,
This guy's like, he's lost. We have little lost Bambi on the live that has no clue what's going on. This guy just doesn't know it. He doesn't fucking have a clue. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I'm probably crashing out more than I'm probably being a little bit ruder than I should be. But it's like, there's just something about talking to guests like this that just like, just upset me. It's because the problem, the issue isn't the fact that he's so uneducated. A lot of people are uneducated. We shouldn't stigmatize that, especially if they're willing to be educated, to learn. That's a good thing. We should promote them
Okay,
to like
what
exist
did
in
you
this
ask me?
environment where
Just-
they could learn. But instead, this guy is like that very dangerous, cross between being uneducated and like being an asshole because of his willful ignorance and promotion of falsities as fact, even when presented with all the evidence to demonstrate otherwise. Okay, right? Once again, I'll repeat it. So, no, you asked me the leverage. You said that Donald Trump had the upper hand over NATO, okay, because we have a stronger military. Then I said you were absolutely wrong. Even though we have a stronger military, we still didn't have the upper hand because NATO was forcing the only viable path to get Greenland, okay, to be basically a third world war between us and everyone else in NATO. And that is a war that Congress would never approve. So they forced him into submission because of that.
I didn't say he was trying to create leverage. I said, maybe, yeah, if that's how you want to put it. But I said he was trying to scare them.
Well,
he was trying to make them think
they
that
weren't
he was going to do
scared.
something.
They weren't scared because there's nothing that he could do to them. There's nothing.
But he was trying to. He was trying to scare them, and then he realized.
But they weren't scared because
But
there's
he
nothing.
never
that-
planned to do it.
They were
He
not
never planned
scared.
to do
They
it.
were not scared because there was absolutely nothing that he could do to them. He couldn't start that war. They fucking
but
forced his
he-
ass. Dude,
didn't
NATO,
force him to do
NATO
anything.
sat his ass down. Yes, they did. They sat his old decrepit ass down. They said, nope, you're not gonna have it. Okay, yeah, we know that the threats were legitimate because he was fear mongering with this notion of national security. Okay, he was saying that if we do not take control of Greenland, then Russia or China will take control of Greenland. Okay, the moment you hear a president, okay, like promote some boogeyman engaging in some very bad action that he then says will hurt us and serve as a threat to our own national security, that's when you know that they're being legitimate, okay? Because he would not say that, okay, if he did not legitimately believe it. If he didn't want to legitimately use it as a talking point to try to force the support of the American people to go ahead with the war. Okay? You're just in blatant disregard of reality. You are such a child, a man-child. And I just would highly suggest that moving forward, you drop this fucking ego, you pick up some humility, and you just try to get educated on these subject matters before you hold to such grave claims with just a complete and utter total conviction. It's just something about that once again, that intersect between not being smart and being real fucking confident just grinds my gears more than anything else.
What do you mean? I think Trump said that to scare them, and it didn't work. But I think he did say. Even Gavin Newsom said that Trump was never going.
Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, we're kicking him because he just went back to the same thing, man. There's something about that really pisses me off. And I don't want to be cortisol maxing today. I want to try to have a chill day with you guys and have some good debates. Just that mindset of being so dumb and being so confident and unwilling to change your mind is something that really just pisses me off. Let's go and move on to the next guest, y'all. Only up inside of that queue over on TikTok if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Also, guys, everyone, Dom is 14 years old. Stop asking me to let Dom up. He's a child, a fetus, guys. Hello, Dolph. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
How old are you?
About to be 26.
So, knowing everything you do now, if you're teleported back to last November, who'd you vote for?
I didn't vote for nobody. I'm gonna be clear on that.
All right, man.
I did, but
I appreciate you for coming up here, guy. We are just looking for people that still like really support the Trump administration. Like defend the Trump administration. It obviously sounds like you don't, so we are gonna move on to that next guest. And yo, dude, Z, thank you so much for the 55 euros over on that YouTube stream. Z, you are awesome. Thank you so much for the love. Z with the 55 euros says, Dean, we love your content all the way into Europe. Keep doing the work. Z, thank you so much for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. 55 euros is a shit ton of money, especially over here in America. That's like $75. So thank you. Thank you so much. Everyone, please show some love to Z down below in that comment section for the massive, massive love. And then Luna, it's good to see you again today. Thank you for the 12 euros. I saw you hanging out over in Parker's. I hope that you're having a good day yourself. Huge shout out to Z and Luna down below in that chat, folks. Show them some love while we're looking for that next guest. Mr. Logan, welcome in. Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
Okay, how old are you?
18.
All right, says 07 in your bio. Checks out. Cool, man. Let me just go and thank like 3 more people here, and then I'm going to pass you that mic, and you can tell us why the hell you support the worst president of your life, if that sounds all right to you. First and foremost, sir. Kenneth, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for that love, man. Let's get 100 Kenneth W's down below. Shit, I feel a sneeze coming on, and I think it's leaving, so I think that we're
Baby
good.
loves Dean. Baby loves Dean with it.
I'm kicking you just for that. Shit, Logan. Get out of here. Kenneth with the $10 says, as a European, we were never scared of Trump and we called his bluff. No, y'all sure did. Okay. Thank you so much for the $10. I hope you're doing well today, Kenneth. Let's show some love to Kenneth down below while we're looking for that next guest that supports Trump to load up in here. We got Stephanie connecting, as well as Vincent. Thank you for the $10, who says YouTube isn't pushing your stream like normal. I had to go to your account instead of the recommended page after I got the stream notification. Yeah, that's weird. I mean, maybe it just didn't show up in your recommended page for some like miscellaneous reason compared to like intentional suppression. But I mean, yet to be determined, right? Thank you so much for the love. Okay, we got fuck around and find out joining. And then one more here, Jenny. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Jenny didn't attach a message to the love, just sent the donation. Jenny, thank you so much for your support. Sincerely and genuinely, it means the world. Show some love to Jenny down below. As well as Irene. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Irene with a big 50 says he's just gaslighting you. It's used to be, we're the big boys. Everyone will do as we say. No, it's we never said that. Irene, I appreciate you so much for the 50.
I can't talk right now. I'll call you back and I'll go back in.
No worries. Irene, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. By the way, once again, it is super duper good to see you again today. You are also a very common name and a frequent face I see hanging out in these lives. So I really appreciate you so much for the support. Let's get 500 Irene W's down below. Thank you so much. Hey, could all like the sensible people like try to like overwhelm all these Dom comments on the TikTok live? Dom is a 14-year-old boy. Okay, he is a minor. I'm not gonna let Dom up. If you guys could like find something else to spam the chat with, I'd really appreciate it. Show some love to Irene as well. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Well, yes, I do. Yeah, some of what he has to say.
Okay, what time is it?
4:18.
Okay, and knowing everything you do now, if you're teleported back to November of 2024, who'd you vote for?
2024 was between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. I would vote for Donald Trump.
Sounds good, man.
Wait, can I say though, in the primary elections, I probably would have supported another candidate.
Someone else.
Over Trump.
Oh, yeah, man. Sounds good. All right. I'm going to go and pass you the mic here in just 1 second. Before I do, holy moly, John, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo.
That's big.
Holy cow. No, dude, that is huge. John, thank you so much for your kindness. Thank you so much for the undeserved generosity. I do not deserve a penny of that. Thank you so much for the love, man. I want to see 1,000 big old John W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much for your kindness. Genuinely, brother, from the bottom of my heart. John with 100 says, turn Trump plane away. Are you talking about his plane turning away from going to Europe last night? I did see that. I guess minor electrical issues. Thank you for the $100, John. Seriously. And then Blake, thank you so much for the 10. Sonny with a 5. Logan with a 2. Then Logan with another 5. And then Laura with a 5. Appreciate y'all. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why the hell you support Trump as president, my man.
All right. So one of the biggest issues I would say is probably abortion issue, where we are literally killing multiple babies every single year due to this issue. And that's probably one that I've been most advocate about, especially since I started doing the pro-life marches. Yes, yeah. Absolutely. And honestly, I would say that
I go to the marches for like more abortions. I think that like all women and girls should be legally mandated to get at least 5 a week.
5 abortions a week. Okay. Minimum. Yeah, I think that. Yeah. Okay. I understand, man. I think that it's important though, if we're going to talk about it, to define semantics. I'm sorry, that's contradictory. To define our words. You think that's important?
Yeah, I don't care. What words do you want to define?
Okay, abortion first. We can define abortion.
I feel like the easiest definition of abortion for this conversation is just going to be like lethal abortions of killing a fetus. Is that
So
even
you
embryo
acknowledge that
inside
it
of it?
is. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I'm sorry. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
The killing then removal of a fetus from a woman's uterus. Okay. By the way, that's not the like whole holistic, full definition of the word abortion.
I understand. Yeah.
Because like late term abortions can be like non-lethal, like C-sections, induction to labor. Those are technically
Exactly.
classified as abortions, but obviously for this conversation, we'll probably only be talking about lethal ones. So
Lethal. And when you say the word lethal, you mean able to cause death or cessation of life?
yeah,
Okay, so you admit that then life is being ended as a result of an abortion.
yes.
So why do you think that's good for the sensation of life?
Well,
Basically,
I don't think it's. I think it's good. I don't think it's good. I just think it's permissible. So I just don't really care. It's because I don't think that there's anything that we could identify within the life of the fetus that's of moral value.
Okay. What? Oh, I'm sorry. This is so loaded. The terms you're using.
Nothing I'm saying is loaded at all. I mean, I'm just speaking clearly here.
We can't identify moral value. Moral value
I'm
is
just,
a
I just,
little.
I don't really think that the fetus possesses any traits that are of moral value. What do you find
Well, it
valuable
is
in it?
living. You just
Okay,
admitted
I
that
can
it
answer
life.
this question.
You just admitted though that it is the sensation of life, so therefore it is living. That is one trait actually.
Yeah, I don't think that being alive gives you the right to life.
Okay, so just not
Do you
life
disagree?
and being alive.
Do you think that being alive gives you the right to life?
No, I think that being in a part of the human species and yeah, actually yeah. So it's two parts: being a part of the human species and being alive gives you the right to life. Yes.
Okay, so then you think it's murder to pull the plugs on brain dead patients in the hospital? They're
Well,
biologically alive
they're
and they're human.
they're a part of the human species. So I do think that would be murder. Yeah.
So you think that our state is responsible for the mass
Wait, hold on,
genocide of brain dead
hold on.
patients in the
Hold
hospital?
on. Brain dead people. Are you talking about the people who literally get in car accidents and then are like have no brain
have
activity
permanent
whatsoever?
they have permanent and irreversible cessation of all cognitive function.
Oh, okay. I'm
And
sorry.
the
Yeah,
only
yes,
reason
that's
why
death.
they're being kept biologically alive is by the life support machines.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That's death. I completely apologize for that. Yeah.
So you
If
think
they
that,
have
so you
sensation
think that
of
dead things can grow? Because brain dead patients still
well,
experience
no.
cellular reproduction.
Just because they don't, I get the comparison that fetuses don't have brain activity, but
No,
they
the
will
only thing that's
never.
relevant here is
There's
that brain dead patients are biologically human and biologically alive.
well, no, they're not actually. Their organs can be working, but they're the the actual thing about this though is faulty because the baby who is by the way in the womb will continue to grow and will eventually gain capacity for consciousness, and the brain dead patient will never gain capacity for consciousness anymore.
You're right.
So
That is a
I think
difference. You're right.
yeah
That is a difference between
yeah.
fetus. One moment. You're correct.
Go ahead.
That is a difference between fetuses and brain dead patients. But that difference is irrelevant to the fact that they're both biologically human and they're both biologically alive, yet you only give one of the two the right to life.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Can you? I actually am serious. Can you repeat?
Yes. You said the reason why the fetus is morally valuable is because it's biologically human and it's biologically alive. You said that those two
Well,
traits.
hold on.
Why are you interrupting me?
Well, because I want to know what you mean by biological.
You don't know what biologically. You don't.
No,
know what being
I want to know what
biologically
you're.
alive
I don't.
is?
I want to know what sense you're using it in, though, because you said biologically living and biologically alive. So I just want to know what you mean by it when you say biological.
If you, I'm gonna have to look up a definition. I don't know if I could give you a
Yeah,
definition. of
no, that's
biological
fine.
life.
I'm not trying to give you a got you moment, dude. I'm just like curious, you know.
Yeah. So, in a biological life, would be defined as a collection of characteristics seen in self-sustaining systems, an organization, cell, metabolism, homeostasis, so on and so forth. I think that we could better understand what biological life means by giving examples compared to definition. Like, I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah.
that seems like an incredibly, like, when you think about it, okay, like a very hard phrase to define
I
strictly.
yeah, I
So
understand. No, I
so like
understand.
it's like cellular life, okay? Amoebas are
Yeah.
biologically alive because they undergo these biological processes, okay?
hmm
Zygotes are biologically alive. Okay, brain dead patients are biologically alive. I mean, I feel like you're just trying to like cut the debate short and
Well, hold
recenter
on, hold on,
around
hold on.
me just
Wait,
describing this
hey,
concept
hey,
that
hold on.
you're
I have
still
to.
interrupting me.
I'm sorry.
Why do you continue to do that? Stop the interruptions. Dude, I don't have to mute anyone today, but apparently I got to start muting you. Okay, so I feel like we all understand what this concept of biological life means. I don't think that I could give it a strict and certain clear definition, but I can give you examples of biological life, like an amoeba, a zygote, a brain dead patient, basically any organic life form, okay, that is alive.
Yeah. Yeah. So you just define biologically as being self-sufficient, correct?
No, I think my workable definition of a biological life is a biological life form that is alive. Okay, self-sufficiency is not necessitated for biological life to be the
Well,
case.
yeah. Well, you looked it up and you did read the definition and it was self-sufficiency. And I would just say the
Okay, well,
brain dead people are
that's a
not.
really stupid definition of biological life form, and I
Well,
apologize
yeah,
for sharing
okay.
that
Well,
with
you
you.
can argue with Google all day, and self-sufficiency. I got to say, brain dead people are not completely self-sufficient. They are definitely
You know
relying
who
on.
else would be dead under that definition? Fetuses,
Well, because wait, why is that?
because they're not self-sufficient.
Well, they are unreliant to a natural source,
Wait,
but
that doesn't change the fact that they're not self-sufficient.
hey, I got a question.
No,
But
don't
are brain
pivot.
dead
Don't
people?
pivot. You just
No,
tried
no,
to
no, no.
you just tried to argue that I gave you a definition of biological life that would necessitate self-sufficiency. I told you that was a stupid definition, and if I gave you that definition, like I'm sorry, like I don't agree with that. But then you were like, "No, Dean, you can't argue with Google. That is the definition of biological life." So in accordance with what you mean when you use a phrase biological life, okay, if it implicates necessary self-sufficiency, sure, brain dead patients would be dead, just fetuses would be too.
Well, of course, that brain dead people would be dead for a self-sufficiency argument that we make, but
And so
I
would
think.
fetuses, right?
Well, no, actually, because brain dead people.
Wait,
So do you think that's the
so I
only?
just want to
Wait,
clarify.
I got a
Are
question.
you
Do you?
arguing?
No, no,
Don't
hold on.
pivot. Don't pivot. Don't pivot. So are you arguing that fetuses are self-sufficient? Yes or no? Let's just get a clear answer here. I don't want a new
Well,
question. I
there
don't want
is
to pivot.
actually.
I just want a yes or a no.
Can I give you a long answer response?
You could give me a long answer if that long answer amounts to a yes or a no, because you either affirm
Of
the
course.
proposition that fetuses are self-sufficient or you deny the proposition that fetuses are self-sufficient. All I want to know is if you affirm or deny that proposition.
That fetuses are self-sufficient. They are offered the nutrients of their mother, so I would say yes. They're obviously with a contradiction there, but the thing about this though is that
Can you answer the question?
hold on, hold
I
on.
don't want to know
Can I
the
just
thing
say?
about this. No, I just want an
Can,
answer. Do you affirm or deny the
that's what I'm about.
proposition that
That's literally
fetuses are
what I'm about to explain.
self-sufficient?
That's literally what I'm about to explain. The thing
Okay.
about this though is the mother is a natural provider to the baby, while the machine that keeps the brain dead patient going is not. So when I think it's different to try to compare these two, like
Okay,
if
can you
one's
just
just
answer the
naturally
question?
providing.
Are fetuses
I
self-sufficient?
literally just answered the question.
I didn't
One's
hear
naturally
an
providing.
answer. No, you just said that, well, one is natural, one is unnatural. That's not answering the question. Are fetuses self-sufficient?
Are fetuses self-sufficient? Not entirely.
Okay,
You're
so
not self.
so no,
You're not. You're not self-sufficient
So fetuses
completely.
are not
Not
self-sufficient.
entirely.
Okay, so
Not
because you wanted to argue that being self-sufficient would be required in order to define, okay, something being biologically alive, then therefore fetuses are dead. And then you went on to try to make an argument that I'm not self-sufficient either, so then I'm dead, which just further
Well,
demonstrates the
no.
absurdity of your own
No.
argument.
I said you're not entirely self-sufficient. I didn't say you are just not. So, for example, you're not entirely self-sufficient without your anxiety pen. You really need an anxiety pen. I respect that it's an anxiety pen, not a vape. All right. So, but anyway, no, you are not completely self-sufficient. You still need food, resources, and a lot of other things to be maintaining yourself. So, everyone's not completely self-sufficient, but try to narrow it down to just one characteristic and say that this means that therefore you don't believe this and try to test the levels of consistency, I don't really think is a fair way to assess the abortion situation.
So you think it's unfair for me to test the consistency of the logic that you attempted to apply to my position?
Do
Keep
you
in
think-
mind, you're interrupting me. Stop.
I'm sorry.
Why? Like
apologize.
what? Like why do you just lack total self-impulse? Like no self-control. Why? Like how many times have I had to tell you just to like let me speak after I listen to you? Like that's like the fourth
I
or fifth
apologize.
time in like less than 20 minutes.
I
Okay, but like
apologize.
like
I
anyways,
apologize.
like dude, I had like my hand up and everything. Like come on. But anyways,
sorry.
to go back to the argument, okay? All right. So you just told me that you think it's unfair for me to test the consistency of the logic that underpins your position to dispute your view. Okay, you could cope and whine all you want, but ultimately, that is how we dispute like principled conclusions. Okay, philosophically speaking, as it would relate to the worldview that you hold. Now, second of all, I just want you to know that that last conversation about self-sufficiency and if it is necessary or not to define life was all downstream of an argument that you gave against brain-dead patients being alive. You said that because they're not self-sufficient, therefore they're not alive. All I simply did is I then applied the same logic, okay, to a fetus. You agreed they weren't self-sufficient. Therefore, you'd be forced into agreeing that they're not alive. Okay, but then you attempted to redefine what self-sufficiency means. Then you attempted to say that none of us are self-sufficient. And this is just a really vague concept, okay, that is not necessary to define or understand if an organism is biologically alive or not. So thank you so much for disputing your own logic as it related to your counter-argument against the
Yeah,
biological
you
life that is true of
definitely
brain-dead
disputed
patients.
your own logic multiple times, I gotta say, because you looked up the definition and said that it was a stupid definition for Google. And by the way, you did say you shouldn't argue against Google, and I never said that. You put words in my mouth saying that you shouldn't argue against Google. I never actually said that.
I don't even think I said that you shouldn't argue against Google, but you said something
No.
incredibly similar less than 15 minutes ago.
No. You
I
said
think
that
you absolutely did say that or something incredibly similar to it.
No. What you said after you read the Google definition and I like contested it, you said, well, you can't argue against Google. That's what you told. You told me that just because it's
Jamin,
Google
thank
and
you
you
so
can't
much for the
argue.
Galaxy. I told you that? No, I didn't.
You 100% did. I was recording the whole time, and I'll be happy to send you a message later for it.
Okay, why do like I don't know, why do so many of the Trump supporters just try to make shit up? By the way, for everyone watching, be honest. Did I say that?
Yeah, you did. They're saying you did. You said yeah, you can't contest Google. I mean, like obviously
What
I was
the fuck?
fair to
There's no way.
You did, but I mean I'm not holding you down for that and
no-
trying to.
How much money do listen? I don't know. Like obviously, I don't remember every word that leaves my mouth, and sometimes like there is stupid shit that I say. Okay, right? So it's like it's not impossible that I said that. If I did, I was wrong. But like I'm willing to put money on the fact that it's incredibly improbable that I said that. So how much money do you want to like put on that claim that apparently I said you can't argue against Google?
Yeah, we can put So wait, hold on. Just to understand it though. No, we'll put money on it, but just to understand what you were saying, I'll put $200 on it. But here.
Yeah, I'll take that bet.
Though.
Let's go and roll it back. $200. You know what? I'll take it. I don't think I said that. I have confidence in that.
Give you a long answer response.
You could give me a long answer if that long answer amounts to a yes or a no, because you either another 5 and then lower with the 5. Appreciate it.
I've been most
Really care. It's because I don't think that there's anything that we could identify with. Let's look here.
about the people who literally get in car accidents and
Cessation.
No. Just because they don't. The actual thing about this though is,
Right? That is a difference between a fetus. One moment. Biologically alive. You said that those two traits.
Hold on.
Why are you interrupting me?
Well, because I want to know what you mean by biological.
You don't know what biologically. You don't.
No.
know what
I want to know what
biologically
you. I
alive
don't.
is?
I want to know what sense you're using it in though, because you said biologically living and biologically alive. So I just want to know what you mean by it when you say biological.
If you, I'm gonna have to look up a definition. I don't know if I could give you a definition.
Yeah, no, that's
biological
fine.
life.
I'm not trying to give you a got you moment, dude. I'm just like curious, you know.
Yeah. So, in a biological life, or would be defined as a collection of characteristics seen in self-sustaining systems, an organization, cell, metabolism, homeostasis, so on and so forth. I think that we could better understand what biological life means by giving examples compared to definition. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that seems like an incredibly, like when you think about it, okay, like a very hard phrase to define strictly.
I
So-
understand. No, I
so
understand.
it's like cellular life. Okay, amoebas
Yeah.
are biologically alive because they undergo these biological processes. Okay,
Mhm.
zygotes are biologically alive. Okay, brain dead patients are biologically alive. I mean, I feel like you're just trying to like cut the debate short and recenter
hold on,
around
hold on.
me just
Wait.
describing this concept.
hey,
that
hold on,
you're
I have
still
to-
interrupting me.
I'm sorry.
Why do you continue to do that? Just stop the interruption. I haven't said it yet. We'll continue to listen. Dude, I don't want to have to mute anyone today, but apparently I got to start muting you. Okay, so I feel like we all understand what this concept of biological life means. I don't think that I could give it a strict and certain clear definition, but I can give you examples of biological life, like an amoeba, a zygote, a brain dead patient, basically any organic life form, okay, that is alive.
Yeah. So you just define biologically as being self-sufficient, correct?
No, I think my workable definition of a biological life is a biological life form that is alive. Okay, self-sufficiency is not necessitated for biological life to be
Well,
the case.
Yeah. Well, you looked it up and you did read the definition, and it was self-sufficiency. And I would just say
Okay,
the brain
well,
dead people.
that's a really stupid definition of biological life form. I
Well,
apologize
yeah,
for sharing
okay.
that
Well,
with
you can argue with Google all day, and self-sufficiency. I gotta say,
You owe me $200. You owe me $200.
no. Keep going. You literally just I told you that you argue with Google. Keep going. Play
No,
one more.
no.
Play it out.
That whole clip that I proves that that whole clip that I played proves that's not something that I said. Like I literally revised the definition
No.
away from Google. Okay, like we all listen to me read off the definition from Google. Okay, and then me say like, well, I don't really think like that's a good definition. I'm gonna give you like a workable definition. In fact, I think this is a phrase that we could better understand by quotes. You owe me $200.
No, what? You literally contested the definition on Google. That was my claim.
If I contested the definition on Google, then why would I say that you can't argue against Google?
Can you play it 10 seconds further and you will see what you
I
said?
won't play anything more because I've proven that you owe me $200.
Yeah, because it disproves your point.
No,
if
you
won't
know
play
that
10
I
seconds
just
more.
proved my point, so you're trying to shift the goalposts. You just said that I was trying to argue against the definition on Google. If I was trying to argue against the definition on Google, then why would I say that you can't argue with Google if that's exactly what I was doing?
You said you can't argue with Google?
That's what you accused me of saying, and that's what you bet me $200 on.
No. You said that I can't argue with Google. That's what you literally said.
That's what we just heard you said. We just heard you say, so you're arguing with Google.
You keep muting, and I have to unmute myself. But no.
Dude, just answer the question. If I said that you can't argue with Google, then why would I be arguing with Google?
No, that's not what the claim was. You misinterpreted what I said. I said that.
No,
I said that
fact, you
you
owe me $200.
I said that you said you can't argue. I'm not gonna. Argue with Google.
And I've proven you wrong because we just listened to a clip of not only me arguing with Google, saying that I think the provided definition is a stupid one.
You contested the definition.
Exactly. You contested the definition provided by whom?
Google.
So I was arguing with Google?
Yeah, that was the claim.
So I was arguing with Google.
Yeah.
Perfect. So if I was arguing with Google, then I certainly didn't say that you can't argue with Google.
No.
Wait. So you're saying that I was
you-
arguing with Google while simultaneously saying that you can't argue with Google?
Hold on.
Oh,
no.
fuck. You owe me $200.
No.
You owe me $200,
hold on,
dude.
Hold on. You got to let me explain. Okay? All right. So first, you're completely mismatching your words here. Okay. So what happened was we were trying to define biology, and you said self-sufficiency, right? Okay. And I
Because
said,
that's what
okay,
Google said. And I said I dispute that.
And yeah. I'm acknowledging that. Yeah.
Perfect.
And then I was like, okay. And then you didn't use that in your definition. You said it's better for examples. Okay. And I was like, well, self-sufficiency was what Google said. Are you going to argue with Google? That's what I said. And you said, no, I can argue with Google. That's what you said, right?
Oh yeah, perfect. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So you owe me $500.
You
Sorry,
what
not
are you-
500.
Are you
$200.
You're intentionally misinterpreting my claim. This has to be rage bait. This has to be rage bait.
No, you
I
just owe me
mean,
$200.
you are misinterpreting me like
You literally
like insanely right now.
You literally bet me $200 that I said that you can't argue with Google.
That's not what? Obviously,
Definition, but I can give you examples. If I contested the definition on Google, then why would biological life form?
as you said, biological. I never said that. You put words in my mouth saying that you shouldn't argue against Google. I never actually said that.
Minutes similar to.
Contested it. You said, well, you can't argue against Google. That's what you told. You told me that just because it's
Shaman,
Google
thank
and you
so much
can't
for the
argue.
Galaxy. I told you that? No, I didn't.
You 100% did. I was recording the whole time, and I'll be happy to send you a message later for it.
Okay, why do like I don't know, why do so many of the Trump supporters just try to make shit up? By the way, for everyone watching, be honest. Did I say that?
Yeah, you
No,
did.
no,
They're
no.
saying you did.
No.
You said
No.
you said yeah, you can't contest Google. I mean, like, obviously.
What?
No.
There's no way.
You did, but I mean, I'm not holding you down for that.
there's
and trying to,
how much money do listen? I don't know. Like obviously, I don't remember every word that leaves my mouth, and sometimes like there is stupid shit that I say. Okay, right? So it's like it's not impossible that I said that. If I did, I was wrong. But like I'm willing to put money on the fact that it's incredibly improbable that I said that. So how much money do you want to like put on that claim that apparently I said you can't argue against Google?
Yeah, we can put fit. So hey, hold on. Just to understand it though. No, we'll put money on it, but just to understand what you were saying, I'll put $200 on.
You owe me $200. Nope, you're cooked. $200.
Hey,
no, clearest bet ever.
I was literally about to freaking.
Clearest bet ever.
Hold on.
$200.
I was literally about to explain
$200.
what the claim was.
$200.
Why didn't you play the rest of that?
We literally just listened to the claim.
I was literally just about to explain what the claim was.
We literally just listened to the claim. We literally just listened to it.
No,
you owe me $200. Isaiah, $200.
Oh, this is my friend Isaiah, but I'm actually someone else. But I will actually send you. Okay, I will. I will, but you still didn't win.
Yes,
you still didn't win the actual claim.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You couldn't continue the video. You are such cherry picking for each part of the video. What?
You literally, okay, I played back the clip, okay, where like I was reading off Google and I was saying like, no, I don't really like this definition. And then that conversation ended in you agreeing that I was arguing against Google. And that conversation ended in you agreeing that I was stating you can argue against Google. Okay. And then once I was like, okay, shit, dude, you just agreed that I was arguing. No, be quiet. I was like, shit, dude, since you just agreed that I was arguing that you can argue against Google, you owe me $200. And you're like, bro, is this rage bait? So then I played the clip back to listen what we made the bet on. And you expressly and specifically bet me $200 that I argued that you can't argue against Google. You owe me $200. Okay, listen, my Venmo and my PayPal are in the link tree in my bio on TikTok at DEANWHRS.
Gotcha.
The handle's at the top of the phone screen. It's also in the pin message over on YT. You owe me $200 fucking dollars. Pay up right now. In fact, while you're paying up, I'm going to go and thank a couple people in the meantime. Just know that you owe me that money and you're not leaving until you give me my fucking $200. Okay? Kathy, thank you for the $15. Who says thank you for your tip to educate these
so the thing
8-year-olds
about
to keep
that
that
was
joining your
completely-
Dude, be quiet while I'm thanking my donors. No, be quiet. Thank you for the $15, Katie. Let's get 200 KDWs.
I'll
Thank
let
you so much,
talk to your
Kathy.
donors, I'm
And
sorry.
then Amanda, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for the love, Amanda. And then Jessica, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, who says it really grinds.
Oh my god, thank you for the soy.
Oh, he's gonna crash out of the donos. He's gonna crash out of the donos too, of course. Thank you for the $20, Jessica.
Thank you for the soybeans. I'm a soy boy. Oh my god.
The stream can't hear you because you're muted. Can you mute and unmute your mic?
No, I'm not gonna. You did this to Andrew when the freaking TikTok was about to be banned.
Your mic?
You literally did this to Andrew because TikTok was about to be banned. I'm not stupid, right? The stream can hear me.
No, the stream can't hear you. You have to mute and unmute your mic.
Good. You're gonna say good boy, right? You're gonna say good boy when I do it.
I promise I won't say good boy. And if I do, you no longer owe me $200. Thank you. It was just glitched out, so I didn't have the ability to mute you. But anyways, thank you so much for the $20. Jessica, who says it really grinds my gears that so many men come up and try to argue what women should be allowed to do with their bodies. Yeah, it grinds my gears too. And guess what? Now this person owes me $200.
You try to argue what I can do.
Thank you for the $200, Jessica. Thank you so much. Let's get 200 Jessica W's. And then Jessica, thank you for another $10 as well. Let's get 300 Jessica W's. And then Sandra, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Sandra, thank you so much for the love. I want to see 500 Sandra W's. That is so incredible. incredibly kind of you. Sandra with the $50 says, I'm pro-life for myself, but pro-choice for everyone else. That's just called being pro-choice, Sandra. Love you. Thank you so much for the $50. You are awesome. That is so much money. Thank you for your kindness. Then Lawson, thank you for the 5. Then Tracy with a $1 who says, toward the money that this guest will not cowardly pay. You owe me $199 thanks to Tracy who paid $1 for you. Okay. That was very kind of Tracy, as well as Ellie. Thank you so much for the 15 Canadian dollars on PayPal. He says, love you, Dean. Love you too, Ellie. Let's get 200 LEW. Seriously. Thank you so much for the love. Then F, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much for the love, F. Show some love to F down below in that chat. Keith, thank you for the $10. He says, thank you for being so knowledgeable and fighting a good fight. Thank you so much for the love, Keith. And then Alexandra, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Holy shit. Alexandra, that is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Alexandra with a 50 says, I'm Mexican American. We left the US and currently are doing our best to live in Spain. We feel so grateful that our kids do not have to be living in fear. We support Dean anywhere we are in the world. Keep shining bright. You are a star. Well, thank you so much for the love, Alexandra. That is an incredibly kind message. Thank you so much. Please show some love to Alexandra down below. As well as, let's see here, Michael, thank you for the $10. Who says, nice job in winning the bet. Respect. We won that shit, Michael. Thank you so much for the $10. All right. Yeah. So, can everyone just spam like my Venmo and PayPal in the chat at DEO so he knows
Okay,
who to send it to?
Dane. Yeah. So you said you literally just got done. That's my sleeper. You literally just got done saying that if I muted, I wouldn't have to pay. But anyway, no, Dean, I actually
said if
don't
I called
mind.
you a good boy that you wouldn't have to pay, and I did.
Oh yeah, okay. But I actually don't mind. She sent $1 on my behalf. That's great, and I'll send you $199. This is my friend's account, and I'll actually send you $199.
So then do it right now.
If you, well, no, because
You could do it right now. You could go and pause like that. Yeah. I mean, we can't hear you when you leave the app, but you definitely have the ability.
Dean, when you go to
Ellie,
so
thank
yeah,
you for the $5 over on PayPal. Appreciate that.
yeah, when you go, how about Friday? If it's not sent by Friday, you can
Ellie,
get on to me.
Ellie, I just read the rest of your message. Yeah, I can debate him. Thank you so much for the love, Ellie. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Dean, if it's not sent by Friday, you can actually get on me about that. I'll send it by Friday. And I just have to say, it was fun. It was fun arguing with you, Dean. I obviously don't agree with you a lot, but it was fun, man. Thank you for having me on.
Isaiah owes us $200. Dang, dude. I mean, listen. I appreciate that he knows he lost the bet. I feel like every time we've been making those bets, they just never know that they lose, okay? And they'll argue to the end of the earth that they didn't lose. At least he knows he owes me $200, you know? I guess actually $199 to be specific, to be precise. Do you support Trump? Hello?
Hey, what's up, man? I apologize. I was just looking around, seeing that you was facing off a couple of little freeloaders. I go ahead and face you off in any kind of consideration. No, any consideration in what you want to speak about. I see you facing off against anything that comes across
Do you support Trump?
literacy, but I kind of become his legal team every once in a while, comparison to you being his, little debatable face factor. So what do you really consider it being any kind?
Have a great rest of your day, bro. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only opposite of the queue if you're MAGA. All right. Friday came early. Friday night came early for some of us, chat. Friday night came early for some of us. Hey, Elliot, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Main thing.
How old are you?
Okay, let's talk. I'm 21. Born in 2004. July 13th.
Elliot? How long do you expect me to believe that for?
Bro, just read my bio or something. I don't know. Bro, just...
Hey, dude, at least, wow. The confidence. That guy has a lot of confidence. You know what? Good on you. Good on you for having so much fucking confidence. Blind confidence, okay? Just make sure you do something good with it, okay? You could do really bad with blind confidence, but you could also do really good with it, okay? I'm going to need you to channel that absurd level of confidence into something good in your life, my friend. You are obviously like 12 years old. Let's go and move on to the next guest. Y'all only hop inside of the queue if you happen to support Trump as president. I'd really appreciate you guys so much. Oh my God. Oh my God. 1 second. Oh my God. John, welcome back, brother. Oh my dude, Jesus Christ. John, thank you so much for the $500 super chat over on YouTube. Holy shit, dude. John, oh my God. John came in here last night as well before we were about to end the stream and drop 500 then too. Holy Jesus Christ, John. You are a unit. Oh my God. Listen, okay, John, seriously. I was telling this to you last night. I'm going to repeat it now. I'm just taking a bat when I see stuff like that. This guy knows it. I'm taking a bat when I see stuff like that, John. There is not a bone in my body that deserves a $500 donation for sitting in this damn chair debating Trump supporters. And I am so everything that I said to you last night is still true today. I'm so incredibly grateful for you. Thank you so much for the unprecedented generosity. I appreciate you so much for the love. Dude, if we could please have everyone watching spam W John.
That's good.
It'd mean the world to me. Thank you so much, John. Huge shout out to John down below, guys. Please, I want to see nonstop W's for John at least for the next 10 minutes. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi, my friend Lucky does. He wants to debate you.
Okay, is he there with you in person?
Here.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Sounds like he's connected over a video call.
Yeah, he's on the phone with me right now.
Does he have his own TikTok account?
I have no idea.
Bro, just join.
Yeah, but I'm not authorized to go live.
You don't have to be able to go live. You just have to be able to join as a guest.
Cool. Do you want to debate me right now, or do you want me to join up on a different account?
I prefer for you to join on an account through the platform, so we don't have to, talk through a third party. That's kind of annoying.
I mean, you can hear me just fine. I can hear you just fine.
There's a little bit of an echo that I'm getting back, and I guess I could try.
Here, let me try this.
It's
Here,
just
go ahead.
not typically what I do. It's just kind of odd.
All right. If I come back, you down to debate religious?
I'm just down to debate why you support Trump as president, man. What's your TikTok account name?
It's archive.lucky.
Okay, something.lucky, archive.lucky. I'll be on the lookout for it, man. Feel free to hop in that queue. Let's go to move on to the next guest, y'all. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Dude, continue to show
I
some
just
love
want to say,
John.
check my most recent video. You didn't believe the Santana thing, how he called me Phil or whatever. Just look at my most recent video.
Is that what you came up here for?
Yeah, because you didn't believe me whenever I told you how the Phil thing started.
I brought you up here to ask you a single question.
Yeah.
When are you going to give it up, bro?
Dude, I gave it up, bro.
No, man. Seriously. When are you going to give it the fuck up? You just torture yourself, okay? By
Oh, no,
coming
I
on
don't
this
torture
damn
nothing.
app every day, continuing to request
Can you look
in
at my most
live
recent
stream,
video?
continuing to request in Parker's live stream, and continuing to request in
Because I've got to unmanipulate the
just
manipulated.
to get bullied by
No.
tens of thousands of people. Phil.
Nope, I just got to unmanipulate the manipulated, buddy. And
So what did Santana say to you, Phil?
no, this is the first ever time I've ever been on anybody. It was the clip where, he basically, dehumanized me by calling me Phil for no reason.
Okay,
And
let's listen to it.
yep,
You know what? We'll pull it up on the computer so then we could get it in high quality.
this was by the way, there's no context. This was the first time I ever went on a debating live. Ever.
Okay.
Yep.
674169. Your username is Leave Me Alone. Very interesting. Okay, let's listen to this together.
First and foremost, it says Creed. What's your name? What
That's
can I
my
call you?
name.
Your name is Creed.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna call you Phil because I like Phil.
Phil.
Phil. So, Phil, how old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born?
2006.
That's the clip.
All right, good enough
But-
for me. I don't.
That was very anticlimactic. It doesn't really sound like you cared that he's
No.
calling you Phil.
That was just the fact on how it started and how he just, called me Phil for absolutely no reason.
Based?
And dude, no, he called me for no reason. I told him my name was
Based?
Creed. Yeah, no. I told him
Based? I don't see the issue here. What's the problem?
what's the issue? He called me by my
That's
name. 'cause
your
he didn't
name.
believe my real. It's not, dude. No,
We
so
just
it's my name
listened to
because-
Santana
No,
call you
it's
by
my
your
name because he names me like I'm some sort of animal or dog.
No, he wasn't naming you. He was just stating
Yes, he
your
did.
name. That is your name.
No, how did he? Well, I literally, that was the. What are you talking?
Like
Replay
in
the
that,
video,
in
obviously.
that clip, we obviously just heard Santana call you by your name.
Close your mouth and open your ears, okay? And listen to the video again. You obviously did not hear it correct.
Like, what
That's my name.
Okay, so he's
Your name
asking
is
you what your name is.
Creed.
And
Okay.
Yes.
So he's like, "What is
Yes.
your
Okay,
name?"
I'm gonna call you Phil.
Okay, then he calls you
I
Phil
like
because you
Phil.
told him that your name's Phil.
So
I did
Phil,
too.
how old
No,
are you?
bro, you're actually a.
I'm 19.
Dude, you're a manipulator. Dude,
What the fuck am I manipulating?
You're a
He
mass
asked you,
manipulator,
he asked
bro.
you what your real
No.
name, not screen name, was, and you told him Phil.
You're a man. I did
Why
not
else
tell
would
him
he
I
call
didn't
you
fucking
Phil?
Phil?
Why else would
I
he?
did not
Why
fucking
else?
tell him
Why else would he call you that then? You
Because
idiot!
he's a dehumanizing person, and
No!
people have no respect.
That's just what you told him.
I did not fucking tell him that.
We all just
Shut
listened
the fuck
to it.
up! I did not tell him that. Like, oh my, dude, you people are so fucking disrespect. I'm a Christian man. I'm supposed to not be cussing on here. And you fucking people continue to disrespect me for no reason. And you guys think it's fucking funny, and I'm not joking no more. I'm done. Just respect it. And you guys try and lie and say it. You guys call me that because I don't respect trans people or whatever. That's untrue, because why would he call me Phil before he knew anything about me? That's a lie. Complete and utter lie.
Because you told him your name.
I did not fucking tell him that! Where in the clip does it say I told him that you're a manipulator? That's what you are, Dean Withers.
Do you want me to
You're
try?
a mass
Do
manipulator.
you want me to try to show it to you one last time?
Show it to me, yes. Yes, show me it, bro.
Okay.
Your name is Creed.
Yeah.
Your name, like,
Okay, watch this.
First and foremost, it says Creed. What's your name? Like, what
That's
can I
my
call?
name.
Okay, so he asks you what your name is.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna call you Phil.
And then you
Because
say
I
it's
like
Phil.
Yeah.
I'm not editing shit.
That's not the clip!
That is the clip!
You're a manipulator. No, bro, you were a worse manipulator than I thought, bro. No, this is worse than I thought. Like, I'm not even trolling. Dude, you are a grifter, you're a manipulator. Bro, this is honestly sad. And I want everybody in this damn live stream to realize how much of a hypocrite he is. Dude, he's manipulating all of you people into believing this. It's not funny. And you guys,
Hey, Ethan, I appreciate you for the $10 on PayPal. He says, I don't know who this Phil guy is, but he's funny. Thank you, Ethan.
I'm not, bro, no, stop. Dude, you're literally editing the bit. You're like skipping through the video to make it sound like what it's not. You heard the video.
That's not what I'm doing at all.
Play it, bro. Play the full video,
Yes.
no cutting.
Your name. What is Creed? What's your name? Like, what
That's
can I
my
call?
name.
Your name is Creed.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna call you Phil. It's Creed. Okay, I'm gonna call you Phil. Creed.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna call you Phil.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna call you Phil.
Yes.
Dude, don't tell me you.
Okay, I'm gonna call
Dude,
you Phil.
people actually do.
'cause
No,
I
no,
like
no,
Phil.
no, no.
Phil.
People actually fuck.
You
dude.
could literally like
No,
hear
no, no,
him
no,
say,
no, 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 no,
yes,
no.
Yes.
yes.
First and foremost,
You're
it
skipping
says
through
Creed.
it, bro.
What's your name? Like,
My name.
You're
Yes.
skipping through it. No.
okay,
no,
I'm
no,
gonna
no,
call
no,
you
no.
Phil.
Yes.
Stop! Dude, stop, bro. No, bro, stop. No, bro, you're a manipulator, and you know you are, bro. And people on my live, dude, and they're asking me, how is Dean Withers a manipulator? Bro, dude, this is the how.
How the fuck am I a manipulator?
You're manipulating your fans into believing
I didn't say
that,
I didn't say shit. You're just crazy.
it doesn't matter. You're skipping through a
You're
video
just-
and
you're
not
just
showing what it
crazy.
actually says,
Listen.
bro. I'm fucking crazy. Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah,
listen to
I'm
me.
fucking
Listen
crazy.
to me.
Yeah.
Gaslighting isn't
Yeah.
fucking real. You're just insane. You very
What's
obviously.
insane?
You.
How
You
am I insane?
Because we just all listened collectively to Santana asking your name, okay?
What?
And then you saying that your name is Phil.
I did not
Every
fucking say
single.
that!
How about we just ask the man himself?
Bro, I did not say
One
that, bro.
second. We just have to ask the man himself. Hey, Santana. Listen, you have no context of this conversation whatsoever because you just joined in. You have no clue what's going on, right?
He's
Zero clue
editing
at
the
all?
video, bro.
Zero clue at all, right, Santana?
No, I mean, someone sent me like a Venmo said, hey, Phil is in here saying
Right.
something. So I was like,
Right. So let me
okay.
ask you a question. When you asked him what his name was, what did he say?
Phil. I'm confused. Is he saying something?
No, I
else?
did not. Bro, listen to the video, everybody.
Okay,
everybody
we'll
listen.
play the
I'm gonna
video.
play it.
No, we'll play
I'll
the
I'm
video.
so confused.
No.
Wait, is he saying that? No, you said Phil.
Yeah,
I'll play the video. Listen to it. Listen to it. Everybody listen. Listen.
I'll play the video. I'll play the video.
First and foremost, it says Creed. What's your name? Okay, I'm gonna.
We
call
literally
you Phil.
hear you
Creed.
cutting through it.
Yes.
You ain't fucking hear you! Stop, dude! How do people believe this? Dude, how? No. Like, genuinely, how do people... Dude, you can hear you cutting through, bro. You're a
What do you
manipulator.
mean cutting through? What are you talking about?
Santana, first time I ever met you, you dehumanized me by calling me Phil, knowing that's not my name,
I
bro.
dehumanized you.
Yes, bro, you're acting like I'm a dog that you can just put a name on, bro. No, I'm a human being. You guys are disrespecting my mother by saying disrespecting my name that she gave me, bro.
Are you sure about that? Hey,
Yes.
question for you. Genuine question.
What?
Do you respect transgender people pronouns?
Yes.
Are you
Now,
willing
can you leave me
to
alone?
call? Are you willing to call them by their preferred pronouns?
Yes. If everyone will apologize for calling me Phil, yes, I will. You guys
It didn't have to be this hard.
Hey, Dean Withers, have you ever heard of a personal slur? That's what you guys are doing to me, bro.
Cree, stop.
You guys
for
are
a second.
slurring me, bro, and it's
Cree,
not funny.
Cree, stop for a second.
Bro, you guys are saying slurs to me, and it's not funny, bro.
The point of this is you literally over and over and over multiple times disrespected the transgender community.
No, I did not.
That was the entire reason for this. You know
No,
that.
you're a liar, bro. Why would you call me Phil before you ever knew anything about me?
So I called you Phil because I like the name, right? But
I
more
don't
than
like
that, you didn't have a problem with it, and you didn't say anything about it, and I stopped calling you that until you started disrespecting transgender people, and then I started calling you Phil again, and you got upset.
No, bro. No,
Oh
that's
my
not even-
God.
That's what happened.
Wait.
Dean, he's manipulating you.
Holy shit.
That's what happened.
What the fuck? 1 second, y'all.
That's what it's about.
Dude, John, dude, oh my fuck. John just sent another, like, this was a bit ago, I just didn't catch it. He sent not just one $500 donation, but two.
Holy fuck.
Holy fuck, dude. Okay, dude. Oh my God, John. Dude, holy shit, man. You know what, bro? Just thank you. Thank you so much. Fucking W John's in the chat, man. John, I really hope you're still in here, because sometimes what YouTube will do is they will duplicate the donations. Like, not really, it'll just show two of them, but it turns out like you legitimately sent two through. John, if you're still in here, I just wanted to thank you. Thank you so fucking much for the total of $1,000 on Super Chat. My God, John, that is like vast majority of my rent. I want you to know. Like, dude, a month of fucking, like, nearly a month of rent. Thank you. Seriously, dude. I don't even really feel like the words even do enough, if that makes any sense. Just genuinely and sincerely, thank you so much, John. And Paul, I appreciate you so much for that interstellar over on TikTok. Thank you so much, Paul and John. Dude, John, you're okay. You're the fucking MVP of this stream. Please show some love to John down below. And by the way, I just want to let you know, for the future, if you do want to support me, on like Venmo or PayPal, I get 100% of those proceeds compared to around like 40% on YouTube. They take so much of it. But anyways, seriously, John, thank you so much for the love. I want every single person watching to please show some love to John down below in that chat. Holy fuck. And in fact, John, you should send me an email, dude. I want to personally thank you. You can find the email in the link tree in the description of the video.
Dude, why are you making it? Let's get back on track here. Why are you making it okay
Don't
to
be
say
rude.
slurs to people?
Don't be rude. You're literally being rude.
Listen, I'll stop calling you Phil if you stop calling me a grifter.
I'm not Phil, but you are a grifter, bro. You literally have your panhandle right there.
You have my panhandle?
Dude, you have your whatever that's called, PayPal.
Yeah,
Black
I have my
Labs.
Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on
Yeah,
my
bro.
TikTok account, pin message on the YT stream with a handle at the top of the
Yeah,
screen,
bro.
so people can support me if they want to. How does that make me a grifter?
Because, dude, you use your words in certain ways to manipulate them into sending you money, bro.
How? What do I say that makes people manipulate? How do I manipulate?
You like
people into
cast
sending
spells
money?
on them, bro. Like you say
How do I
certain
fucking
Pied Piper?
Yeah, like what the fuck do I do?
Bro,
Like what the fuck do I do? How do
use,
I
like,
cast? How do I?
spells,
How,
bro.
what spells? You just sound like you sound insane. Like, dude, you actually sound
Bro,
nuts. You
dude,
do you
no,
hear
because-
yourself? You're
because
saying
why
that
do you
I
have
wizard Dean.
Yes, you're saying that I literally cast spells on people. Okay.
I don't know what these people do to you. I don't know what you do to these people to send you $500, bro. Like what? You're like
Maybe
dude,
people
you're
like
like,
him.
No,
Hey,
no,
maybe
not,
if you
nobody
didn't
likes
suck so
somebody that
much, people would
bro.
like you too.
I don't care if people like me, bro.
Listen. Like I agree. Like $500 is a shit ton of money. Like I just straight up don't deserve that. I have no clue what drives people to be so incredibly kind. But how the
Because
fuck
I'm
does that
telling
make
you,
me a
you cast
grifter?
spells on them, bro. No, you cast spells on them, bro.
Dude, you're just pissed.
Why would I be pissed, bro? I don't
Hey,
care.
INGA, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. Says spells have been cast or something. Love your streams. Thank you so much, INGA. Sierra, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for quote unquote being under the spell. Show some love to Sierra down below in that chat.
not funny,
Dustin with the $1 saying you're a wizard, Dean. Amanda, thank you for the $5 for being under the spell. Emily, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Yo, Emily, thank you. Show some love to Emily down below in that chat. Seriously, thank you so much. Who says, bless his little heart. I'm under the spell. Thank you. Quincy, thank you for the 5. Bot, thank you so much for the 6. Molly, thank you for the $10 in honor of Phil. Prescott, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Then Shayla, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo for the Phil. Shayla, thank you so much for the love. Jessica, Tracy, and Emily, thank you guys so much for the love. Gary, thank you so much for the $5. Michael with the $10. Thank you so much, Michael. Show some love to all of the supporters who've been cast under the spell. Cecily, thank you for the $10. Who says you've been with all of us. Thank you so much for the love. Robert, thank you for the $1. Melissa and 5 for being under the spell. Brittany with the $10 for being under the spell. Thank you so much, Brittany. Then Tina, thank you so much for the $20 over at Venmo, saying under the spell. Tina, I got you under the spell. You are so cooked, Tina. Thank you for the $20. And then Caitlin, thank you so much. Oh my God, for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Holy shit, Caitlin, thank you. Caitlin with the big 50 says, I will always support you. You are amazing. The spell has been casted. Caitlin, seriously, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for the $50. Please show some love to Caitlin down below in that chat. Thank you so much for supporting the Griff. I'm so happy that I could bewitch you and place you under the spell. Over on YouTube Super Chat, I'd also like to quickly thank Lisa for the $20 who says you could cast a spell on me. The spell has been cast. Then Kathleen, thank you so much for the $20 for the Griff. Thank you so much for the love. Then Jess, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Show some love to Jess. Rachel with the $5 who says your spell has me in a chokehold, Dean. Shane with the $5. Thank you so much for the love. Who says thank you for helping me no longer be a Trump supporter by casting a spell on me. You know what, Shane? Honestly, based as fuck. Like on a real note. Okay, joke aside, I'm really happy that I've been able to help you change your mind. And then Colton, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo for being under the spell. Thank you so much for the love. I'm so happy I could put you under the spell. And then Kara, thank you for the $20 on Venmo saying the voodoo's strong with you. I'm so happy I could cast you under my spell. Thank you so much for the $20, Kara. And then Gary with the 5, Erica with the $10. You're under my spell. Thanks for supporting the Griff. Carol with the $10. Thank you so much, Carol. And then Matthias, thank you so much for the $55 donation on PayPal. Holy shit. Dude, I need to see 600 Matthias W's down below in that chat for the $55 donation who says, quote unquote, the spell in all caps. Oh my fucking God. Dude, I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh champion. I'm casting those fucking spell cards.
Bro, that's not what
casting those trap cards.
Speech, bro.
Dude, let's go, dude. Oh my God. As well as one more here. Gladys, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal for being under the spell. Thank you for supporting the Griff, Gladys. Show some love to Gladys down below. Seriously, please show some love to all of our donors.
Dude, you accept that you're a grifter too, bro. That you literally say I'm the biggest grifter too.
Hey, sir, have you literally ever in your life heard of satire?
Dude, I think that's what somebody who has, who is a grifter would say to try and throw people off the track. Plus, literally everybody in here, all 18, dude, how every single one of them are why does it make people, right, okay, this is what I was telling somebody else. Why does it make people want to come back? Why is your live stream so addictive to some people? Because like I said, there's a spell casted.
You come back every fucking day.
I come back them to unmanipulate.
You come back every single fucking day.
To unmanipulate the manipulated,
bro. Could I actually just take a moment here to like describe to you why it's like actually ludicrous and insane to posit that I'm a grifter?
Okay, yeah, let's hear it. Parker already told me why he isn't a grifter.
If I were to be a grifter, then that would imply that I don't truly believe in what I say. However, the nature of my content is to attempt to convince people to believe in what I say because I'm able to back up what I say with fact, reason, and logic. Sure,
Thank you
I'm
for the
sure
hand,
that
bud.
there's plenty of people out there who don't truly believe in what they say and they do it on the internet for money, fame, attention, so on and so forth. Okay,
And
but
that's not
typically
what you're
those
doing?
type of people don't do this type of content where they have to justify what they say with fact, reason, and logic and reject alternative trains of thought, once again, with fact, reason, and logic, or being able to point out the lack thereof, fact, reason, and logic, to supplement and justify their views. So basically what you're accusing me of is making this conscious recognition
question.
that everything that I say, okay, although it is true, is something that I not believe in. So you're basically positing that I'm the most evil person ever because I'm able to clearly describe why Trump is a bad president. Okay, I'm able to clearly describe why pro-MAGA views are incorrect, logically and morally speaking, yet like I still secretly and covertly believe in them.
Wait,
Right,
and,
so-
and wait. Just to give this a little bit more credence, Creed. If Dean actually wanted to be a grifter, he would be a talking head on the right. You know how much he would actually make if he was a talking head on the right? They're so subpar, mediocre, and have no information. If he really wanted to be a grifter, all you got to do is, praise Jesus and all this other stuff.
What's
and you
wrong
got
with
it.
praising Jesus?
No, that's all. Like it's all about
and
the oppression
by the-
through religion and all this stuff.
By the way, so like people on the right that are significantly smaller than I am make significantly more money than me. Like for instance, Tim Pool and Benny Johnson. Okay, like my platform today is significantly larger than theirs. That's a fact. Yet they were getting paid $500,000 a month to push pro-Russia, pro-Trump content all across their social media feeds. They were making so much money. Even like if we look at like Charlie Kirk's financial records, who like may have been the only person on the right that was like somewhat comparable to like me and what I do in the size. Of course, he was a little bit bigger. I'll admit that. Like he was making
Wasn't as good as you though, Dean.
he was making, dude, like literally like $60 million a year. Okay. And then even like the small timers that I'm going to go ahead and assume a lot of people watching this stream right now don't even know about. Like Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson averages maybe 3,000 viewers. I average combined on YouTube and TikTok 20 through 30,000 viewers. Fucking Andrew Wilson makes more money than me. Dude, it's
Bro.
like if I wanted to be a grifter on the right, I could
Then they're
so
grifters
easily
too.
do it
Grift
and
is
make
on the right.
so much fucking money.
Well, because I think you're a grifter, but you also believe in what you say. Also, about the
Wait,
manipulation.
what?
No, you're a like you believe politically in what you
Wait,
say.
how
but
can you
you're
be
still,
a grifter and believe
You
what
can
you
still
say?
be a con artist, and
How can you be a con artist if you believe in what you say?
you can believe in your political views on what you say. But what I was telling Parker last night about
What the fuck are you talking about?
I never said like. I think maybe there's a possibility like 60% he did. Well, 60% he didn't. 40% he did vote for
Wait,
Donald Trump just for the
Is
fact.
that
What would, he
MAGA
be,
math?
what would he be doing right now if Donald Trump wasn't in office? Nothing.
If
What would
Donald
your
Trump
job
was in
be?
an office, bro, I literally did the same thing I do now, debating social issues before Trump was in office and before I was even in politics. You just didn't know me then. Okay. Then also, like, not to mention one other thing I wanted to bring about being a grifter on the right is that they do so unapologetically. I was actually watching Andrew Wilson's live stream the other day, and he was doing debates. And then once he ended one debate, what he said, okay, is that in order for me to move on to the next debate, you guys need to donate me $1,000. He literally does $1,000
He's a grifter,
increment donation goals in order to like move between debates, and he fucking meets them because the people on the right are so goddamn stupid. They're like, okay, all right, let's just give this guy like $10,000 a day, and he's like, well, we got to take a quick break in order for me to move on. You need to send me another $1,000, and he's like pulling like literally a tenth of my viewership and making significantly more money than me, which it just shows how easy it is to be a grifter on the right. If I was a grifter, I would be on the right. Plus, oh my god, how advantageous would that be for like me in my life here in like buttfuck middle of nowhere Colorado, where 80% of my neighbors are Republican and vast majority of my whole family is Republican. Why would I ostracize myself from like almost the totality of my family? Why would I create, these social dilemmas whenever I go out in public, I get approached by people that disagree with me and they're like, hey, I kind of disagree with you, but it's like cool to see you, or like, hey, like interrupting me in the middle of the gym sess to try to debate me, or like just literally going to the mall and getting something and then just getting like this fucking stank eye from like every other person that's younger because they knew who I am and they know that they don't like me. Okay, if I could rather just instead, grift, make more money, and embolden the views of my family members, embolden the views of all the Republicans in my area, be very popular here, be very accepted here, while making significantly more money. Like, obviously, I feel like this proves that I'm not a grifter. Not to mention, I was literally kicked out of my brother's house, okay, a little bit over a year ago at this point, because of our political disagreements. So now you got to posit that I just made that whole fucking story up. You got to posit that I don't really have a brother, and that was just all bullshit. Like, dude, do you just see how, like, insane it is? Completely ludicrous it is, okay, to, like, attempt to argue that, like, I don't believe in what I'm saying, I'm just a total grifter.
Yeah. I'll just add in, and you would also have to be like logically inconsistent. So I'm not sure about the whole grifting thing, but I would like to say, if I could, just for a moment, Mike, thank you so much for the 2. Christy, thank you so much for the 5. Dustin, thank you for the 5. Valerie, thank you for the 5. Sonia, thank you for the 5. Mike, thank you for the 5. Shayla, thank you so much for the 3. Rachel, thank you for the 5. Amanda, thank you for the 10. Gladdy, thank you so much for the 20. Kara, thank you for the 1. Cecily, thank you for the 8. Fee, thank you for the 5. Laura, thank you for the 25. I'm not sure what you're referring to as far as grifting, but if we were really trying to do something where it was just like incoherent, inconsistent, and actually just stood on things that we didn't really care about, we would definitely be on the same side as you.
One last thing to say.
One second. Hey, one second. Hey, Billy's Jacob, do you support Trump? Oh, he left. Okay, Phil, I'm gonna kick you now.
So hold on, can I say one last thing? So what happened with Eugene then? You manipulated Eugene then.
What did I do to Eugene?
Dude, you manipulated Eugene into believing a false narrative.
Wait, dead ass?
Yes, he's a liberal now, and he keeps on trying to call me Phil and crap. And
wait, I changed your best friend's mind?
I think he's in the box. Yes, you did, and I'm tired of it, bro.
Let's fucking go. That sounds nice.
Stop.
Dude,
Stop.
I changed. That's why you're so pissed at me. Because
that's why
I was able to
mad.
change your best friend's mind.
Can you get him up here? Because I don't think.
No, I want to go back to the debates.
Right.
I want to go back to the debates.
That's fine,
I want to go back to like productive
right
dialogue.
That you manipulated him.
Dude, that's honestly okay. Now I get it. Now I understand why you're so pissed off. Now I understand why you're saying that I do it for the money. I'm just a big grifter and I'm casting spells on people to donate to me. It's because I was literally able to change your best friend's mind. Okay, your best friend was a Trump supporter. Your best friend did these debates with you, and then through these debates, I was actually able to make your best friend a fucking liberal, make them hate and despise Trump as any reasonable person should, and now you have a vendetta against me for doing so.
I think he thinks that you put it. Did Eugene just sent roses?
Yeah, because
you put a spell on his friend. That's what it is.
Bro, no, because I want Eugene out, dude. I'm gonna end up changing him back, and bro, like everyone's
your
saying
magic isn't strong enough.
Wait, so are you saying that you want to be able to manipulate him, but you're not as good as Dean?
Yes, that's exactly what he said, Parker.
Stop.
That's exactly what he said.
That's not even what I'm saying.
So you're just saying you're trying.
No, I'm trying to just genuinely like talk to him and put some reasoning into him on why he shouldn't get manipulated by Dean.
Okay.
Sorry, I swiped off. So you're saying you tried to do that, but you just couldn't do it like Dean?
Yes.
Well, because I don't have the dude. I don't know how to manipulate, bro, and I wouldn't manipulate my friend into believing something.
You just said that you want to manipulate him.
No, I said I
back
wanted
to your side.
When are you going to recognize that I'm not manipulating anyone? I'm just simply.
Then why did he change his beliefs?
Because Eugene predicates his beliefs off of facts, reason, and logic. Because Eugene heard the truth and accepted it, okay? Any reasonable person that thinks critically should be able to understand that, no, we shouldn't have a president that wants to start war with our allies. Any reasonable person that thinks critically should understand that, no, we shouldn't have a president that wants to kill his political opponent serving in Congress. Any reasonable person that thinks critically should understand that we don't want to have a president that emboldens his secret fucking Gestapo to go door to door and detain people because their color of the color of their skin is brown, or they speak English in an accent, to then deport to Sika and El Salvador with no due process where they're beaten and tortured. Okay, these facts and many more what likely led your friend into changing their mind. And these are the reasons why I do this every single fucking day, because I want to see a brighter future for this country. I want to see a future, okay, where women and girls have access to healthcare, to be able to act upon their basic human rights, where members of marginalized communities, okay, don't have to second guess, okay, somebody's intentions, okay, walking into a job job interview, trying to buy a house, further themselves, and be successful simply because of the color of their skin. I don't want to live in a world, and I think the world would be significantly better if just because English wasn't your first language, this doesn't mean that all of a sudden you're going to have 53% of our country attacking you as an other, saying to go back to your country and that maybe you deserve to be beaten, tortured, and starved in CCOT. Like, this is obviously why I do what I do. I'm really happy that your friend was able to change his mind predicated on the information that we share here. And I'm honestly really fucking sad that you can't, because you've placed yourself in your own echo chamber of sick, decrepit thought, all in the furtherance of serving to a wannabe dictator who wants to destroy and erode the basic foundational legal, moral, and social values of this country to make life worse for everyone. And whenever anybody tries to explain to you why you're wrong, or maybe the fact that there's other beliefs that you could hold with more reason, you call them a master manipulator, you call them a grifter, and you say that they don't even believe in what they're saying.
Dude, he literally, first of all, he's calling me Phil and stuff now. Like, what? Okay, even if you did just change his mind, then why does he now start to disrespect me?
Well,
wait, but what does that change? Like, just because he changed to a liberal, why does he get the right to call me a slur?
I don't think that it's actually disrespect. I think that you just have PTSD.
I do.
Like, it's a you issue,
bro.
Like, it's literally you. It's a you issue. You're suffering from PTSD, and I think you need help. That's why you're here every single day. Every single day in the chat doing what you do.
I have a question. So do you think it's okay to say slurs, personal slurs?
What's a personal slur? Did someone create a slur for you? Do you know what a slur is?
Yes, to a majority of people.
Let's test that theory.
A majority of people.
Let's test
look
that
up
theory.
A personal slur. Look up a personal slur.
Are you saying that Phil is a slur to you?
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Yes.
That's what he's saying.
No, listen, look it up. I looked it up last night. There's a thing called a personal slur, and it has your identity.
You just mean an insult. That's all you mean.
No, insults can be considered personal slurs.
Are we insulting you? No, we are just describing who you are, Phil.
No, dude,
you are just trying to deny the reality that you are Phil. By the way, I gave you the ability for me to say that I would never call you Phil ever again.
Yeah, and I said I would respect it.
No, you didn't. You did not. You literally said no. Wait, okay, so you'll stop. You will totally say. You will accept people's identities, right?
Bro,
and you will use their
care what
correct
people's
That's exactly what I was saying, Parker.
I already said I don't care what people's identities are.
No, but you
said
you wouldn't use their preferred pronouns.
I never said that.
You literally said that.
I would never, dude. I don't know a trans person, and if I did, sure, yes, whatever, respect, good, yes, nice to them, yes, bro, yes. Just can you please tell your
Creed? Okay, Creed.
Tell your fans to stop, bro, because
everybody
I'm tired of it.
Stop calling him Creed. His name, or sorry, fuck. I actually didn't mean to that. I did not mean to do that. Stop calling him Phil, everybody.
Bro,
it's
you guys
just Creed, not Phil.
Dude, and then now they're gonna say hi, just Creed, not Phil, bro. I know what you do, bro.
I'm not doing that.
Okay,
stop, dude, Parker.
Phil,
nobody thinks you're funny.
I'm gonna give you.
Dude, why?
Dude, oh my God. Okay, I actually didn't even mean to do that.
What is wrong with you?
Dude,
I can tell.
Oh my
He
God.
didn't mean to do it.
I literally didn't even mean. I literally, dude. Okay,
that's
Creed.
a lie.
No, I'm being dead ass.
Tell.
No, I'm sorry. I actually slipped. No, everyone's gonna think that I'm like an asshole, some rude bully.
You are a fucking asshole, Dean Withers. You are, bro.
Okay. I really didn't mean to do it, but I was just going to say, I just want to give you a quick cooldown. I'm going to thank a couple people here real quick. Hey, Colin, I appreciate you for the $5 and Venmo for being under the spell. Jess, thank you for the $5, saying that I just sent this in spite of them. Thank you so much for the love, Jess and Colton. As well as Maya, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Says, uh-oh, we're possessed, gang. Appreciate you for that love, Maya. Let's get 200 Maya W's. As well as Johnny, thank you so much for the $10 for the spellcast. Leo, thank you so much for the $5. Then Phoebe, thank you so much for the $15. Phoebe with the $15 says, it's the biggest spell that's ever been cast. There's never been a bigger spell than this. Yes, we're casting spells all day, every day. Phoebe, thank you for the $15. And then Kelly, thank you so much for the 10. Melody, thank you so much for the 5. Rachel, thank you for the 5. Chris, thank you for the 5. Jade, thank you for the 5. John, thank you for the 5. Fussy, thank you so much for the 5. And then John, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, ever since I was put under your spell, I haven't been able to feed myself. Every dollar I make, I send you. Please release me from the spell. Help. Maybe Phil can save me. See, also, that's actually another really good point. Thank you so much once again for the $20, John. That Phil's going to come up here and he's going to be like, oh, you're literally so disrespectful. You're a bully. You're an asshole because you're calling me Phil. But then he's going to turn around and he's going to tell everyone that's ever donated to me that they're like somehow like sick. They're under a spell. They're being manipulated. They're being controlled. And like, come on, bro. If you're going to ask for respect, you better give respect first. You know what I mean? And then Cynthia, thank you so much once again for the $20 over on Venmo for the grift. Let's get 200 Cynthia W's. And then Laura with a $25 who says, thank you for putting me under the spell. Thank you so much, Laura. I cast my spell on you. And then Jackson, thank you so much for the $10. She says, please say, they're under the spell in your best Trump voice. My Trump voice has kind of gone away. And then Tracy and Brittany, thank you for the 5. And then holy shit, dude. Okay, we have 2 more to catch up over here on Venmo, but my goddamn, Atlas, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Dropping a smiley face. Atlas, man, it is good to see you today. Thank you so much for the love. Seriously, it is so fucking undeserved. Please, for everyone watching at home while we're trying to get this next Trump supporter loaded up into the box of debate, show some love to Atlas for the $50. Thank you. And then Mr. Mike, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, who says you stole his friend and you hurt his feelings. Hashtag PTSD. Yes, bro, we gave him PTSD for real, for real. Thank you so much, Atlas, for the 50. Thank you, Mike, for the 25. And just thank you all. I mean, we still have a couple people to get around to over on PayPal, but before we do, let's just quickly try to get that next Trump supporter up in here. Aiden, what's up? Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Well, you're also like 14, so good day, sir. Guys, make sure if you're in that queue, you're following the rules. You got to be at least 18. You got to be MAGA, and you got to be an American. I'd say the most important rule is just to be an adult, by the way. Definitely the most important rule. Zero exceptions to that rule whatsoever. Hey, do you support Trump?
I actually do, man, and I actually don't really have anything to debate. I actually just wanted to come on here and thank you from the bottom of my heart for being as respectful of a person as you are. You actually get a lot of hate. I'm a different kind of Trump supporter. I actually don't agree with 110% of what he says, like most of the right.
Yeah.
I think that people should, if you support him and say you do, I think you should look into why. Most people, just like the right wing, they go across the platforms and the nation. Do you hate Donald Trump?
I want to
And
just
they're
hop in
asking
here.
these.
I just want to hop in here real quick, Daniel. I appreciate you for your kindness, and I think it's awesome you think like I'm a respectful person, because that means like maybe I'll have like a larger potentiality of changing your mind. But you said that you didn't want to debate?
Well, I don't have anything to debate on, so if I'm breaking your rules, I apologize. But the main reason I wanted to come on here is the way.
Okay. Well, hey, Daniel, I'm going to kick you just because we are looking for some debates. But I do genuinely appreciate you so much for coming up here and, you know, being kind, saying that you think I'm a respectful person. I try my best. Sometimes I do fail, though. And, dude, all that I recommend here is that you just, you know, tune into the live stream and hopefully it could change your mind on why you support Trump. If you're not necessarily down to debate me, you know, there's still some good that could be done if you're in the audience. Welcome in, BJ. Do you support Trump?
Holy crap.
Are you MAGA? Okay.
That's a kid.
Yeah, it is
hey
a kid.
guys, I got to get out of here. I got to go take the boys to basketball practice. But I will say, if Creed is still listening, your only hope to save your friend is to get him to give his life to Pisas. That's the only way. Pisas can save you. That's it.
So real.
True.
Take care, Satan. I appreciate you for joining. Hey, Robert Casey, do you support Trump?
I do.
Cool, man.
Hold on,
Appreciate you
let
for
me-
being here. Here, just give me 1
let me-
second so we can catch up over on PayPal, and then we'll start a debate, okay?
Take your time, brother.
All right, man.
No
First and
hurry.
foremost, hey, Alexander, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. He says, not sure I was banned from the Discord as a supporter. Hey, Alexander, we do have an appeals Discord server. So if you feel like you were falsely banned, join the appeals Discord server. In fact, I don't really know the join code. If someone in the Discord could let me know how to find that appeals join code, I could give that to you. Thank you for the $10, Alexander. As well as Adrian, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Show some love to Adrian down below in that chat, guys. That is Adrian. Thank you so much, Adrian. And then Lily, thank you for the $10. Who says I'm on your streams every day, and you're the reason why I'm taking AP Government. Good luck in AP Gov, and I hope that it creates some good future prospects for yourself, going to university and seeing what you could do with your life. Best of luck, Lily. Thank you for the $10. And then holy shit, dude, Caesar and Kathy. My God, Caesar and Kathy both sent $100 over on PayPal. Oh my God, you guys. Caesar with $100 says, I'm glad Creed learned his lesson. Keep up the good work. Caesar, it is good to see you again. And thank you just once again for the undeserved kindness. I mean, you've been in here so many times. You've dropped so much love. And in fact, that same sentiment is true for you, Kathy. Thank you for the $100 as well. well, who says, I guess I'm under the biggest spell ever. Kathy is in here nearly every single evening, showing up and showing out. I love you both. Thank you so much, Caesar and Kathy, not just for the $100, but also just for being, big supporters that are in here like nearly every day. I want y'all to please show some massive love to Caesar and Kathy. And then one last time, as always, to both of you guys, thank you so much for the undeserved kindness. I don't fucking deserve it. I don't deserve it. Thank you so much for the kindness. From the bottom of my heart. Thank you both. Then Angela, Angelina, thank you for the $30. She says, you were great at casting, you're great at spelling in words. I believe in you. Never give up. Well, thank you so much, Angelina. Thank you. Let's get 300 Angelina W's and then 1,000 Kathy and Caesar W's and show some love to all the other donors as well. And let's hop into that next debate. Robert, take it away. Tell me and Parker why you're MAGA.
There's a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons I do think we need tougher border control, tougher immigration laws.
Yeah, I don't think that Donald Trump is really giving us tougher border control or tougher immigration laws. He's not really doing much down there. Now, if the follow-up question is, well, Dean, then why did border crossings fall by 97%? It's because of what he's doing here domestically, of scaring that new entry away by infringing on the human and constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants that are already in the country. When we're blackbagging people for having expired visas, then deporting them with no due process to seek out in El Salvador, where they are literally being tortured, literally being beat, and literally being starved. Of course, it's going to scare away any new undocumented entry, but it's bad because it's immoral and it's bad because it's short term. The moment when we have a president that isn't a total fascist, that incentive structure is going to reverse, as the current president has not imposed any proactive long-term policies to serve as a solution to undocumented entry.
Certainly an intelligent, forthright type of opinion. Mind if I ask you a question?
Would appreciate if you could speak up a little bit, though.
I said that's a very good point of view. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is there anything that he does that is good? In your opinion, has he done anything for this country that you would consider good?
Yeah, I think that I could be able to identify a small handful of things that Trump has done that I'd say are good.
Such as?
For instance, I think that the right to try act was good in a lot of circumstances. I think that, his expedited approval of the vaccine was overall good, but that was kind of canceled out by his rhetoric saying, shouldn't wear a mask, so on and so forth. But obviously, for the most part, I do think that 99% of the things that Donald Trump has done as president have been incredibly harmful and wrong.
Fair enough. That's really all I mean, you'll find, I think, that most of the people that support Trump, it was for lack of choices, in my opinion, that we believed in. I would have loved to vote for somebody other than Trump, but there just was no candidate that stood out for me. I was not going to vote for Kamala Harris because I don't think she's qualified.
Wait, why not?
Why do I not think she's qualified?
Yeah.
It's by the way she got to where she is as running for president. I think she got backdoored into that position. They could have literally picked anybody else in that situation. They knew Joe Biden. Well, that's not your truth, but the truth is they could have picked anybody but her, but they did pick her, and I just could not support her.
Can I tell you why? Because it's in that circumstance, the vice president steps up when the president steps down. We voted for the Biden-Harris administration, the Biden-Harris ticket, because they were incumbents. We knew that she would step up if the president stepped down. So that would be the democratic process. Plus, no one decided to run against her, and 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee. So we did mostly determine that she was the better candidate. Now, also, if you care about democracy, if you care about the right vote being done, and then being in the position democratically, then why do you support a candidate that literally sent false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when we didn't win to try to steal the election in 2020?
Well, you can. I'll answer that question in just a second. But the real reason she got put into the nomination is because all the funds that were raised for that election could not go to anybody else but her from Biden. That's the reason she got the nod, not because she was qualified, not because she had any experience. I mean, she didn't do anything as a vice president. She didn't do anything out in California. No, she didn't.
Yeah, she did. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever. Can you tell me anything J.D. Vance has done as vice president?
No, most vice presidents don't do anything. But
well, I can tell you something explicit with Kamala Harris. For example, the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and it reduced prices for certain types of pharmaceutical drugs.
Okay. Well, apparently not enough people thought that like you do, because if that was the case, she would have won. And
I mean, that doesn't make what I said wrong.
Because there was no choices. That's one of the things that bothers me about our country. Out of 370 million people, that's the best. These are the best that we have to pull from. Trump, Kamala, any of them. I mean, it just amazes me we can't find better candidates than what we have to choose from. I think maybe that's something we can all agree on.
From ideological standpoints, sure, you could say that, but like again, that's not like you're not understanding that. Again, Kamala Harris is qualified to be in the position. She was vice president. She was district attorney. She was attorney general. She was a senator. She has many of the qualifications required to be president.
Yeah, I kicked him. He was following a 15-year-old girl.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
dude.
there's a couple tickets opened. Like one of the tickets opened was like for this account of like this like I want to say like maybe 7-year-old boy who like runs an account with 1 million followers where he's like actually a great chef and cooks food. And I was like, I mean, I could understand why somebody would follow that if they're not a total creep, just because it's like kind of like sick that this little ass kid is like cooking great ass food. Like I think I've seen his account before and I was definitely wowed. But no, then someone else sent another screenshot of like him literally following just like a 15-year-old girl. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest here, y'all. Only Oppen said that Q, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We got the next guest loaded up in here right now. If you happen to be a part of the 18.3 thousand people hanging out with us for the day on TikTok, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends. Same thing on YouTube. Drop a like, y'all. And if you do want to support myself or Parker, you can find our Venmos and PayPals in the respective link trees in our bios. And then over on the YouTube stream, you can find it in the pinned message. Welcome into You Support Trump. Hello? Nope, they're not here. All right, goodbye. Moving on to the next guest here, y'all. Only up instead of the Q of your MAGA. Only up instead of the Q of your MAGA.
Amanda, thank you for the $5, and Mama A, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much.
We got Chris Hall joining up. By the way, there's like this, it's very like faint, but this like interesting feedback coming from your mic.
Okay.
It's very faint. It's very faint. I don't know if like maybe no one else could hear it because I'm just wearing these big old headphones. Hey, do you support Trump?
Oh, hell no.
Base, dude. All the love to you, dude. We are just looking for MAGA, though, so I'm going to have to move on. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Y'all, please follow our rules. Only up instead of the Q of your MAGA. Please, 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 please. Someone in the chat, I think, said it best. It kind of sounded like Morse code. That is true. It kind of sounded like really faint Morse code in the background. Hey, dude, Tammy, appreciate you for the $5 over on PayPal. Who says, I thought that we raised money to permaban Phil. Oh, dude, it was just like $1. That was a joke. Thank you for the $5, Tammy. And then Sierra, thank you for the $5 as well over on PayPal. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Yes.
Are you driving?
No.
Get out of here, bro. Moving on to that next guest. Yo, Arlene, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Who says, here's my monthly donation. Keep up all the good work for Mama A. Arlene, it is good to see you again. You've been doing this for like multiple months now to the point where like I know you. I know your name. Arlene, thank you so much for the $20. Please show some love to Arlene down below in that chat. As well as Sahid. Oh, I did say it perfectly. Sahid, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Sahid. Sahid with the $20 says, hello again, Dean. You could call me S, even though you said my name perfect last week. I am the American of a Somali descendant from last week, and I'm not sure if you remember.
What's up, Dean?
But you shouldn't have to, just give me one moment, dude. But you shouldn't / don't have to apologize for Trump and his hateful rhetoric. Thank you for your streams. Keep it up. Sahid, the reason why I probably leaned towards calling you S is because I didn't know if that was a correct pronunciation of your name. But now that I know that it is, that's awesome. Thank you so much for the $20, man. And it's good to see you again. And I hope that you're doing well. And the one here over on PayPal, Miss Karen. Thank you so much for the $35. Thank you so much for the love, Karen. Karen says, thank you for what you do in these live streams. These are so many times I scream at my phone at the people who you are debating. Oh my God, me too, but internally, because I have to try my best to keep my cool. Karen, it's good to see you. I'm happy that you enjoy the live streams. And please show some love to Karen down below in that chat for the $35. Then, of course, Leslie, thank you for the 1, and Aaron with a 5. And yes, I see a bunch of people in that chat saying that the mic is buzzing. That's because I have a very old and archaic mix amp for my microphone. In fact, the replacement is in. It's actually sitting in a box downstairs. It was dropped off by Amazon about an hour ago, so while I was already live. So we'll have that tomorrow. Go ahead and take it away, bro. Tell me and Parker why you support Trump. Oh, actually, first, how old are you?
I'm 18. I just want to ask you one question.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes. I just want to ask one question.
I'll allow you to ask me a question if you agree to debate.
Okay, yeah. So I just want to know, why did you switch up on your thoughts about Kirk's death? First you were crying about
I
it. and
literally,
then you
literally
mocked
never
it, you
switched up on
laughed
my
about
death.
it.
I
You
literally
did,
never
because you were
switched up on my
crying about
thoughts.
it. You were crying about it, and then all of a sudden, there's video proof of you doing it, so you can't deny it. There's a video proof of you playing the song "We Are Charlie Kirk" and then laughing about it. So why'd we switch up, bro?
What I was laughing at is the AI shitty slop song that a bunch of people made following his death, saying that we are Charlie Kirk. Listen, bro, if I was publicly executed, okay, and then like, I don't know why you got that flag, Parker. Do you want to come back on a different account?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, sounds good. He just got a flag for misinformation. That's crazy. But anyways, just to pick up where I left off, I'm laughing at the shitty AI slop song that people made about him and about his death. Okay, listen, like if I was executed and then like even some of my supporters made a shitty AI slop song saying that we are Dean Withers, I would literally haunt them from the grave. Okay, and also me laughing at a very seriously funny song does not mean that I think Charlie Kirk deserved to die. That just means I think that maybe the people
You think that song is funny? It's literally mocking his death. How is that funny to you?
How is it funny? Because it's AI slop?
And you're smiling right now.
Yeah,
Why the
'cause
hell
it's
is that funny
hilarious.
to you? It's hilarious mocking someone who was murdered in front of his family?
No, the AI slop song. We are
You
Charlie
just said
Kirk.
the song is funny.
Yeah, it's
Oh my
absolutely
God.
hilarious.
So you celebrate and think that murder is funny. That's what you just said.
No, I think that AI slop songs are
You're
funny.
smiling right now, Dean. It's literally obvious. Like, you
yes.
can't
Now
run from
I'm
it, bro.
starting to find you funny because of how like honestly dishonest you
Funny
are.
because you're laughing at a man who was murdered in front of his family.
No, what's funny is your clear dishonesty. Okay, you literally either have 3 brain cells or you're being intellectually dishonest if you like cannot see the difference between somebody, all right, laughing at Charlie Kirk being assassinated and laughing at a song that was made after his assassination with the use of AI, literally saying "We are Charlie Kirk." Like
You are
stop
laughing at
crying.
a song that is mocking a man who was murdered. So that means you are mocking him and making fun of him.
Okay,
Do you know how that works?
I completely reject that logic.
You're a smart man, Dean. Do you know how that works?
I don't know how that works now.
Okay, so then you just called yourself an idiot.
I don't think I'm an idiot for not knowing why you
just
think
called yourself-
that killing somebody is synonymous to making a song about somebody with the use of AI. It's not mocking his death, okay? It's mocking the song that was made following his death. Can you acknowledge that?
No, it's mocking his death because they're making fun of him being dead.
No, I'm not
The
making
song
fun of
was
him being
made
dead.
because-
I'm
no,
making
the
fun
song
of the
was made.
song.
The song was made because it's mocking his death. The song is mocking his death. It's not celebrating him or doing anything
yes,
crazy
it is.
whatsoever.
No, the
it's
song,
not.
The song was made
No,
in,
it's
in
not.
glorification of him.
No, it is not.
Okay, then obviously you don't know your history. All right,
You don't know
it was
your
made- it was
history.
made in
You're
glorification of
laughing
him.
at a man.
How do you know that?
You
Okay,
switched up.
Dude,
You're
this,
mad I
this shows
confronted
me.
you.
No,
and it's okay.
Okay, stop steamrolling. Stop with the ad homs. Okay, we all know that
You're mad
wrong.
and I'm confronting
This
you,
actually,
Dean. It's okay.
Actually, that last statement just proves to me that you know that song is funny because you think.
Oh, and
that,
I want to.
Please don't.
Wait.
Wait. If you think that I'm an idiot and I'm just like showing that I'm a fool, then allow me to continue to speak. Don't interrupt me, please.
All right, go ahead.
Thanks, little bro. I appreciate it. But anyways, as
I'm
I
not
was
little,
saying,
bro.
yes, you absolutely.
I'm not
are.
little.
Yes, you are.
I'm a grown adult. Try again.
Yeah, I'm talking about your brain, very small. Beauty.
Try
right,
again,
okay.
buddy.
Well, I mean, I don't have to try again because I said what I wanted. But now you're still interrupting me, so I can't make the point. You actually proved my point there because you said
Didn't prove
that
anything.
yes, you did. You just can't let me speak. That's how we know that you're losing.
Oh, you do this all the time with everyone. You don't let them speak. So why
Well, I
is
mean,
it any
obviously
different?
that means that you've literally never watched my live stream before. I've literally been raising my hand to try to speak. The only reason why you're interrupting like you are, and honestly, the only reason why many guests that come up here to like spew similar anti-Dean bullshit as you are, like continue down this like war-torn pathway of interruptions and steamrolls, is because you know that the only basis for the claims that are making is the hate that you hold against me because I'm right and I prove people like you wrong. All right? Not any reason, fact, or logic. But anyways, to get back to the claim that I've been trying to make now for the last 5 minutes that you've been perpetually interrupting, you proved my point that that song is funny as shit and that song is something that we should all laugh at when you said that you think that song is so insane that you actually reject the notion it was made by one of the Charlie Kirk supporters, and you are rather assuming that it was made to mock him. Lil bro, I hate to inform you, no, that song was not made to mock him. That song was made to glorify him by his supporters. And the fact that you even think it was made to mock him just shows how terrible and hilarious of a song it is.
Oh, are you done now?
Yeah. Would you like to respond?
I didn't want to hurt your feelings and interrupt you.
Don't worry, my feelings aren't hurt. Those are yours.
That's why you got upset and muted me multiple times.
I muted you because you're interrupting me.
You got interrupted and got your feelings hurt. It's okay, dude.
I didn't get my feelings hurt. I just put you on mute, okay, because I wanted to be able to continue to speak. Like, I don't know why you think that somehow it means that my feelings are hurt if I just prevent you from interrupting me so I can
what
finish
happened?
my sentence. Okay? Now I'm doing it for the love of the game, though. I'm going to do it one more time for the love of the game.
Contradicting your own things.
I put you on mute. Unmute yourself. Can you unmute yourself, please?
You going to debate me?
Good
or you
boy.
just going to be scared?
Thank you for unmuting yourself. Good boy.
Yeah, I'm not a good boy.
Oh, sorry. Bad boy.
You're a good little boy. That's why when Kirk was actually alive, he cooked you in every single debate you debated him in. And nice vape, by the way. We all saw it in your video. You can't deny it anymore.
Nope, it's an anxiety pin.
It's not. We saw the vape. You can't deny it.
You're literally proving your lack of media literacy.
And Parker, you know it's funny because it's
I have
true.
a question. What did I debate him on?
Oh, because you think he's trying to
Everyone
deny
saw
that he has
Everyone
that,
saw
other
it.
than
You can't
trying to
deny
not
it.
use TikTok
You can't
TOS.
deny it. Everyone saw it, bro.
My friend.
Yeah, we're definitely denying it by doing what we're doing. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, dude. No, the reason why we're laughing at you is just because you lack media literacy in order to understand that that has been a running satirical joke generated because I don't even think I could say VAP on TikTok. But anyways, you said that he cooked me in the debates that I had with him. What topic did I debate Kirk on?
Good boy, Dean.
What topic did I debate Mr. Kirk on?
Good boy.
You don't have an answer
You
to the
debated
question?
him in abortion, by the way. You
Okay.
debated him in abortion, by
So
the way.
what was the argument that I made and how did he dispute it?
It's on TikTok and it's on YouTube. You can go back and watch it on Turning Point, any of his debates, or you can also go look at Surrounded, I believe.
So I'm just asking you for justification for the claim that you made that he cooked me. What was the argument that I made and how did he dispute it? If you don't know the argument I made and you don't
like
know
I said,
how
you can go do your
research.
research. You're a good boy. Do your research.
Dude, we were on the episode. We're familiar with what the fucking episode is on.
How the hell do you
answer the question?
He's literally telling us that we need to go do research over our own debates. Dude, this guy's an idiot.
Okay.
Listen, could you have an answer to the question or not? Well, the reason
How do you
why
not
I'm
remember it if
asking
you were
you,
there?
the reason why I'm asking you what argument I gave him and what his refutation was, is to demonstrate that you literally don't have a single fucking clue. And the only reason that why you say that he cooked me inside of that debate is because you're a tribalistic moron.
I'm not a moron.
So then prove
Kirk
me
was
wrong.
way better
Then
than you.
specify to me in clear English.
You were obviously
okay,
there.
it's
How do
the
you not
case
remember?
that he cooked
You
me.
were there. You said you were there. You both just said you were there. So how do you not remember?
Of course, I remember the argument that I made to Kirk. Once again, for one last time, stop being dense. The reason why I'm asking
You're
you
the
is
dense
just
one.
to demonstrate that you don't know.
I do know. You just don't want to accept that I'm right.
Okay,
It's
fine.
okay.
I'm going to test that I'm going to test that thesis. You just said that you know the argument I made and you know how he disputed it. So in fact, I'll repeat the argument I made and then I want
think
you
you
to
know
tell
that
me
I'm
how
right.
he disputed it. So the argument that I made, okay, is that the issue with his position is that under his position, he would classify a human zygote to be of deserving of the right to life or to be of deserving of moral value. And then he said that he does not think that it is murder when a zygote dies. And he does not think that women with IUDs that kill zygotes are murderers. And then I responded by saying, okay, well then what is the relevant difference between why you think it's murder to kill a fetus and not murder to kill a zygote? So that was the argument that I made. And how did he dispute and defeat that argument? By the way, everybody watching, he's not going to be able to answer the question because he doesn't know. The only reason why he thinks that Charlie Kirk won in the debate that I had with him is for one last time because he's a tribalistic moron. So watch him like flail, watch him evade,
Explain how
and
much
watch him run away. But something that he will not do is he will not answer to give us all the refutation Charlie Kirk granted to defeat the argument I just repeated.
Explain how I'm a tribalistic moron, because you've said that numerous times now.
Sure, after you give the refutation that Charlie Kirk granted to dispute the argument I just repeated.
You literally proved to you why abortion was murder.
How
I
so?
mean, it's literally in the video.
So how did he prove that? How did he dispute my argument?
Because you can you can go look it up on a website. By the way, it's literally proven.
Why can't you
Multiple
tell us?
abortionists. I'm going to if you just wait.
Okay,
Like,
good
Just
boy.
be quiet so I can explain.
Good
Good
boy.
boy. You're a good boy.
You're stealing my
Anyways,
jokes now.
there's an
You're the real
abortion
good boy.
website that has 2 abortionists on there that has 20 plus years experience. You can go look it up. It's pretty simple. They've explained that abortion is murder because they've done thousands of murders and they're poisoning the babies by this chemical pill that you take. It poisons them, suffocates them, and then after that, if that doesn't work and they don't dissolve correctly, then they will remove them by tools. So there's 2 different abortions that they can do, and I'm pretty sure he explained that. I could be wrong on that. I could be wrong.
You are.
I probably am wrong. I don't. Well, see, I can admit when I'm wrong, but you can't. It's okay. And also, I want to go on another debate. I'm not running away. I'm just saying I want to debate later on the Renee Good situation because I want to hear your take on that as well.
Sure.
So,
After you could tell me how Charlie Kirk disputed and defeated the
I just
argument
told you.
repeated. No, you
I
didn't.
just told you. I just told you, and I said I was wrong. So, I mean, what do you want to do with that?
Okay.
Because I can admit when I'm wrong. I'm a man. I can do that.
Okay. So then you concede that Charlie Kirk cooked me.
I can see that. What?
So then you concede the claim that Charlie Kirk cooked me. You no longer believe that claim.
Maybe okay. I can agree. Maybe not in that argument that right
Bob, I
there.
appreciate
But
you for the money gun.
like I said, I can.
What other argument did they have?
I'm just saying. In like other debates and stuff.
Yeah. What other debates?
There's multiple other debates, but
yeah.
I just
what other multiple debates?
Well, I didn't come with that on his live to debate that. I can't.
Well, just tell me, like, what other multiple debates with Charlie?
It's on TikTok, buddy. You have TikTok. You
No,
can go
it's
look
not.
At it.
There is
It
literally
is on
no
TikTok.
other debate that Dean has had with Charlie Kirk.
There is.
Because Charlie
It's
literally
literally all
ran
on
away
TikTok.
from it.
How much
He did
Charlie
not run
ran
away from
away.
it.
How much
He wouldn't debate Dean.
How much money do you want to bet?
You literally debated Dean
How
on
much
that
money do you want
surrounding.
to
You
bet?
said so yourself.
How much money do you want to bet that I had
It's
more than
literally-
one
He was
debate with
forced
Charlie
to.
Kirk? How much money?
You were
how
forced
much-
to debate
how
Charlie
much-
Kirk if you just said you.
How much money do you want to bet? Okay, that I had more than one debate with Charlie Kirk. How much money are you willing to put on that claim?
Now, hang on. I want to go back to what Park said because he just said that he said something about how.
You're saying that Charlie
What did
Kirk
you say?
was forced to debate me
How was he forced to debate you?
because he was in the center of the
'Cause-
circle?
Yeah, and was he going to leave so he doesn't have
Forced
to
to
debate
debate
only
you?
Dean?
He willingly sat down and debated you. He could have literally just got up and left.
No, he willingly
That's the
sat
dumbest
down to
thing I've ever
debate
heard.
everyone. He didn't know who Dean was.
That's the dumbest claim I've ever heard. He knew who you were. In fact,
What?
he spoke on you, and he actually.
I mean,
gave
I
you,
actually
lifted you
don't
up. By the
know
way,
if- Did he know about you at that time, Dean?
No, he didn't know of me. Jessica, I appreciate you for the star, Matt Polaris. Hey, I'm just gonna ask this question one last time. How much money do you want to put on your claim that I had more than one debate with Charlie Kirk? I'm gonna need $1 amount.
I'm not a betting man. I'm not stupid.
Okay.
I don't bet my money.
It would be
I-
really stupid to bet money on that claim because it's false.
not. Also, okay, I'm ready to talk about the Renee Good situation.
Yeah,
I wanna
sure.
see your take
After
on
you
that.
could concede for a second time because I only had one debate with Charlie Kirk.
I already have, so
Wait, no, you conceded to the claim that he cooked me in that debate. Now I need to concede to the second claim that I had more than one debate with him.
I'm not conceding to it. And it's literally there. And you
Then-
just
then
don't
go
want to. You
find
don't want to
any
admit to
evidence
it.
of it.
So. It's on TikTok. I told you there's
Okay,
evidence
then
of
it
it.
should
You
be
just don't want to
really
look
easy
at
to
it.
go find that
you
evidence.
conflating?
When you're done
Dean
with this
I thi-
live, when you're
hey,
done
dude,
with this
I
live,
think you're
you can
I
go
think you're
look it up.
conflating. You're conflating
I'm not
Dean and
conflating
I.
anything. You can go
You're
look it up.
conflating Dean and
It's
I.
easy.
I've
It's a
had
simple-
multiple
it's a simple
conversations with
TikTok
him.
search.
Dean
It's
is
a
not.
simple TikTok search. It's not that hard.
So are you calling
Yes,
me a
I
liar?
know. Yeah, Dean and I know. We're very familiar with what we're fucking going to be doing and what we have done. Oh wait, you
Get it
can't
out,
even
Dean.
respond. You can't even respond.
You can't even
I'm
respond.
Dean.
You're stumbling
you keep
on your
thinking I'm
words.
Dean. You keep thinking I'm Dean, you idiot. I've debated him multiple times. Dean's only talked to him
I'm talking to
once.
Dean.
There's literally no other conversation. Do you want to put money on this? Get me in on this. $5,000 right now each. Okay?
Yeah, dude. I
wouldn't wanna take
you
your
know what?
money,
Fuck
bro.
it. I'll bet you $500 right now that I did
I wouldn't
not
want
have.
to take your money, bro.
Okay, why not?
Because you need it, bro.
Okay, why do you think I need
You
it?
need to support all these disgusting and horrible lives. that
Wait,
you're
wait.
doing,
No,
so
I don't need it.
You do need it.
No, I don't.
You do need money.
No,
You don't need money anymore.
I do not need that $500.
All right, so if you don't need money, just give all your money away.
Okay, I'll bet you every dollar.
We'll
in my
see
bank
how
account.
long your live takes.
Sure, I'll bet you every dollar in my bank account. How's that sound?
I'll do
you're
the
funny.
same bet.
I will
I'll do the
say that
same
you are
bet.
you are very funny, Dean. I can say
No,
that.
I'll bet you every dollar in my bank account. I don't need any of it. Yeah, I'm just simply, not a materialist. I don't know. I actually have solar panels on top of the house that I don't have any debt on, and my local city ordinance said, Dean, you don't owe us any property taxes, and I have a full farm in the back where we grow cattle, pigs, and chickens, and we
I
have
have 15 children now.
Yes. So I don't need a single dollar. I don't need a single dollar. So I want to bet you every dollar in my bank account. Don't run.
I'm not running. You keep muting me, so if anyone's running, it's you.
So do you want to do that? Do you want to bet every dollar?
Like I said,
your
I'm not
bank
gonna take
account?
your money.
Wait, I want you to.
I won't
take.
take. I won't take your money. I'm a generous man.
But I want you to take it. Don't run.
I'm a generous man.
Everyone can
Dude,
see
you just
that
know
this is
he knows
clearly
he's
not
gonna
running.
lose. He
It's not
knows he's
running.
gonna lose. You're running
No,
away. Then
it's
do
not
it.
running.
Take my bet. Take my bet.
You know, betting is illegal in most states, by the way.
It's not in
Wait,
mine.
how about this? Do you think that the lives that I do are good for America?
No.
Okay, I'll delete my TikTok
Not-
account.
not
and
even-
stop
not
doing
even
the lives
close.
if you could prove that I've had more than one debate with Charlie Kirk.
All right, let me go find it real quick. Don't kick me.
Wait, will you bet? Will you give us money if you're wrong?
No, it's not because he knows.
Oh, you runner.
Oh, I'll be right back. Don't kick me.
I'll delete my.
He knows that he's gonna lose.
I'll delete my TikTok account. I'll literally delete my TikTok account. All right. Let's see here. Super duper quickly. By the way, he's saying don't kick me. Chances are he's just gonna leave the live. I guess we'll see. Tammy, thank you for the $1 in Venmo. Says, out of curiosity, why do people need to concede before you move on? You know they won't. That's because I believe in linear dialogue. I'd like try to uphold a rule just so we don't like get like constant barrages of pivots that we either get a concession or a counter argument on a point if I don't believe that it's been sufficiently explored. And then, dude, Michael, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much, man. Please show some love to Michael down below in that chat, you guys. Michael with the $100 donation says, "We Are Charlie Kirk was a stupid song. Charlie Kirk did not deserve to die, but you do not become a hero in your death when you've been a weapon of the enemy your whole life. His death is another example of a lack of gun control in the U.S. I honestly agree with every word that you just said, Michael. Thank you for the $100. Dude, let's get 1,000, Michael W. Seriously, dude, that is so incredibly generous and kind of you, Michael. I hope that you're having a great, great, great day. Let's get 1,000 Michael W's down below. And then Elizabeth and Layla, thank you both for the 5. And then, Michael, I didn't even see this, but you actually sent another 150. Dude, holy shit, man. So, Michael with the total of $250 fucking dollars says, "Hey, Dean, love you, bro. Good to see you." Holy shit, man. Michael, bro, you've shown so much love to me. You've shown so much love to Parker. You've shown so much love to Santana. I appreciate you. He appreciates you. We all fucking appreciate you, Michael. I'm gonna need to see everyone watching to please show some love to Michael down below in that chat. And you know my thoughts, Michael. You know how grateful I am. Thank you so much for your kindness. Please show some love to Michael down below. And then one more here, Mad Scramble. I appreciate you for the $20 who says, "I'm a climatologist with MAGA parents." Yeesh. "I donate to you, Santana and Parker, because you promote facts and model critical thinking, making the world better for my kids, and it is worth every penny." Oh, Mad Scramble, thank you. Thank you so much for the $20. And I can't even imagine how frustrating that must be to be a climatologist with MAGA parents that probably deny climate change. And then one more here, Luna. Thank you for the 24 euros over on Super Chat. Thank you, Luna. Let's get 300 Luna W's. Who says, "Kirk only pivoted with questions to stall time and talk to BS about
I'm on the live, by the way,
Lance
Lynn.
nonsense."
So,
So what do the trumpets think of his mental decline? 4x saying Iceland instead of Greenland in one speech, the country he'd invade. Yeah, Donald Trump is definitely experiencing a mental decline. By the way, if that was Biden that messed up the name of Greenland to be Iceland 4 times in the same speech, that'd be replayed on Fox News for the next 3 weeks. Just saying. Did you find the evidence that I had more than
yeah,
one
he
debate
debated
with
you
him?
twice in that surrounded, by the way.
Actually, no, that's
Two
also
different
false.
arguments. That's not false.
Yeah, it is, because I was only allowed to go up once.
Not. No, you weren't.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
literally,
false.
I
That's
remember
really
the
false
conversation.
information.
Wait, stop. I remember the conversation because Jubilee literally only let him do it once because he had his own Jubilee that he was filming right after. Or right before, actually.
Yeah. They only let me
that's
go up
false
once.
information.
What was the second debate with that I had with him then?
That's false information, by the way.
Then what was the second debate
Again,
that I had with
he's
him?
conflating me and
It's
Dean.
not conflating.
Yes, you
And
are.
also, I do remember that
So
you went
can we
to
see the
the
proof?
campus. I do remember you going to the campus.
And he never
That was
debated me
me.
at that
And
campus.
patiently, it was both of you, by the way, because you
He's
were
talk-
crying.
he's talking
telling
about
him to
what I
let you up.
Okay.
No, you were crying to him, telling him to let you up on the mic. So you just
like crying
lied.
because he
You
wanted
just
to
lied,
debate
by
me.
the way.
Crying because he wanted to debate me. So
Yeah, you were crying.
So now
You
what
were
was the
literally on the
second
verge
debate
of
that-
tears.
Okay, yeah, sure, whatever you say, man. Now what was the second
We were-
debate that I had with him on that Surrounded
I
episode?
told you had multiple debates.
So
on
what was the
same
second one
exact,
about?
Episode, by the
So
way.
you know what the first one was about? You knew it was about abortion. Now what was the second one about?
I don't remember the topic, what it was about.
Oh,
but
then
I
how do you know that it
debated me
exists?
Because it's on YouTube. You can go back and look at it. I haven't looked at the YouTube video in
Okay,
like 2
well,
years.
then just
so-
go on pause, look at the YouTube video real quick and find it. I mean, like literally, my account's on the line here. You could get me to literally delete my account and stop doing these lives if you could just like quickly go to YouTube, type in Charlie Kirk Surrounded.
You have a
by
computer
Jubilee,
in front of you,
and
bro.
then
You
should be
can
able to
look
find
up
it
the
yourself.
YouTube video right now.
Oh, well, I know that if I go and I look at the YouTube video, I'd be wasting my time because I want to be there. But
No,
you think
you're just
otherwise.
scared
So
to
you're
look
the
it
one
up.
that have to do the own research for
You're
your own
scared
claim.
to look it up.
I'm not
I've given
scared.
you the
I'm just
research
simply
and
asking.
the citation. You just don't want to look it up.
I'm not scared. I'm just simply asking you to provide evidence for your own claim. Okay.
I have
Remember when
evidence.
you were in like sophomore year of high school and you'd have to write research papers and then you had to do like an attached bibliography. So if you got an F on one of those research
YouTube.
papers because you did
YouTube,
not
by
give
the way.
sources for your claim, okay, would you say
YouTube,
that your
by the
teacher
way.
was scared?
YouTube, by the way, that's a source.
No, it'd be a minute mark.
It's on YouTube.
It'd be a minute mark.
It's a source. YouTube is a source.
What's the hour and minute mark of the debate video? It's over an hour and a half
It's a source,
long.
by the way.
You're completely evading the words that are coming out of my mouth because you know that
I'm
you're
not
wrong.
evading anything. You
Okay,
said
then stop evading the following question. What is
You
the
said I
hour
didn't-
and minute mark of the second debate that I had with
You
Charlie Kirk
said-
in that surrounded episode? Stop
You
evading.
said I did not
No,
have
you're
a source.
evading. You're evading.
No, you
Precision.
said you're
What is
lying.
the hour
You are
and minute
lying
mark?
on your
No,
lie.
you're
You're lying.
completely evading. What is the hour
not
and minute
evading.
mark?
You are
Yes,
about-
then stop. Then answer to this. What is the hour and minute mark of the second debate that I had with Charlie Kirk in that surrounded episode?
Why are you trying to lie into just leave?
Why are you
from
trying
it?
to
are
evade?
li-
Stop evading!
I'm not
Chat, this
evading.
guy's evading! You are
I'll
evading this
answer it.
question! Everybody spam!
I will
Spam,
answer
answer
it
the
when
question.
you-
Everyone spam, answer the question.
I
Tell
will
me
an-
the hour and minute
I will
mark
answer it
of
if
the
you'll shut
second.
up.
No, tell me the hour and minute mark of the second debate that I had with Charlie Kirk
I
in
will
a
answer it if
surrounded
you'll shut
episode.
up.
Then do it!
Be quiet, good boy. Good boy. Shut up. You ask a question, yet you ramble and don't even let someone finish. Are you going to let me talk now?
Hour and minute mark, please.
Good boy. That's a good boy, D. So let me go look up at the hour and the minute mark. That way I have it correctly because you're going to complain if I don't have it correctly. So I'll be right back and I'll bring you your little hour, minute, and minute mark.
Good.
I like
Good
how
boy.
he just can't acknowledge that he was wrong and acknowledge the reality that Dean only debated him once. This is an obvious fact. And why would you literally dispute this when the person who did the debate themselves is telling you this right in front of you? Like, it's just the most ridiculous thing to do. Why would you ever do this? Why would you die on this hill?
Dude, okay, he's about to come back and crash out. So everyone that is like spamming, oh, this is getting boring in the chat, it's about to get real fucking interesting when this guy comes back without being able to find the hour and minute mark and crashes the fuck out. Like, guys, I would assume that the crash out we're about to witness will be absolutely generational. Okay.
Can I thank a few people real quick
Yeah, of
before he
course.
gets back? For sure, for sure. Dom, thank you so much, by the way. Thank you for I think it was the $55 as a whole. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Dom in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Kimberly, thank you for the $50 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And don't worry about that at all. Thank you so much. The VOD is definitely on YouTube as well. You can always make sure to check those out. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know, Guest is super dishonest about CK. I totally agree with you. Good some W's for them in the comment section as well. Judy, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $15. W's for Judy. And thank you so much. I'm fully caught up.
Perfect.
Okay, so it's 4 seconds into the video and it's 15 minutes and 36 seconds left on the clock. There's your minute and source.
That was the abortion debate, dude.
No, you can go look it up. You're saying it's abortion. You haven't even looked it up.
Because I was the one that recorded the video.
You recorded the video? Your little camera was there?
Yeah.
You just
I
said
was in
Jubilee
the
recorded
video.
it.
I was like the one that recorded the video. I was the one debating. And we just got screenshots sent over on Discord of this guest following multiple, not just one, but multiple confirmed 15-year-old girls. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Sherry loading up into the box. Dude. Bro. Dude, some of y'all are saying some weird shit right now in that YouTube chat.
Some of y'all are saying some weird shit right now in that YouTube chat. Some of y'all are saying some weird shit.
I really wish that we could talk to Sherry Hall, but it sounds like their mic just simply doesn't want to cooperate with the conversation. Oh, fuck, Parker. You know what? I've gotten like a handful of flags on the stream. I don't really know what for. I think we need to do a restart.
Yes, I would just do a restart, man. Be safe.
Gotta be safe, bro. Plus, like, we still have like 2 hours left, so it's like it's a good time to restart, if anything. Are you gonna come back?
Yeah, absolutely.
Bet. Hey, for everyone watching. So TikTok has been really like crashing and coming down hard on me and Parker as of recently. Like right now, Parker literally doesn't even have access to his main account because of a lot of like violations that he got on his stream today. And I've also now gotten a bunch of those same violations. So we have to do a restart. And this is only for the TikTok live stream. But guys, here's the thing. They're really easy and they're really fast. The restart takes 5 fucking seconds. So I've already been talking about the restart for longer than it'll take. But before I tell you how to come back even faster after the restart, first and foremost, we only usually get around 50% of the viewership back. So right now we have close to 20,000 viewers on TikTok. At the end of the day, only like 10,000 of y'all will come back. I don't understand why. So if you think that you're going to be part of that 50% that doesn't come back, I would highly urge you to please come back to the stream. First and foremost, hit that follow button in the left top hand corner so you'll be able to find the new live stream on your following list if you can't follow the following rules. Okay. Here's the faster way to come back, even if you followed me. So once the live stream is over, it'll say live has ended. Then it will show you a picture of my profile picture. You click on my profile picture that it shows you. It'll direct you to my account page. Count to like 10 or 15. Refresh the account page by pulling down. And then you'll be able to click into the new live on the top of the phone. So this is super duper quick. It's super duper easy. We have another 2 hours of debates coming right at you. So I really do hope that you come back. And I'm going to start counting down from 10. I think last time I did a restart, I was literally back on by 7. So it literally took 3 seconds. Okay, let's do that now. See you all very, very soon. 10, 9, 8, 7. Yeah, with 3 seconds. And for everybody hanging out with us on YouTube, okay, isn't it nice to like not have to deal with like these shitty ass restarts? Isn't it nice, folks? Isn't it nice? Hey, Callie, thank you for the $10. Who says, hey, Dean and Parker, it's my 30th birthday today. With all the craziness going on in the world, I don't feel like celebrating, but I'm happy to be hanging out in here with you and your community. Well, happy birthday, Callie. Please do something to celebrate. Please do something to celebrate. The 30th is like a big day. You know what I mean? Please go and celebrate. And then V, thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars, who says, hey, Dean, I've been watching for a long time. I used to be on the fence about Trump, but because of you, I've now done my own research and now I watch your lives. Much love, but question, what are your thoughts on Chris V? I don't even know who that is, but I'm really happy that we've been able to help you get off that fence. That is awesome, awesome, awesome. All right. Welcome back into the TikTok live stream, everybody. We successfully pulled off the restart. Super good and necessary for the health of the live. Now, if you are watching and you are an American adult that supports Trump as president, go ahead and hop inside of that queue for me and Parker so we can pull you up here to debate. For all the friendlies, liberals, anti-Trumpers,
I came on last
minors.
time, but Parker, I just wanted to personally thank you for changing my opinion literally last live stream. Like, that has...
Dude, fire. Fuck yeah, dude. Dude, W Parker and W them. That's awesome. That's really cool, man. That's really cool. Let's go to get the next guest, Timmy, loaded up into the box here, folks. We got Timmy loaded in. And hey, Billy, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, who says, Dean, going on and on arguing with these obvious rage baiters is really challenging your intellect. Just for the love of God, just debate and stop. It's fucking insane. Yeah, the last couple guests have really been some terrible trolls to me. Hey, do you support Trump?
No, bro, I love you, though. I just wanted to say that. Goodbye.
Shout out to you, Timmy. You know the rules, though. We are just looking for MAGA. Moving on to the next guest here. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. For the first 10,000 people that have come back in from the live stream, from the restart, sorry. What did I say, dude? I said that only like 50% of people would come back. And look at me. I was like dead on, right on the money. Maybe like more will come back over the course of the next couple of minutes. I guess we'll just have to see. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yo, what's up, guys? Yeah, I do.
All right, man, give me 1 second here because I actually have to read out a very interesting donation. Okay, this is crazy. First and foremost, Miss Karen, thank you for the $50 over on PayPal. That's insane. Thank you so much for the generosity. Let's get 500 Karen W's. Thank you so much for the love. But it's the message that I find really interesting here. Karen says, my daughter was watching your live and her dad, my ex-husband, said that you were brainwashing her. Clearly why we are divorced. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I'm proud that all of my kids follow you. First and foremost, that's crazy. That sounds something like my mom would say in a very similar circumstance. That's nuts. Shout out to you and your children. Okay, it sounds like obviously I understand why y'all are divorced. We got a good mom and some great kids, but maybe the dad's a little bit iffy. But seriously, shout out to you, Karen, and thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you so much for the $50. Huge shout out to Karen. Let's show a lot of love to Karen down below. Okay, all right, Mr. Ace, take it away. Tell me and Parker why you're MAGA.
He's just the president. That's the way it goes. You always, every 4 years, you get a new president. Well,
yeah, but we're asking you why you think that the president is doing a good job.
My life has dramatically, got better.
Yeah, what specifically about your life?
More money, man.
More money? How so? Like, where did you get that more money from?
Work took off.
What do you do for work?
In the power industry.
You're in the power?
Yep, power, oil.
So you've just been working longer hours, or like what have you been doing?
Oh, just more drilling, more power, more,
So your company's been drilling more. So first and foremost, did you know in like a free market, even if the industry as a whole is failing, there will still be standout stars in that industry that continue to excel and make even more money. It just happens to be the rest of the industry that's making less. Second of all, we could possibly see like a local expansion of drilling, maybe wherever you happen to live, but we wouldn't see that same expansion of drilling in other parts of the country. And like third of all, regardless of all these facts,
oh man,
regardless of all these facts, the reason why I'm bringing it up is just because you are personally doing more work doesn't mean that Donald Trump is causing you to have more work. So if you would be able to like to tell me and Parker here, like what Donald Trump has done to give you more work, we'd really appreciate it.
Well, my question, I'm going to ask you a question is, if the economy is doing as bad as you guys say it is, it's perfect to have you and Parker on here at the same time. How do you account for everybody that donates you guys money? Like, if the economy was so bad, wouldn't you think they'd be saving their money? That's not get. I don't get. I'm honestly asking.
Our donors are not indicative of the average American. Like, sure, there's going to be a lot of people that support us that maybe don't have too much money. But see, the thing is they may send like, like a couple bucks here and there, right? And like, I'm incredibly grateful for them. I think that they're awesome. Like, huge shout out to them. But it's like, yeah, for like, I'm going to be honest, like for the most part, the people that you see donating like $100, $200, $500, okay, they're going to count for like 0.0001% of the overall viewers. And B, for the most part, they're fucking balling, dude. They're like, I mean, there's a couple more frequent donors that I have. Like, I know for sure, okay, like in that top 1% and are not representative of the economy as a whole and are definitely not a macroeconomic indicator.
The fact that I can give you multiple different facts about how the economy is not doing as great as what it would be if Democrats were in office. For example, real median wages are lower now since they were at the end of the Biden-Harris administration, the last year of Biden's administration. Real domestic manufacturing investment has gone down since Trump got in office. We've had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. Unemployment has increased since Trump got in office. Right, there are multiple different indicators like inflation, right, that are higher than what they would be if Democrats were in office. So again, Trump has literally created worse off conditions for the average person. Is there still a lot of growth for the highest level of income earners, especially in terms of GDP? Yes, but it's not being carried over to the average person.
Yeah, and just to solidify that last point, the average person does not donate to us.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, that was a question I wanted to know because obviously you guys get donors all day long, every day, of the week. And I was like, well, if the economy's so bad, people would be saving their money, even if it wasn't.
But just think about it this way. Every day I get over 500,000 people in and out of the stream on TikTok and over 50,000 people in and out of the stream on YouTube. Yet, but then, we maybe have like a couple hundred people that donate. And by the way, a couple hundred people donating is fucking insane. Like, that is so many people. They're incredibly kind-hearted. I am so appreciative of them. But like, that still represents like 0.0001% of the total amount of people that tune into the live stream. The average live viewer right now does not donate.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I guess that's you guys' point. But my other question was on the whole good thing. When you pull out of a spot, are you automatically just press down on your gas pedal and go fast? Because you can obviously in the video that wheel is spinning out. So, and it was facing him as a point that it's, spinning out. So do you think that is not a factor in the whole self-defense thing? Because it was literally spinning out towards him.
No, it wasn't. So when it was spinning out, that was after she was murdered, and she put more weight on it after literally being murdered, right? Because she was shot in the head.
It was spinning out
times.
Before
Secondly, she was going 3 to 5 miles an hour at the maximum around the time when he literally fired the
tire
shots.
Spinning out. So that doesn't
alongside the fact that what you're not taking into account
works.
is that he decided to reach for his gun before she even moved forward, right? He could have gotten out of the way to a greater extent, but decided to plant his feet and reach for his weapon.
So, when, cars are manufactured, they tell you right there on the booklet, 0 to 60 in 5.5 seconds. That tire is spinning out, bro. And you think that, you have that much time in your brain to make that choice.
Yes, you have the ability to easily jump out of the right. Jump out. Also, he saw her move to the right and turn to the right. Right? Her hands move that way. So
That's
quite literally,
seconds.
there's so
That's
many
seconds,
different
bro.
things.
That's seconds.
Yeah, and you should still be able to have the ability to react
Really?
as an ICE agent. Yeah.
No, in 60
Any
seconds.
reasonable ICE agent should be able to realize in that circumstance they should jump out. They should be able to jump out of the way, unless you don't have the
Car goes
ability
from
to
0 to
respond
60
with that.
in 5 seconds.
Yeah, and they weren't going 0 to 60. Obviously,
No, the tire was spinning out, man, facing him.
Why do you keep saying spinning out and facing him when it wasn't facing him? She was turning to the right. What are you talking about?
From the front, yes, but you see the other picture of the tire. He's still in front of that car, and it's spinning out towards him.
That claim is false.
What do you mean that claim is false?
You just said that he was in front of the car and the car was spinning out towards him. I could prove it wrong.
Go ahead and see it.
Perfect. So first and foremost, she turned the wheel away from him in the opposite direction, and he knew this because he was caught on the cell phone footage. He was holding it in his left hand while he was looking at her.
As the wheel was spinning out, as the tire was spinning.
Let me know when I could. Let me know when I could continue.
Go ahead, do what you want, bro.
I appreciate that, Ace. Thank you. I thank you genuinely. So, now I got to start from the top. Sorry, when I get interrupted, it just kind of throws off the whole thought process. From the top. Okay, so you said that the car was moving towards him. That is not true. She very clearly geared the vehicle to move away from all the ICE agents, including Jonathan Ross. And this point becomes exacerbated and proven when you watch the cell phone footage captured by Jonathan Ross, which demonstrates she actually turned her wheel as far to the right as the vehicle would allow her to. And then the cherry on top here, just to kind of demonstrate that what I'm saying is certainly true, not just maybe true, is that by the time he fired the first shot into her skull, he was off to the left of the vehicle after previously being in front of the vehicle, demonstrating that the car was moving away from him.
Can I talk now?
Yeah, I hear bags crunching in my room. Oh my god, there's no way. Is my cat?
Is that hail or is your cat?
Go ahead and continue to debate him. I think that's my cat.
Oh. Momo? Momo, what are you doing?
Momo.
You know, Momo's literally punched a hole in the wall before. Not trolling. I don't know how they did it. Oh, it must have been. Oh my god, it was Momo. It was Momo. Oh, wait. Oh no, what's happening? Oh no. Chat? Hello? What's going on? Okay. What was Momo doing, chat? I have no clue. That's crazy. Ace, go ahead and continue what you're saying. Oh, okay, we're back in terms of lighting.
Hey, sorry. No, continue the debate. My cat is in a bag, and I'm really trying my best to show y'all the cat in the bag, but the lighting settings on the camera are really low. Continue the debate, and while you guys are debating, I'm actually gonna try to show y'all Momo.
All right, for sure.
So
Ace, go ahead.
The way I think it, inertia, car's spinning out. Obviously, it's spinning out. So the floor is wet, the floor is ice, whatever. It's spinning out, and the wheels are towards him. It's still, in your mind, you're in front of the vehicle. Yeah, he obviously gets hit.
Ace, you're just straight up denying what you're seeing.
No. Oh, look at the cat.
Oh.
It's cat endangerment that you have a cat in the bag, bro.
Did you just say it was cat endangerment? You mean Momo hopped into the bag themselves?
Can you prove it?
Can I prove? Dean was on live.
I don't know. Maybe he, had a cat in the bag from the beginning. Can you prove it?
Really? So hours? So like how long ago?
Oh, sarcasm.
For the past few hours, bro. Come on.
But like I said, the tire is spinning out. You can obviously see it in one of the videos, and it's facing him. The car, obviously,
Not facing him, bro. What are you talking about? We already went over this. The cell phone footage shows that he was turning to, or that she was turning to the right.
It's before that. Obviously, the car, you're going to see that, yes. But the car was spinning out with the tires facing him.
I don't even know where you're getting this. What do you mean the tires facing in? In where?
Facing him. Facing towards the left.
No, they weren't. They were not going. Dude, she backed up and then went to the right.
Were you guys able to see the cat?
No.
Yeah, we were.
Cute.
It was really cute. He said it was cat endangerment, and I'm like, bro,
wait,
what are you talking about?
Wait. No. We got to debate a whole new fucking claim now. Why is that
No,
cat
no,
endangerment?
He said he was trolling after.
sarcastic.
He said he was trolling after.
All right.
That's what you guys.
So
He got me
what
too.
has this guy moved on his claim? Has he conceded? Like, what's going on? Like, what's the
Nope,
current
not
claim?
at all. Just keeps repeating
No,
the same point.
Because you obviously see it in that video. Play the video from the beginning.
I
and then
actually, I actually can't on TikTok.
Okay. Oh, you can't.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Why is that?
Because
Why
TikTok
is that?
considers it A, to be shockingly graphic content, and then B, use of firearms, which then C, has led to my live access being restricted 3 times.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
It never has for me recently.
I get it. I get it back. I get it back every single time. Like the appeal always goes through, but it's like I'd rather not have my account banned just to prove a dumbass.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed.
I mean, TikTok's doing God's work because it was trying to hit someone with a car. So yeah, it would be graphic.
Not happening, bro.
Wait. You're saying that it was attempted murder because it was graphic. So therefore, because they actually appealed that ban and gave me my account back all 3 times, it wasn't attempted murder.
Yep.
Okay, how about this? Do you want to debate something other than Renee Good's murder simply because I just can't show you the picture that proves you wrong? Like that's unfortunately, and like this is like TikTok's bad. Like I really wish I could debate you on the subject. I really wish I could prove you wrong. Like all that I need to do to prove you wrong is just to show you the picture, okay, of the wheels being pointed away from the officer the moment he took his first shot. But I literally can't do that. Oh my God, Momo's really getting deep into that bag. So I'm gonna have to mute my mic when I'm not talking because of the background noise. But is there any other? Like, just tell us why you support Trump as president.
Because he's the president. It's not like we can make a change right now. You know, you guys.
Okay, you're saying that you support him as president because he's president. So the thing is that in a functioning democracy, the hidden check and balance, okay, would be the social support from the people for or against what the president is doing. Okay, and we are not supposed to support the president if the president is acting in accordance with anti-American values that are hurting us, destroying families, and hurting people across the global stage. Because Donald Trump is hurting America significantly more than he's helping it. Even though he's president, you shouldn't support him as president.
Then why is he still president?
Because presidential terms serve in 4 years, and the only way to remove a president is if Congress impeaches them, which won't happen when we have a Republican majority in both chambers, or when the 25th Amendment is invoked, either by the presidential cabinet or left up to a 2/3 majority of Congress.
So why hasn't it happened yet? If you guys are saying
Republicans because Republicans
because of
account for a
Congress.
majority of Congress.
I mean, I think if the president was that bad, it'd be done by now, you know?
Okay, so this guy's just gonna he just keeps repeating the same arguments even after we disprove them.
You also just can't impeach a president for being bad. They have to engage in impeachable offenses, which, by the way, I completely believe Trump has. Okay, but then it has to be able to pass Congress. It can't pass Congress because Republicans hold both chambers.
Cool.
Okay, so then why do you support Trump as president now that you understand that just saying because their president is not merely enough, you have to be able to demonstrate why they're doing good at their job?
I already tell you because my life's improved since he's been in president.
Oh, okay. Then I actually asked you a question in response to that argument that you never answered. So what has Donald Trump done that has specifically made the material conditions of your life better? I'm almost out of the bag. Now she's over here. Oh, no answer? My girlfriend is like standing at the door trying to get Momo to walk on out. Oh, dude, he left!
He left. He ran away. He realized he was wrong. That's what it was, chat.
He actually ran. He actually ran. You just heard my door close because my girlfriend was successfully able to get Momo out of the office. I don't know, man. I like it when she hangs out in here with me. But I will be honest.
You impeached Momo? Momo out of the office is crazy.
But I will be honest. Like, dude, okay, the parts of the office that y'all can't see are probably not as clean as they should be. I need to clean my office. And I don't want her to accidentally choke on something that she tries to eat, so on and so forth. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah. I just want to. Can we get a reaction to the whole Sneeko Nick Clav thing in Miami?
Well, I mean, I think I posted a little bit of a reaction over on Twitter. Let me go ahead and read you my tweet here. So I responded to it as well. I
saw this.
Yeah.
Was it based? Is that tough?
So there's a video where, let's see. Clavicular says to Nick, "Yo, Nick, I'm gonna bring some girls over." Then Fuente says,
Some bitches.
"Nah, I'm good." Low IQ. I expect you to talk that way. You really shouldn't. But super low IQ, very expected out of you. Then I responded to that video by saying, "It's so funny how the self-proclaimed quote-unquote alpha males that fold the moment they may have to talk to a woman stay in that basement, bro." So, I mean, overall, It's like these are the people that are telling you all day that if you just be a real piece of shit, if you just be a real misogynist, if you just be a real Nazi, then you'll be a true alpha male and you'll be able to get all the women you desire. But then when Nick Fuentes is just proposed with the idea of having a woman to come over to talk to him, he says, no. Like he obviously needs to stay in that basement.
Is there an issue with him? Like, why is it so concerning to you that he wants to like protect his innocence and doesn't want to be with a woman?
A Nazi
Like,
that thinks Epstein is cool and doesn't think that he's a pedophile wants to protect his innocence?
how old were the girls that were going to Epstein Island?
From the ages of 3 to 25.
Okay, obviously, Nick, if you watch what Nick said about Epstein, he didn't say anything about 3-year-olds, and he said something about 16, 17, 18-year-olds.
Yeah, you are definitely a pedo if, you're
I'm a
like 60
pedo?
years old banging a 15-year-old girl, right? That's child rape, that's pedophilia.
Okay, again, Nick said something about 16, 17, and 18-year-olds.
Yeah, 16, child rape, pedophilia, yeah.
That's
17,
okay.
child rape, pedophilia, yeah.
Obviously, yes. Having sexual relations with a 16-year-old
No, it's not.
is
It's not having sexual relations. It's raping.
okay. And Nick isn't. He's not advocating for that. But again, if you watch the rest of Nick's clip, which you watched, I know you watched it because you just brought it up. But Nick very specifically said that the reason that's the view now is because
Wait, hold up. Why do you look up to these people? These are some of the worst influences you could possibly have as a human being. What
Because
the
I
hell
don't-
is the
because
reason
I-
why you
I-
defend these people?
because I don't want to look up to soy boys like you and fucking
How are
Dean.
we? What do you mean
because
by
you're
soy
literally
boys like me?
you're
and Dean?
literally
How
little
are we
faggots.
soy
You're
boys?
literally
You're
little
just gonna say
faggots.
slur. No actual intellectual arguments. All you can do is do that. Literally, all he can do is say that. No actual basis in anything he says.
I'm significantly more of a man than you'll ever be, Caden.
Literally.
Right, and then
What
it's
a
like,
little boy.
But then here's the thing. Then they try to like turn it around and they say, "Oh, like you're gay. Like I'd never look up to you." Okay. Like first and foremost, homophobia is wrong. Okay. Like I wish that didn't need to be said. But then it's like the hypocrisy in turning around and supporting somebody like Nick Fuentes who wanted a date with a fucking cat boy. Like hello. But you like I don't want you to be homophobic. Like don't be homophobic. Okay, but like also don't be a fucking hypocrite. Welcome in, Timothy. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I am 42, man.
All right. And what time is it?
It's like 4 in the fucking morning for me, man.
Okay. You are literally on the opposite side of the globe for me because it is 4 in the afternoon for me. 4 in the evening, I should say. Moving on to the next guest, Braden. Here we go, y'all. Only op inside of that cue if you happen to be MAGA. Only op inside of that cue if you happen to be MAGA. Hey, Ivy, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Let's get 250 IVWs down below in that chat who says, just saw a TikTok saying something about the Heritage Foundation and Republicans wanting to tax women up to $17,000 for not marrying a man. That is exactly why they're going to lose midterms. Bro, don't worry, Ivy. Don't, that's not going to happen. Hopefully, I also said that J6 would never happen. Look at where we're at now. That is not going to happen. Hopefully, right? Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I am 18.
What year are you born in?
I was born in 06.
Okay. You actually can't be 18, born in 06. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. Yeah, you have to be, if you're 18, you're born in 07 minimum, right? Right, guys? I think so. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi. Yeah, I actually debated Parker not long ago, but I've never debated you, Dean.
Okay, all right. Can you disconnect any Bluetooth mic that you've connected to your phone?
Yes, I can disconnect.
Cool. Appreciate you.
Can you hear me better? Can you hear me better?
Much better. How old are you?
Okay, I'm 19. I was born in 07.
Okay.
January 10,
Cool.
2007.
Sounds good. Also, mods, you should go ban all the people in the Discord calling me a grifter. Let's just do a max exodus. Ban them all. Lauren, you're banned. Chipkin, you're banned. Charlie, You're banned. I'm just kidding. All right. Anyways, give me 1 second here. I just want to, grift a little bit. Thank a couple people over on Venmo, PayPal. Then I'll pass you that mic, okay?
Okay.
Jenny, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, my dog got super excited when Momo was on screen. Now he's continuing to get excited and looks at the TV. Momo's gone now, unfortunately, but thank you for the $10. And then Annabelle, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Yo, let's get 200. Annabelle W's, who says, is Momo short for anything? No, it's not short for anything. It's pulling in reference from Momo from Avatar. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. And then Kelly, thank you for the $10 as well. Show some love to Kelly. And then Christina, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Says, love you, Dean. I love you too, Christina. Thank you so much for the love. Show some love to Christina down below. Ellie, thank you for the $10. And then I'll look for that right now. I swear to God. Show some love to Ellie for the 10. And then Jared with the $10 as well, who says, I pay for the entertainment that is of value to me, just like I would rent a movie I'd like to watch. Yeah, that's also, like a fair reason why some people do donate. Thank you for the $10, Jared. You were awesome, awesome, awesome. Altered, thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate you. And then Ellie, thank you so much for another $50 on Venmo to quote unquote keep putting these weirdos in check. Show some love to Ellie down below in that comment section. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. That is ELLIE. Please show some love to Ellie down below. Genuinely and sincerely, thank you so much from the very bottom of my heart. I'd also like to thank Jacqueline with the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Jacqueline. I just read your message. I appreciate you for the love. And then Jay, thank you for the $10 who says, hey, Dean, I'm from South Africa, living in Portugal. I watch your streams regularly, and the rest of the world is always following U.S. politics. Well, I hope that you enjoy them, Jay. Thank you for the $10. And then Teodora, thank you for the $12. Huge shout out to Teodora down below. Elizabeth, thank you for the 5. And then Ellie over on PayPal, thank you for the 10. And then Billy with the $10 as well. Thank you so much, Ellie and Billy. Cool. And then Patsy, one last one over here on Venmo. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $30 donation, who says, love you, Dean. Here to support you. Keep voicing and educating. Patsy, you fucking know I love you too. You're always here. Thank you so much for your continued support. Show some love to Patsy down below. And then, whoa, what the fuck, dude? Bro, Charlie, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Charlie. That is crazy. That is CHARLE. Show some love to Charlie down below, who says, OMG, Dean, my heart melted when I saw your cat Momo. I have his sister Sophie. OMG twins. When I go shopping, I save the same bag. Or the Amazon box. They love paper bags. Well, first and foremost, thank you so much for the $100, Charlie. And that is so cute. I bet Sophie's a cutie. And then we actually have one last one here. This is also fucking crazy. Hey, dude. Fart is their name. Fart. Thank you for the $200 donation.
Dude, Fart drops the big ones on you, bro.
Dude,
he drops the big ones.
This is the second big one Fart's dropped on me, dude. The Fart continues to come in here and just drop the massive bombs, dude. Fart, thank you so much for another massive bomb, dude. Thank you so much for dropping this second massive bomb all over me. Thank you so much for the $200, Fart. If we could please have everybody watching, show some love to Fart. I want to see the chats spammed in full of W farts. It would mean the absolute world to me. Thank you so much for the love, Fart. Seriously, $200 is a shit ton of money. So jokes aside, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Go ahead and take it away. I appreciate you for your patience. Why do you support Trump as president?
Oh yeah. So it's a variety of reasons. I mean, I am gonna admit that some people say that his character is not the best. Some people say that he's a bigoted, that he's a snazzy, that he's all these things, that he's racist. But personally, I vote on policy. I don't vote based on like feelings, based on like I don't tie politics into my like identity. I just vote based on policies. And for me, the two biggest ones were like immigration and abortion. And for immigration, like I was explaining to Parker a couple hours ago, is that
can I ask you a question about everything you've said so far?
Yeah.
If Jeffrey Epstein ran on the same policies that Trump did, would you have voted for Jeffrey Epstein?
I mean, I don't know. It depends. It depends. No. I don't think I would. I don't think I would. I don't think I would. However, like it depends who was the opponent. Like if the opponent was worse,
Kamala
then
Harris.
no, I don't think. No, I don't think Kamala Harris. Like I would probably vote for Kamala Harris
Okay, so you
if
do.
if
So
it was them too. If it was
probably.
if it was I would if it was them too
yeah.
going, I would if it was them too. But like what I'm saying is like it depends like who's a worse candidate. Like I would vote for the better candidate. So if it was Kamala Harris,
so you do consider character then.
I do, but it's not like the most important thing for me.
Did you know that the character of a presidential candidate actually drives their policy? Maybe if Donald Trump, maybe if Donald Trump didn't sexually exploit naked women and girls, didn't rape E. Jean Carroll, okay,
But that's not.
didn't sexualize a 10-year-old girl.
Can you prove that? Can you prove that?
I can prove everything I just said, but do you mind if I make my point first?
Yes, sure.
Maybe if Donald Trump didn't lack the necessary moral virtues to rape E. Jean Carroll, sexually exploit women and girls, hit on his own daughter, sexualize a 10-year-old, and atop of many other things that would take me 10 minutes to go through, then he wouldn't have like turned around and refused to abide by a court order to feed 16 million starving American children because he'd actually care about anyone other than himself. Maybe if he didn't call all black people lazy, maybe if he didn't refuse to rent to black people in the 70s, and maybe if he didn't, continue to call for the death penalty for the exonerated Central Park Five, he wouldn't be turning around and demonizing all people of color, everyone that doesn't speak English, with a Hispanic accent, as the enemy from within. That's a putrid state of this country that we need to deport, detain with no due process to a center for terrorists in El Salvador. Like maybe, just maybe, if he didn't say that the best thing that could ever happen to a woman is pregnancy, completely nullifying and invalidating any personal characteristics of women, and continue to be a misogynistic creep by saying he could just grab women by the P word whenever he wants, he doesn't even need to ask first. Okay, well then he just wouldn't have completely disregarded the thoughts, wants, and desires of women and girls, and advocated for SCOTUS to overturn Roe v. Wade to get some political points. So that is a nutshell, very, very condensed argument for why character does matter and how it plays into the policy that they run on and what they do with the office of the presidency.
Okay. I actually don't believe Trump to be racist. I think that a lot of things are taken out of context. But when it comes to ICE, for example, some people are saying that ICE is just like inherently racist, and that they're going
ICE is
against
totally racist.
But the thing is, I am not saying that I'm 100% in favor of racial profiling. However, like I think that I think that as somebody that has an accent and somebody that is Latina herself,
yeah,
I think that the reason that they're doing is because our people, like Latinos, are the major group of undocumented immigrants in this country, unfortunately.
You are advocating for racial profiling against yourself.
No, because I'm a legal citizen.
Wait, I have a question. Would you be okay with you being deported, or not deported, detained for your accent?
I would be okay with it.
You'd be okay with being detained for your accent? You're a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, but hear me out. Detained and deported are like two different things. They're two different things.
Oh
yeah,
my
but like,
God!
You shouldn't be
Stand
detained
up!
for your accent.
Fucking
That's
stand
ridiculous.
up!
They're two different things. Like being detained and being deported are two different things.
I understand they're two different
fair.
things, but that's still ridiculous. That's ridiculous that you would have to deal with that just because your accent. Like,
we put ourselves in that situation. Like,
what do you mean? You have an accent. How'd you put yourself in that circumstance because of your accent? That's absurd.
Why? I can't.
Why is he's laughing because that's
I'm
absurd.
sorry.
It's obviously absurd to believe that you put yourself in the circumstance and not ICE doing that.
Like what I'm saying is, okay, let me explain. I'm laughing because he's laughing, but okay, let me explain. So it is unfortunate. It is an unfortunate reality that the majority of undocumented immigrants are Latinos. It makes me very sad. Like I have family members that are like all of my family members, most of them are legal citizens. Like I have some extended relatives that came here unfortunately undocumented, but for the most part, my family are legal citizens. and the ones that immigrated into this country, they
I don't mean to cut you off
they
quick.
waited
Do you
for
think those extended family members should be deported?
I think that okay, let's take for example, I can't really say much due to security reasons, but I know an extended family member, like he's not family by blood, but like my uncle, like he married
Here,
this
wait. You know what? Don't specify any details.
Okay, okay.
Genuinely, like, just real question. Do you think that they should be deported?
Yes, because he's doing something that goes against the law other than being undocumented.
Okay,
Like
okay,
he
wait,
is,
but if they weren't violating the law in any other way outside of that context, would you say that they should be deported?
yes.
Okay, so you just want to deport even family members.
Because the thing is, it is sad. It is unfortunate. Like I think that they shouldn't have come, but they shouldn't have come into this country undocumented to start with. Like they should have waited the process. Like
Okay,
my
but by
other
the way,
family.
this is even separate from that because, like, this doesn't mean you should be detained because of your accent, right? Like, there's no reason to be doing that to people just because they have an accent.
The thing is, detained and deported are like two different things. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't mind being detained for my accent if that means that another person detained is actually an undocumented immigrant and we're getting them out.
Hey, could I hop in here?
Yeah.
I'm fucking flabbergasted, bro. This has to be one of the craziest things I've heard on my life for a while. Because it's not like you're a racist, bigoted white American that's saying, oh, all undocumented immigrants are Hispanic. If they speak in that Hispanic accent, grab them. You are a bigoted Hispanic American saying, oh, all those undocumented immigrants don't speak English right. They speak it with that Hispanic accent. And when I speak with a Hispanic accent, grab me. Like, what the fuck? I'm sorry. Like, my brain is like struggling to compute just how like fucking the immense amount of horseshit that is leaving your brain and mouth and entering into mine. Let me propose something.
Sure.
Okay? I'm going to give you my perspective on the issue. If I
Go ahead.
was unjustly detained by an officer and they could not articulate any reasonable suspicion of a crime, then I'm saying, well, fuck you. Okay? All right, I'm leaving. I'm walking away. If I ask them to articulate the reasonable suspicion of a crime that they possess in order to detain me, I'm saying I'm laughing in their goddamn faces and I'm walking my ass away. And then if they try to grab me and throw me in cuffs, I'll laugh my way down to the jailhouse to be released so then I could turn around and sue them for $300,000. And I just don't understand why this isn't your same reaction. Like, if you were unjustly detained, told that you couldn't leave, put in cuffs because of the fact that you speak English with a Hispanic accent, oh my God, if I was a Hispanic American and I was detained because of my Hispanic accent, I would be so fucking pissed. Oh my God, it would unprecedented levels of anger. But you're telling me that you're actually okay with that. You're okay with law enforcement officers infringing upon your freedom of travel, infringing upon your freedom of liberty, infringing upon you, stopping you dead in your tracks and throwing you in cuffs, then in the back of a van with no reason whatsoever outside of the way that you speak, and that's just chill with you. Like, I don't know when and where you were indoctrinated to be the way you are. And this is you are a great example of one of the many, many, many reasons why it is so important to get people like Trump out of politics. Because of how far gone you are and the fact that you're just literally telling us with a straight face, zero emotion, that you're totally okay with being detained because of your accent in support of this industry of mass deportation to illegally send people to a center for terrorists in El Salvador where they've been getting tortured and beaten. Like, I'm not going to be able to change
that's obviously
your mind,
wrong.
okay?
Getting
We
beaten
just
is
need to get
obviously
people like Trump out of politics so they don't set your mind to be the way it is. We need more reasonable Republicans, okay? We need human rights dignified again, okay? We need the bare minimum for everyone. So within we don't have people like you like saying that it's okay for me to be detained because of the way that I speak. That's nuts.
The thing is, okay, let me explain myself. It would piss me off, like it would make me like I would be bothered if I was detained. But the thing is, like, how it is right now. It is very sad. Like, it makes me sad. I'm not gonna say, oh, I'm really happy when these situations happen. Like, it is sad, but the reason why it's happening is like they want to accelerate the process. Now, there are a lot of flaws within the system. Like when Renee Good died, like she obviously didn't deserve to die. I've also heard other instances of some ICE agents doing horrific things to these victims. However, like, what we could say is like, okay, perhaps ICE agents need better training. Perhaps the training should be longer. Like, I agree with that. But
you can't just say that it's okay to racially profile people to accelerate the process. If I was a person of color, if I was Hispanic, if I spoke with a Hispanic accent, and then some fucking slimy ass old white ass politician tried to sell me that I should be okay with me being racially profiled so we could accelerate the process of the demise of our own country by deporting hardworking mothers, hardworking families, hardworking fathers that are contributing trillions of dollars to the GDP, are significantly less likely to commit violent crimes, all for the ultimate demise of this country, I would say, fuck you, you slimy piece of shit. There's no way that you're going to tell me and to convince me that it's somehow permissible for me to have my rights trampled, permissible for me to have my travel trampled, permissible for me to be detained on the basis of the color of my skin or the accent in which I speak in to quote unquote expedite the process. God, that argument is just such a slap in the face to all POC. That argument is such a slap in the face to all Hispanic Americans. That argument is such a slap in the face to your fucking self. You're picking up your hand and you're going bam to yourself and you don't see it.
If you can listen, I am like, can you sell to me the idea of liberalism and the idea of going against Trump? Like, if you can sell to me, because no Democrat has been able to sell to me the idea of supporting Kamala Harris, of supporting liberal ideology. And I stand for him. Like, listen, I'm not gonna say Trump is the like a perfect president. He's certainly not. I'm not gonna say that his character is perfect. Like, a lot of the things that he has said are questionable. However, like, as a conservative, I usually vote on conservative values, and I am very much against abortion, and I am very much against illegal immigration. And I know that Kamala's policies, they pretty much advocated for more people coming into this country undocumented. And I do agree with a lot of liberals that are saying the process should be a lot faster. Like, I have friends that had to wait a whole decade to get their visa approved. And that is very sad. Like, that shouldn't happen. Like, I feel like the process, you should either be accepted or denied for a visa within, I don't know, maybe like 1 or 2 years. Like, the process should be accelerated. However, like, because of these people that are coming into the country undocumented, now we have a problem in which now the Trump administration is saying, okay, in order to get legal citizens to this country and to accept more visas, we first have to get all the undocumented people out. So it kind of like, slows the process down itself. And I know Parker said that that's just what the Trump administration is saying and that it's not true, but that is what I'm said to believe, honestly. Because if all these people would have just waited, done it the right way, then perhaps we didn't have things like this. It is unfortunate, but it's kind of
I
like
said it was the Republicans that are causing it to take that long, not the undocumented immigrants that are coming to our country.
No, yeah, exactly. But I believe it to be otherwise.
So first and foremost, I think that you're a hypocrite because you're basically excusing the unjust and illegal persecution of all immigrants, not just undocumented immigrants, because at the end of the day, if they just did it the right way, they wouldn't be facing the same persecution. Yet you're going to turn around and support an adjudicated rapist as president, even though he could have just not raped her. Where's the prosecution for his lawlessness? You're going to turn around and support a 34 count. Yeah. I could prove that he was adjudicated for rape in a civil court of law. Just go on Google and type in Trump v. E. Jean Carroll. Now I'm going to continue, okay? What about, where's the accountability and prosecution for his 34 felonies? How about we kick him out of office, and when all the Trump supporters complain, just say, well, if he just didn't commit those felonies, he'd still be serving in that office today. What about the attacks on the Constitution, ranging from the 1st to the 2nd to the 10th to the 14th to the 22nd? What about the other civil courts that adjudicated he lied about the valuation of his properties to the banks? Or the other civil court that determined he defrauded a university and defrauded his charity in the state of New York? Or the fact that he was intentionally concealing classified documents documents at his private estate in Mar-a-Lago, or the fact that he sent FAKE votes for himself into Congress on J6 2021 after inspiring his insurrectionist domestic terrorist followers to raid the Capitol and attempt to kill cops in the process just to fly the Confederate flag and smear their shit on the walls inside. Where's the accountability for that? Or, I'm going to add on here, this part's really important, the fact that this is not even a consistent narrative that is upheld by the Trump administration. Apparently, it's all about justice when it's an undocumented immigrant that committed a victimless federal misdemeanor, but it's all about liberation when it's about the 174 people, my apologies, that try to kill cops on the steps of the Capitol in J6 that were let out of jail and labeled as patriots by none other than Trump himself. Or the fact that the totality of the administration is culpable for breaking the law today by refusing to abide by the Epstein Files Transparency Act. They've released less than 1% a month after the legal deadline to release 100%. They made illegal redactions beyond the scope of the name of a victim or the photo of a victim, the name of a minor or the photo of a minor. And they broke the law a third time by refusing to explain the illegal redactions that they did make. Where is the accountability for that? No, you don't truly care about accountability for lawless criminals committing heinous crimes, or the conversation about you supporting Trump would have been done the day he was found guilty for rape or found guilty for his 34 felonies. This is just you trying to find a rhetorically advantageous way to support the systemic discrimination and unjust prosecution of people that are here for better lives because it serves to further your own political narrative that you've bought into as a group of that people. Okay? Undocumented immigrants, they're not the problem, dude. Not only are they less likely to commit all crimes, they make this country a better place, contribute to the GDP, account for 8.3 million of our laborers, 11 million of our consumers, pay over $100 billion per year in taxes. And if we gave them a pathway to residency or citizenship, we'd see a massive spark and increase in real median wages because they'd be able to have more bargaining and leverage power to then make more money, meaning they'd spend more money, meaning they'd pay more in taxes, meaning they'd expedite the GDP growth, meaning they'd embolden American industries. Okay? Mass deportation is the problem because that's what forcefully expels 8.3 million of our laborers, 11 million of our consumers, reduces our GDP by 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars per year, reduces our government revenue by over $100 billion per year while costing $1 trillion over the course of the next 10 years on top of that. And then that's what you decide to get behind. So if you want to talk about the substance that's rooted in my claim that mass deportation is so wholly anti-American because it only hurts this country, it erodes its social and moral fabric and destroys its economy, feel free to. But the blanket counter response of, well, they broke the law, so it is what it is, just simply will not work for the multiplicity of reasons I granted, demonstrating a level of hypocrisy when you make that claim, then turn around and support Trump.
So, I'm just gonna pick up because there's a lot of things you said, but there is actually like no criminal conviction like against Donald Trump for sexual assault. There's been, and I believe there was like no trial. Am I wrong?
There's a civil conviction. He was found guilty in a civil court of law that, yes, went through a trial.
Okay, but he wasn't like, was he found guilty?
Yes.
I don't
A civil court, yeah. He was held liable amongst a unanimous decision of 9 people.
Hold up. Let me search that up.
Cool.
Look up Trump liable essay AP News.
I'm going to thank a couple people here, then Parker, I'm going to pass the mic off to you so I could go use the restroom. Hey, Quan, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. That is QUAN. Thank you so much. Who says, I live in a U.S. territory, and every time I go to the state and a state sider hears my accent, they give me these soft racist jokes. So to hear this lady's opinion turns my stomach. I know, right? And it's like, I know that more likely than not, either her or a loved one has experienced that same racism, and she knows it, and she just doesn't care.
I've experienced racism myself.
STH, thank you for the $20. And I was right. STH, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says some immigrants that come here from authoritarian countries are fine with us losing the rights they never had in their home countries. I guess I've never really considered that one before, but thank you for the $20. I'd argue that we are the authoritarian country. As well as Ariel, thank you for the $10. She says, as an Afro-Latina, I've seen the self-hate far too much. It's generationally indoctrinated, and it's the same thing as your average maggot. Thank you for the $10. Thomas, thank you for the $20, who says, love to you both from Montreal, Quebec. My English is better day by day because of you and Parker and learning so much about U.S. politics. Please never stop your good work. Dude, base Thomas, hell yeah. Honestly, I don't think that's a takeaway somebody's gotten from the streams that I've heard before. So that's awesome, dude. Hell yeah, Thomas. Huge shout out to you. And then Courtney, thank you for the $10. She says, please tell this chat this is for Polio, who supports the grift. Thank you for supporting the grift, Courtney. And then Art, thank you for the $5. Jacqueline, thank you for the $5. Who says, as a first-generation Mexican-American, this girl is an embarrassment. And then on top of that, she attaches a phrase in Spanish that I do not know how to read. So I'm going to go and put that text to voice, so we can make sure that her comment is heard.
You might want to translate it as well too first.
Qué vergüenza.
It means what a shame. Thank you so much
Yeah,
for
what a shame.
the $5. I appreciate you so much for the love. And then Mila, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Says check out her 9th vid. Thank you for what you're doing. I'll check it out. Thank you so much for the $10, Mila. And then Yasina, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Who says always remember the white man who spoke Spanish colonized South America. We have white racists just like America. Fuck this lady. From a white American Colombian. I'm not gonna read off that next part. But thank you for the $10. And then Julianne, thank you for the $5. And then Yasena with another $10, who says, I am so heated. Fuck this lady. I want you to understand, Dean, that the same way there are white people here in America that feel superior to black and brown people, we have them in South America too. I appreciate you for the $10. Then Dylan, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, sending support from Minnesota. Stay safe, Dylan. Ellie, thank you so much for the $50. I appreciate you so much. Please show some love to Ellie down below in that comment section. Thank you. Thank you so much. Who says, quote unquote, you reap what you sow, is what I said on Parker's live stream 10 hours ago. Her racism to her own race is disgusting and disgraceful. Honestly, I don't even think that I don't think anyone deserves to experience racism, including her. Right. And I just think it's so terrible that she's the one promoting it, upholding it, and espousing it. Thank you for the $50, Ellie. That is seriously so fucking kind of you. And then Angeline and Kelly, I appreciate y'all for the 10. And then Miriam, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo, who says, as a Latina myself, the guest just wants to be white and is a quote unquote pick me girl. Honestly, she never has to go back to Puerto Rico or Mexico because true Latinos do not support Trump. Thank you for the $15. And then Ellie, I appreciate you for another $10. Actually, another $20. Thank you so much, Ellie. And then Hannah, thank you for the 10. And then Kaylee, thank you for the 15, saying I love you. Keep schooling the uneducated. Well, thank you so much for the love, Kaylee. All right, guys. I'm going to pass the mark to Parker at this point so I could go pee. And we're going to talk about her 9th video when I get back. Go ahead, y'all.
Do you guys really think that just because I say I'm against illegal immigration, that makes me racist?
No one's claiming that just because you're against undocumented immigration that's true.
Okay. And do you think, well, I think I have asked you this before, but do you think ICE should be abolished?
Yeah. I don't
Why?
think ICE is necessary for border enforcement. I think we can have border enforcement where we don't require ICE. That still specifically goes after those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes instead of focusing on people who have just come to this country for a better life.
But do you know that under Obama's administration, I believe it was over 3 million or...
They also did deportations. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that Democrats are preferable compared to Republicans. Obviously, they still deport people that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes. They just prioritized deporting those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes to a greater extent. Alongside, they use due process to a greater extent and want to make the legal process quicker. So I agree with them to a greater extent. Doesn't mean I totally 100% agree with them or that they're perfect on the topic.
Right. So you think that, so you do think that, illegal...
Here, I have 2 people to thank real quick, and then I actually do have to get going here real quick.
Okay.
For just now. Pedro, thank you so much, by the way, for the $5. I really appreciate it. And I totally get you there. I read your message. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Laura, thank you for the $1 as well. And then I also had one more person I need to say thank you to. Thank you so much, Ivy. Thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Eliza, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much, Dean. Check my message if you do see it, but I appreciate you, man.
Okay,
I'll see you, man.
Yeah, dude.
Thank you, everyone.
Take care. All right, let's go to check out the 9th video. The 9th video says, if you're ever feeling sad, just remember ICE is taking out all the illegals and people like Renee Good are learning to respect law enforcement officers. Yeah, you're a real piece of shit. That's crazy. So you're saying if you feel sad, just remember that ICE killed Renee Good. Do you ever consider that Renee Good was a person? Do you ever consider that maybe murder is wrong? Do you ever consider like any level of empathy whatsoever? Like that is, I mean, insane. Why don't you go ahead and explain this? Explain this post. If you're ever feeling sad, just remember that ICE is taking out all the illegals, and people like Renee Good are learning to respect law officers. Explain that last part about Renee Good. Quote unquote.
Yeah.
If you're ever feeling sad, remember that people like Renee Good are learning to respect law officers.
So, Renee Good didn't deserve to die. She obviously did not.
Could you explain the statement?
However, the statement means Renee Good was actively trying to run over an ICE agent. And because she put herself in a situation in which she was actively disrupting the work of these agents, unfortunately, she died. And that's why
why is it unfortunate? Because you said if you're ever feeling sad, just remember this unfortunate thing. Wait, why would you want sad people to remember this unfortunate thing?
Because what I'm saying is
no. I want you to just answer the question directly. Tell me why you want sad people to remember this if it's so unfortunate.
Because now we won't have more cases like this, because people are not going to try to actively run over ICE agents or disrupt their work, because that is a bad thing.
Oh, but that's not what you said in the statement. You didn't say if you're ever feeling sad, okay, well, just remember that less people are going to obstruct ICE. You said if you're ever feeling sad, just remember that Renee Good learned how to respect law enforcement officers. So why would you want sad people to remember that Renee Good was killed by a cop? Why would you want sad people to remember that? Explain it to me like I'm 5. Really dumb it down for me, because I'm willing to understand. Maybe there's something here that, you know, I'm just not picking up. So like I said, explain it to me like I'm 5. Why do you want sad people to remember the fact that Renee Good was killed?
Okay, if you're a conservative and you're sad because of how things are going on in the country, and you're maybe sad because of the liberals coming and being violent, which not all of them, not saying all of them, then you can remember that we had a sad incident, that because of that, we won't have more liberals trying to run over officers and trying to
why would you want
disrupt it.
sad people to remember sad things?
Well, it's a sad thing that now hopefully we'll have a positive outcome.
That's not what you said in the video.
Well, the video is kind of like a short, it's kind of like, how do I explain it? Like it's a short, like I don't have to explain in a full paragraph or essay what it means. It's kind of like self-explanatory.
You said nothing about maybe the outcome, less liberals attacking cops. And then you just said, if you're sad, remember that Ray Good got killed.
Which post is this?
Your 9th post.
I also have a post saying Renee Good didn't deserve to die. The officer and her made a mistake. However, this event doesn't reflect ICE as a whole, and we need them in our country.
So you're saying that was a bad event.
Before.
So wait, if you're saying that this event doesn't reflect
She
ICE
didn't
as a
deserve
whole,
to die.
then you're saying that it was a bad event. So wait, if she didn't deserve to die, that means the killing was unjustified, right?
I guess what I'm saying is,
can you give me a yes or no there?
You're asking if the killing was justified.
Yeah, you're saying that it wasn't deserved. It doesn't reflect ICE as a whole, so her killing was unjustified, right?
No. Yeah, it was kind of she didn't deserve to die.
Did you know that the definition of murder is the unjustified killing of a human?
Yeah.
So you think she was murdered?
Yeah.
So you're saying if you ever feeling sad, remember that Renee Good was murdered.
No, that's not what it says.
Oh yeah. Wait. So you're saying, okay. So
people like Renee Good are gonna
learn to respect. So you said, so people like this woman who was murdered by cops are learning to respect cops.
Yeah, like they're gonna.
So you stand.
Okay.
So I just want to clarify. Do you stand on the following statement?
Mm-hmm. What statement?
People like Renee Good, who was murdered by a cop.
Yes.
Is learning to respect cops.
Yeah.
Why do you stand on that statement?
Because I mean, I'm gonna just say this first and foremost. A lot of my content is like exaggerated and rage baiting, but I still stand firm on that. What I mean by that was like, it was sad that Renee Good died, obviously. However, she died because she put herself in a situation where she was actively trying to run over an ICE agent.
That statement's
She was
false.
actively trying to disrupt their work, and because of that, actions have consequences. So the consequence was that you could maybe the ICE agent could
You
have
were
just
so fucking sick. I'm laughing at just the absurdity of your own sickness. So first and foremost, you said that Renee Good was trying to run the officer over. I find a set of facts that were true of the incident to be inconsistent with said thesis. First and foremost, if she was trying to run the officer over, then why would she tell the officers that she was pulling out first? If she was trying to run the officer over, then why would she first throw her vehicle into reverse instead of just ramming into Ross? And if she was trying to run the ICE officer over, well, then why would she move her car away from the officer towards the right? And not only do we know that she tried to turn her car away from the officer towards the right, because we could see that clearly in the bystander footage where her wheel was pointed away from the officer. We also know this because once she was killed, the car didn't roll towards him, it rolled in the opposite direction of him, meaning that before she died, she had pointed the wheel away from him. And the third point here, of course, would be the cell phone video footage captured by Agent Jonathan Ross while he was to the upper left of the front bumper of her turning her wheel as hard and as far right away from her as possible, meaning that that statement, she was trying to hit him, is categorically false. Do you concede?
do I understand? Yes, I
Do
understand
you
what you're
concede?
saying. What does that mean?
Do you admit you're wrong?
In the post,
Dude,
I just feel like it was taken out of
in the
context.
statement that she was trying to hit the officer.
Oh, okay. I don't know, because I'm not saying I don't believe you. It's just like what I've read before, and my computer just died, so I wish I could pull up an article.
Follow-up
But what I've
question.
read,
Are you
and what I've-
arguing that the 3 points I gave you are true, but they don't ultimately prove that she wasn't trying to run them over? Or are you arguing that the 3 points that I brought up to you are false?
arguing that the 3 points are perhaps false.
Okay, so
Perhaps,
explain to me,
but I'm not.
explain to me how it's false that the cell phone footage of Jonathan Ross clearly captured Renee Good turning her wheel as hard right away from him as possible.
Because I've seen other videos. Because there's videos of multiple angles, and I've seen other videos of her actively trying to run.
Wait. The only angle that showed her. No. 1 second. The only angle that showed Renee Good turning her wheel away from him was the cell phone footage.
But explain how the ICE agent ended up in the hospital.
This is a red herring and a straw man. I'll happily respond to it afterwards. But right now I want you to explain why it is the case that you reject she was turning her wheel away from him with a statement while other angles show that she wasn't, even though there's no other angles that clearly showed her inside of her car with a wheel.
She could have, okay, so yeah, she pulled away, but there is
Okay, so now you concede.
footage.
So wait, if
Yeah,
she pulled away, then she obviously wasn't trying to intentionally hit him.
Yeah, but she could have pulled away once, but then there's also another footage of her actively trying to run in front. You know what I'm saying? Like two things can be.
That statement is
true
false.
at the same
There is
time.
absolutely no footage that proves she was actively trying to hit him. You are saying words on the spot because you're flailing. Now, to move on to the second point here of you saying, well, maybe it wouldn't have happened if she didn't try to intervene with her duties. And now we are actually going to go to and bring up your 12th post, which reads, friendly reminder, maybe don't intervene against law officers and you won't get shot.
It's true.
Yeah. You know what else is true?
What?
You are a raging, evil dumbass. Do you know what the legal punishment for obstruction is?
No.
In most scenarios, a day in jail and a $1,000 fine. Do you know what the 14th and 5th Amendment tell us?
Yes, but I probably couldn't quote.
The 14th and 5th Amendment tell us that before the state is to abridge upon your life or property, you are first honored and obligated to have access to due process through the law. Due process is what the 5th and 14th Amendment tell us. So before a citizen is to be punished for obstruction, which once again typically holds a punishment of a night in jail and a $1,000 fine, they are first to be given due process, which would include access to counsel and your day in court. But you're saying we should ignore the 5th and 14th Amendment that give people due process, and cops should be able to execute people in broad daylight on the streets
No.
for obstruction, and
No,
we
like I
should
s-
ignore, the typical punishment for obstruction, which would be a night in jail and a $1,000 fine, compared to the death penalty, which is obviously excessive force.
like I said before, her dying is not a good thing. Her dying was bad. However, like I still stand firm on the fact that she put herself in a bad situation.
Yeah.
Maybe we can talk about how the ICE agent,
Yeah.
instead of unaliving her,
She
he could
put
have made
herself in
like,
that scenario where was forced to violate the Constitution and use
because
excessive force against
because
her. Hey, have you ever heard the common misogynistic trope? Well, maybe if she didn't wear that mini skirt to the bar and look closer at her drinks, she
That's-
wouldn't have been raped. Therefore, she put herself in that situation.
no, that's I've heard that.
And do you agree with that?
No.
Okay, you disagree with that. I also disagree with that. But this next question is relevant. Why do you disagree with that? Be clear. Why do you disagree with people that say women who maybe a woman that maybe wore a short skirt to a bar then didn't pay attention to her drink that was then raped, put herself in that situation because she wore that short skirt and didn't pay attention to her drink? How would you refute that view? Why do you think that in that scenario the woman didn't deserve it? And by the way, I agree that she didn't. This will just be important for the next argument.
Because two things can be truth at the same time. The woman obviously, even no matter what she was wearing, no matter if she was wearing a bikini, a supermodel's dress or whatnot, no matter what she was wearing, she does not deserve to get raped, or assaulted or any of those things.
Okay,
Obviously,
so you're
she doesn't
basically
deserve
saying
it.
that
But
you're
wait,
basically saying
can I
that
finish?
if you wear a skirt or if you don't wear a skirt, regardless of what action you
But-
engage in, you do not deserve the response of rape. So in other words, what you're arguing is that, well, if you do obstruct, therefore you do deserve the response of death. Or else you'd argue that no, she didn't put herself into that situation due to the fact that regardless if she did or did not obstruct, she did not deserve the punishment of death.
Can I please finish real quick? It'll be real quick, please.
Yes.
Okay, she obviously doesn't deserve to get raped. However, there are certain situations that you put yourself in that makes it higher of danger. For example, I know as a woman right now, because I'm a woman, I'm 5'2", and whatever, and because of where I live, I know I cannot go out at, I don't know, 2-3 a.m. in the morning by myself, putting myself in situations that are high risk, but it doesn't matter if I go at 3-4 a.m. by myself to walk my dog. I still don't deserve to get raped or assaulted or any of those things. I don't deserve it. However, I did put myself in a high risk situation, if that makes sense. So like two things can be true at the same time. Not everything is like black and white. You know what I'm saying?
So you would argue that a woman who wore a short skirt to a bar then didn't look closely enough at her drink put herself in that situation if she was then date raped?
I wouldn't word it like that. I would say like she.
Wait, why wouldn't you word it like that?
Because I would probably say
Why wouldn't
that.
you word it like that? Is
Because
it
it's
maybe
wrong.
because the situation that led to her rape was the rapist raping her, not her wearing the short skirt to the bar?
Right.
Yeah.
but
Is that
ultimately-
why? Or maybe the situation that led to Jonathan Ross killing Renee Good was him whipping out his firearm and pulling the trigger 3 times, not her potentially obstructing upon their official duties. Yeah. Oh wait, if you accept that logic, all of a sudden you're royally fucked and you can't defend a murderer any longer. So that's really advantageous to the whole MAGA worldview of being pompous, evil pieces of shit. So you'd never admit that.
Okay. Listen, Renee Good's dad was murdered. Was very unfortunate. I don't wish that upon anyone. And my prayers go to her family members and everything. If I will say this, if when I go after this live, and I look upon the evidence that you just told me and look at the videos one more time and come up with the conclusion that she was not running over the police officer, then I will say, okay, this event was completely on ICE's fault. But as of now, I don't see things as black and white. I see it as like, okay, Renee Good did something that was wrong, and the ICE agent hence responded in a way that was even worse. But it's kind of like, as of now, I stand firm on the fact that Renee Good did something wrong,
Oh, hey,
and the
did
officer
Charlie
did
Kirk deserve
something.
it?
No.
Oh, but he was doing something wrong when he was telling people to be racist by stating that that he gets scared when he sees a black pilot,
Yeah,
even
but
though black pilots are just as qualified as white pilots. So
what?
he put
No,
himself
that's
in that situation by doing something really wrong, right?
no. It's he
Oh.
was never breaking the law.
Oh,
He
okay.
never broke the law.
Wait. The law doesn't inform us of what's immoral or moral. There's plenty of things that are legal that are immoral, like child rape, and there's child rape through child marriage in 13 of our states, and there's plenty things that are illegal that are moral. Like a good example of this would be maybe like stealing in very limited scenarios under my view, but obviously you wouldn't agree on that, so I'm sure I could find something else that would apply, like maybe a freedom of speech in other countries. So now that we understand that the law doesn't tell us what is moral or what is immoral, okay, let's go back to the argument that I made. In accordance with your logic, Charlie Kirk deserved it, and he put himself in that situation by doing something really wrong by telling people to be racist.
Do you think he deserved it?
So I maintain the position as a pacifist that murder is undeserved. And this would
But
apply,
do you
in my
think
view, to Charlie Kirk.
But do you think, yes or no? Do you think Charlie Kirk deserved to die?
Well, I've kind of been giving a no to this question for the last
Okay.
5 months straight. No, I do not.
Okay.
I do not believe that he literally deserved to die. Do I think that he deserved to be deplatformed? Yes. Do I think that he deserved to shut the fuck up? Yes. Do I deserve do I believe that he deserved to have his podcast thrown off air? Absolutely. But do I think that he deserved to lose his life? No. Now I want you to answer to your own logic that implies something else. Because under your view, you're saying that, well, Renee Good maybe did deserve it. She put herself in that scenario because she did something bad by obstructing or by going at the officer. Therefore, Charlie Kirk did deserve it. He put himself in that scenario by doing something bad, by telling people to be racist and supporting a fascist.
But it's kind of different because Charlie Kirk, listen, no matter if you hated him or if you loved him, he wasn't like breaking the law.
Well, we've already
And
gone over this point that the law doesn't tell us what's moral or
no,
immoral.
because no, but how do I put this
You're,
into
you're
words?
lagging out. You're
Even
lagging
though the
out.
law doesn't always, even though like internet connection.
So you think if someone doesn't break the law, then they don't deserve it? So if a 45-year-old man marries a 14-year-old girl then rapes her, and like plenty of our states where it's still legal with parental consent, they don't deserve it? Because honestly, I'd say they do.
Deserve what? Like deserve to
Deserve
die?
to be killed, yeah. I'd say they do.
The thing is, I don't believe in death penalty.
Then why the fuck are you arguing that Renee Good deserved it and put herself in that situation because she obstructed? All of a sudden, the passivism comes out. All of a sudden, I don't believe in the death penalty for child rapists, but if you obstruct upon a law enforcement officer, you better believe you're gonna get 3 bullets in your brain. God, you poreless fucking. Oh my God, I just like the poreless fucking MAGA droid that operates based upon the innate women will of the Trump administration. Oh, if they label somebody who may have obstructed as a domestic terrorist, they deserve it. But guess what? If you marry a 14-year-old girl and rape her a couple times, you know what? I'm a pacifist. I don't believe in the death penalty. How about you shut the fuck up, please? Just stop everything you're doing all at once and reevaluate the life choices that you've made that have led you to stating in front of close to 30,000 people that child rapists don't deserve it, but Renee Good did.
No, I think you're twisting my words a little bit. Can I explain myself? I think you're twisting some things a little bit. like I've mentioned before, Renee Good didn't deserve to die, but she put herself in a high risk situation. Now, if it comes to a child rapist, obviously that is morally wrong, and I don't care what the law says. That is something horrible. I think that person should be sent to prison for life. Just because I don't believe in the death penalty, it doesn't mean that I don't believe in justice. Like if there's a 40-year-old raping a 15-year-old, or how, or any person, like that person deserves justice. Just because I don't believe in the death penalty doesn't mean I don't believe in justice. And I think you're just like twisting my words, man. Like I respect you and everything, but I don't think what you said reflects my morals as a person.
Hey, I have another question. So I know that you've gotten a bunch of really shitty like hate DMs while you've been up here. Okay?
Yeah.
Have you seen them? Have you been getting those notifications?
Like some of them. I don't like looking at all of them.
Right.
But
Like
yeah.
I bet you've gotten a lot of shitty hate DMs. And
Yeah.
something that I maintain is that I don't think that the viewers of the live should go bombard the DMs of a guest with hate, regardless of how hateful they're being. But I want to ask you from your perspective.
Sure.
Do you think you deserved it? Do you think you put yourself in that situation because you're the one that came up onto a live stream in front of close to 30,000 people and are espousing
Yeah.
such bullshit?
Yeah, I put myself in this situation. Like I came into the live knowing that there's some people are
so
gonna
if
hate
somebody
me.
were to DM you right now, unalive yourself, you're not going to blame them. You're going to blame yourself.
I'm gonna say I put myself in this situation. Like before coming to live, I knew there were some people that were gonna hate me.
Folks, I forgot that this is the same woman who earlier was telling us that if a cop detains her because of her own accent, that, well, she deserves it. So yeah, of course, now she's going to say that she deserves to be told to kill herself. She deserves to be detained by a cop because of her accent. All just in the furtherance of supporting Trump, bro. Get at the fuck out of my life and reevaluate your life choices. There's 50% of me that hates you, and then there's another 50% of me that feels so fucking bad for you because it must be a sad, sad life that you live. We're gonna go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. That was insanity. That was truly insane. Oh my God, dude. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue if you are MAGA, please. We are only looking to talk to American adults that support Trump. If you're watching and you want to support me, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal. Appreciate you, Michelle, for that galaxy. And the link tree in my bio on TikTok. My handle is also at the top of that phone screen, and the Venmo and the PayPal are also in the pin message over on that YT stream. I get 100% of those proceeds. You could attach a message, and I might even be able to read that message off. Ellie, good to see you today. Thank you for that galaxy. I hope you're doing well, Ellie. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Guard.
Hey.
Hey, man. Are you MAGA?
No.
Based. Hell yeah. Moving on to the next guest. Only opposite of that queue if you're MAGA, please make sure that you're following the rules of the live stream. If you could do that for me, I would greatly appreciate it. We got that next guest loading up into the box right now. And by the way, if you're watching, you should hit that follow button on TikTok. I do these live streams every single day.
Hello? Wait, hello?
How old are you?
Hello? Oh, I'm 18, bro.
Quick
Quick question. Why do you LARP sell courses and you're part of 764 Twin? I'm just curious about
What year
that.
were you born in?
Oh, I'm in 2007, man, August.
I don't believe you. I think that you're underage. First and foremost, I don't even know what the second thing that you said was. But you said, why do I LARP and sell courses? It's because I'm a big fat grifter. I'm out here to make some money. You know, me and my DMs, if you want the if you want the e-rich lifestyle, I'll give you the tips to become a self-made billionaire by the age of at least 19. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Actually, I gotta make a comment about that last woman. She was in Parker's obviously his live the other day, and she literally complained to Parker about the people going to her and DMing her and was saying that it's rude and it's ridiculous and stuff, how his supporters are badgering her and saying all these mean things to her.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she was literally in there yesterday doing that.
Bruh, Justin, you know what? Thanks for coming up here and telling me that, because that just exposes that she knows she's fucking wrong, dude. Thank you so much for coming up here and telling me that. That's insane, dude. By the way, if you're curious what that last guest was referring to with the courses, when I was like 16 or so, I was a full stack web dev. In fact, I still am today. I got 2 international awards in it. I was really good at it. Went on to make a creative agency, and I scaled, multi-million-dollar brands. I specifically worked as a creative director for a dog treat brand out in Boulder, Colorado. But when I was first starting to get into the business, I wanted to find a good way to sell my very legitimate e-commerce solutions through web development. So I sold it as a course, and I marketed it as like buy this, I'll help, teach you how to make a bunch of money on the internet, which I actually was doing, but it was super, super fucking cringy. Absolutely would not do it again. But in hindsight, I do get a good laugh at it. All right, we got the next guest, Reese's, loading up into the box. Hi, do you support Trump?
I have a question, but no, I don't.
Okay, well, I hope you have a good rest of your day, man. We are just looking for Trump supporters. Everyone, do be patient. We got our next guest, Chelsea, loading up into the live. Okay, Chelsea didn't join. Please only join inside of that queue of your MAGA. Please make sure that you're following our rules. I'd really appreciate it. We got our next guest, Ian Harley, loading up into the box. Hi, do you support Trump? Okay, they're not here. Moving on to the next guest, y'all. Please follow our rules. Everybody inside of that queue is asking, or sorry, not the queue, inside of the comment section, is asking for Eugene. Where's Eugene at? Is he in the queue, guys? I saw him a minute ago. I think that he may have left. If I see Eugene in that queue again, I'll let him up. I'd actually like to talk to him. I'd like to talk to him about his good old friend, because apparently, there he is. I found him. We think that Eugene is a liberal now. Oh, I can't find him. Oh, where did he go? Are you guys talking about Eugene, or who's this Eugenius?
Wait, it's lagging, fuck. Yo, Dean.
Hey, are you Eugenius?
Yo, Dean.
Hello?
Eugene. Yeah, I'm Eugene.
Okay. So I heard that you're a liberal.
Yo. Yeah, I don't support that stuff Phil goes with now. You know, you changed me away. You know, Parker changed me for the right.
Bass.
Go.
Bass, bro. Oh, I can hear that you're a little busy, and you also have a really bad connection. So I think that a continued conversation with you right now would be pretty impossible. But shout out to you, dude. I think that's super. That's super based. What's up, Sydney? Do you support Trump?
Well, yeah.
Most obvious troll ever award. Moving on to the next guest, Jade. Hi, do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, base guys, please make sure if you are inside of that queue that you do support Trump as president. We're just looking for maybe one more American adult that's pro-Trump to come up here and have a conversation with. Before we hop off for the day, we've been live for 3 hours and 40 minutes, and we have one more conversation here before we get off at around the 4-hour mark. Hello, Swiss, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how do you?
You said what?
How do you?
I'm 33.
Is there possibly like anywhere that you could go that's a little bit more quiet?
Yes.
All right, cool, man. I'm going to go to put you on mute while you're doing that. I'm going to thank a couple people, then we'll hop into that debate. Hey, Travis, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on that YouTube super chat, who says, if Dean does it, it's a grift. If Trump does it, it's a business. LMAO, MAGA Brain Pretzels. The most legitimate business you've ever seen, folks, selling Bibles with the Constitution attached for $100, right? Thank you so much for the $25, Travis. And then Christian, I appreciate you so much for the 200 Norwegian dollars. The monies, I don't know if they're called dollars. I'm going to call them Norwegian monies. A couple other people I want to thank you real quick. Krista, thank you so much for the $10, who says, who does more harm? Supporters of Trump or people who brush him off as quote unquote not that bad or we've had worse? Well, I mean, I think the people who are the supporters of Trump are those who brush him off as not that bad and that we've had worse. But I'd argue that they both do harm, okay? Because both of them normalize the insane. They sane wash the crazy. And that's very harmful. Hi, do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hi, do you support Trump?
Trump honestly is like my best friend. We grew up together, so of course I gotta support.
Total troll. Moving on. All right, guys, we got the next guest, Morgan, loading up in, as well as Amy. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for the grifting LARP course. Thank you for supporting the grift, Amy. And then Lorena, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, as Latina, that Alaska sent me into the biggest rage of my life. Oh my goodness, guys. My whole family's at the house right now. I just saw my grandma. I just saw my aunt. They all just like peeked their heads in and gave a wave. I'm going to have to text my girlfriend who's probably hanging out with them right now to see how long they're going to be. Or maybe once I get off, I could go over to their place. I love them so much. I don't get to see them too often. But seriously, Lorena, thank you so much for the $20. And yeah, I don't know if I already read your message or not. I'm going to repeat it if I already did. Who says, as a Latina, that last guest sent me into the biggest rage of my life. How
honestly, you doing, Dean?
Welcome in, man. One moment. I could totally understand why that could happen to you, Lorena. 110%. Show some love to Lorena down below in that comment section for the 20. Hello, would you mind taking me A off of the big screen? It sounds like you got me connected to a TV behind you. Then B, yeah, you got to take me off the speakers, bro.
Hi. Okay, I will. I'm sorry. I have great news. I was taken down in front of the federal building by 5 ICE agents or Fed agents. Look at my page. Look at the... And then I was kicked out of Home Depot.
Are you a Trump supporter? Sir,
I'm sorry.
Are you a Trump
I got to
supporter?
take my Bluetooth off. Hold on. No.
Before you take your Bluetooth
That's
off,
me.
could you just tell us if you're a
Yeah,
Trump
I
supporter?
am. Hold on. Let me take out the Bluetooth. Hold on. Because this sucks, the echo.
Oh, it's this guy. Oh, I know who this is. Yeah, I know who this guy is. This is the maybe if you've been watching these
There we
streams
go.
maybe if you've been watching these streams for a while, you know, like the guy that would like put like Parker or Harry's face on and like do the lives. Sir,
Yes.
you said that you were taken down by ICE agents. What did
5 ICE. Okay, this is what happened.
So you're a Trump supporting you're a Trump supporting white man.
No.
So
Heck no, I'm not a Trump. So I hate Trump. I hate that guy with I wear a T-shirt that says "Pedo President" on it. You think I like him?
I know who you are, bro. I know who you are. We honestly won't give him any attention because I do believe that you know, based upon, you know, maybe some of the conversations that I've had with him before, that it just wouldn't be too productive, to say the least. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest, Julie. Only op inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. All right, guys, we were really struggling to find this last Trump supporter. And hey, dude, Tracy, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Tracy, that is so kind of you. That is TRACI. Tracy with the 50 says, I don't know how you maintain your composure. Thank you for what you do. Listen, Tracy, let me tell you. Okay, it has been a long, strenuous handful of years going from not being able to maintain my composure at all, now getting to the point where I do so with grace 90% of the time. It's honestly just pattern and repetition, no natural skill. Thank you for the $50, so Tracy. That is incredibly, incredibly kind of you. Please show some love to Tracy down below. And then Aaron, thank you so much for the 10. And Octavia, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Octavia. That is OCTAVIA, who says, I used to work the night shift at Walmart. By that last guest's logic, I deserved it when the man who approached me tried to abduct me because I put myself in the situation of walking to my car to go home. Bro, Octavia, I'm so sorry that you had to go through that incredibly scary experience. A very close family member of mine that I love to death had that same thing happen to them as a woman at Walmart. That needs to be fucking investigated. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. What year were you born in?
1987.
Cool, man. Give me a moment here. Deirdre, thank you so much for the $5. Ellie, appreciate you for the 5. Then Rachel, thank you so much for the $15. Who says, I believe that you are getting ICE agents calling in. Please start asking them if they are. If they were, I don't think they'd say so. But thank you for the $15. Show some love to Rachel down below. And then Oscar, I appreciate you for another $11. And then Ben, thank you for the $25. Who says, that last guest argued that the fear of death is an acceptable policy tool. That is the logic of terror, not justice. Completely, Ben. Show some love to Ben down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Then also over on Super Chat, thank you so much, Kai, for the 10 euros, who says the first time Trump got elected, my mom left the US out of fear. I had to leave behind my life and my older sister at 13. It's painful to hear these people follow him so blindly. Well, I hope that you're doing better now. Seriously, I really do. I hope that you're living a happy life. And then Trey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Trey. Micah, appreciate you for the penny. And because of that, now I'm not going to be able to read your message off. I'll keep that to myself, Micah. My apologies. And then Sweetums Cakery. I'm going to call you Cakery. Sweetums Cakery. We're going to call you Cakery. Cakery, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Cakery, that is incredibly, incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for your kindness, Cakery. Cakery with 50 says, I'm completely disgusted by that last woman. I was running my home cookie business and a man came into my home, brought a gun and zip ties and graped me using my business. He told me my ass looked good in my leggings. Does this mean you think I deserve this? Thank you for Dean for being you. Holy shit, Cakery. That is like worse than a nightmare. I am so sorry that you had to live through such like an insane experience. Like, dude, like the fact that humans have to undergo those experiences, those experiences. They certainly don't fucking have to. Okay. The person that makes them, okay, is the perpetuator of the rape. That's the person that decides they have to, not them. It's just, dude, at the end of the day, there's a lot that I could say. I'm sorry that happened to you. And I pray to God that the person that did that to you was held to the highest level of accountability. Thank you so much for the $50, Cakery. And then Brainless Steel, I appreciate you for the 10. Nikisha, thank you so much for the 10. And Alan, thank you so much for the 10. And then, Jesus Christ, I didn't even see this. I hope that you're still here. Miss Michelle, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Michelle, thank you so much for the love. Michelle with the $100 says, hey, Dean, first time donating. I'm a grandma and so sad, disappointed, and embarrassed by what we have become. Thank you so much for your work to educate these fucking idiots. Michelle, you sound a whole lot like my grandma. Love you to death. Thank you so much for your kindness. I want to see 1,000 Michelle W's down below in that comment section for the $100 donation. That is incredibly, incredibly kind of you. And then Jessica, thank you for the 11. Eric with the 10. And then Jose with the 2. Cool. We are all cut up, sir. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, amen to all that. I would say that I'd support Trump because he's our president and he was elected free and fairly.
Okay.
And there was a mandate. And so I'm going to support my president because I'm American.
Okay. When Biden was president, did you support him?
Absolutely.
All right. Now that you've passed the first level of bullshit questionnaires, let's go to the second level. You shouldn't support the president merely because they're the president. That attitude, if everyone were to hold it, would lead to the downfall of this country. Because then the president would be emboldened to literally do whatever they want to do. Think about it. If everyone supported the president and did whatever they wanted because they were the president, we just have a dictator. It is very important, okay, for us all to recognize that we the people are the hidden check/balance of any functioning democracy. And we could use that hidden check/balance to voice our support for the president when they're doing good things, so they do more of them. And we could also use that to voice our opposition against the president when they're doing bad things, so they do less of them. In fact, this check and balance was very important today and over the course of the last couple of weeks, because Donald Trump wanted to invade Greenland. Okay? But NATO stopped him from invading Greenland by forcing his hand to be the only option of war. The only way for him to successfully invade Greenland would be to start a fucking war with the totality of NATO, which would require congressional approval. But if we, the people, just supported him in everything that he does, well, then he would have been able to start that war invade NATO and fucking steal it, because then of course he'd have the congressional approval for it, because we the people supported it. Sentence or less. You should not support the president merely because they're the president. Only support the president if they're doing good things with the presidency.
Okay, so I agree with that. I don't agree. I didn't agree with a lot of Biden's policies, but I supported him because he was our leader. And I don't agree with a lot of Trump's policies and what he's doing, but he's our leader, and we have to stick together and follow our leader at the end of the day.
Okay, I was so kind to you, dude. I gave you the best possible reductive drill down insofar as why what you're saying is wrong. And you just completely ignored it and then repeated what you said, which I find to be unfortunate. Let's go to move on to the next guest, you guys. Only up inside of that box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Hi, Nicholas. How old are you?
I'm not Nicholas.
Sorry, not Nicholas. Alex. Alex, how old are you?
I'm in late 20s. I don't get my exact age.
Okay. All right. And why do you think I'm a grifter, Alex?
Because you are. Because you play defense. Instead of having political debates, you just play defense. Like, can I remind you guys, everybody in my chat, that MAGA is bad and Trump is bad. So please support me by sending more money. I don't want to talk politics. So anytime if somebody brings up a point, all I'm going to do is shift and pivot back to how bad Trump is and give my same 6-minute spiel about Trump.
Doesn't want to talk politics?
Yeah, you don't.
I mean, everyone.
You just play defense, bro.
Listen. Everyone fucking disagrees with you. Let me have the mic here for a moment. Obviously, the people on the left disagree with you. You know, like the people here supporting me, supporting the stream, here for education, talking about policy and politics. The people on the left disagree with you. But see, it's actually also the people on the right disagree with you. Vast majority of MAGA, vast majority of the alt-right hates me like you do, for sure. But they hate me
I don't hate you at all,
because of the politics that I speak. Okay, attempting to argue that I don't talk politics when I am one of, if not the largest, left-leaning Gen Z political influencer and commentator is nuts.
On
In
TikTok,
all reality, what it sounds like you take real issue with is the fact that I accept support from the audience via the link tree in my bio with a Venmo and PayPal, and you just think accepting donations makes you a grifter. Why does accepting donations make
accepting
you a grifter?
donation doesn't make you a grifter.
So then what makes
I'm
me
saying
a
is
grifter?
because what you do is you don't actually debate a political issue to its end or to try to find some common ground. You got to make sure that you put people in a hot seat and keep them in a hot seat to make sure everybody, look, this is the enemy. You need to send me more money because I am here to smash all the enemies. There is no common ground here in my life. So that's
the way that you have
my
to argue
opinion
that
on
I'm a
you.
grifter is just completely
That's my opinion on you.
misrepresenting what I do and what I say.
I disagree. So
I've never once said on my live that Trump is bad. If you agree with me, send me all your money. I've never once on my live said, "Oh, Trump bad. Give me money, give me money, give me money." And by the way, you talked about the hot seat that I'm able to put the guests in. Yes, I do put the guests that join this live in a hot seat, but it's because I'm able to fucking drill them on politics. It's because I'm able to fucking drill them on policy. It's because I'm able to fucking drill them on the president they support. And at the end of the day you said that, oh, there's no common ground. Well, guess what? At the end of the day, there is no common ground between fact and fiction. You either think that Donald Trump is a rapist and that's bad, or you think that Donald Trump is a rapist and you don't care. You either think that the big, beautiful bill is taking money from the poor and giving it to the rich and that's bad, or you think that the big, beautiful bill is taking from the poor and giving to the rich and you don't care. You either think that the Constitution matters and that maybe we shouldn't support Trump because he's infringed on the 1st, 2nd, 10th, 14th, and 22nd Amendment, or you think that the Constitution doesn't matter and you falsely label yourself as a patriot. Once again, I'm just really feeling that oozing jealousy radiating off of you and your bones. And you said that I don't talk policy. Check this out. Let's talk
you just
policy.
Brought up Trump again. You just proved my point. All you did was bring up
Trump policy.
Oh, I actually want to talk about the girl. She was super accountable for her actions.
You said no. I don't. Oh, you're not talking policy.
Exactly. See,
you must be a grifter, Alex. You don't want to talk. You must be a grifter. And you said, oh, I want to talk about his Trump. Sure, maybe I do talk about the most powerful man in the world who happens to be our president right now. Quite a bit, yeah, as we all do. Now tell me, what's your favorite Trump policy? And if you don't tell me a policy, then you're a grifter.
Elections have policies. Elections have consequences. So the girl, she actually had, you know,
grifter,
she was.
Grifter alert. Name me a Trump policy you like. Don't deflect. You're pivoting. Name the Trump policy you like. Since you don't think I talk policy, which obviously makes me a grifter. Name the fucking Trump policy, bro.
All right, so you're doing it right now, bro. You don't want to let anyone fucking talk. So again, I was talking about the girl. You let everyone who was bashing the girl.
So no response whatsoever.
Again,
Isn't that a little funny, Alex? That you're coming up here telling me I'm a grifter.
I don't have PayPal links, brother.
Because I don't talk about policy. But now I'm like begging and pleading to talk about policy with you, and you just won't do it.
Again, so I'm talking about the girl who was here earlier because everyone else was able to talk.
That's ironic.
So everyone was talking about the girl. It's almost like you don't want anyone to actually.
It's like I don't want you to pivot. Yes, I don't want you to pivot.
I'm
Alex.
not pivoting.
Yes, you are pivoting.
I never.
The definition of a pivot is attempting to respond to one thing with something else, and which is not conceptually relevant to the topic that's being discussed.
Oh my
the way in which you
brother.
are pivoting is attempting to
Jesus.
respond to my question. Name a Trump policy that you like, so I could debate you on it. In response to your statement,
I like the
Dean,
TCG.
you're a grifter because you don't talk about policy, by instead talking about a previous guest that we've had on this live before. Definitionally speaking, yes, right now what you're doing is engaging in.
I'm fine with TCJA. I like TCJA.
Okay, you like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So let's talk about that policy real quick.
Sure, all right, exactly. This is what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
He doesn't want to talk about policy.
You're incapable.
Okay, listen, I'll let you talk about whatever you want to talk about, but could we please spam some grifters in the chat because the guest doesn't want to talk about policy?
Oh, people have been spamming that shit all day. I just started because I actually saw a bunch of people doing it, so I'm like, yeah, fuck it. So, again, the girl who was here, who was super accountable for her actions, and so one thing that I wanted to talk about is the hate comments that she got. I went to go look at her page, and everybody's like, pack your bags, like you're going to get deported. One of your followers actually put future deportee on my comments. Like, these are your people. Like, they're hypocritical. They're super hateful. And so for you to try to say that her not liking that, but her still being able to hold herself accountable, like, although I don't like it, I can put myself in a position. I did put myself in the position to come up here. Those things coincide. Those are on the right side of, any normal thought process. Yes, it's not cool that your followers are hateful and send mean comments to people, but she did put herself in the position. And then she actually admitted it and said, yes, I still put myself in this position. And you still gave her shit for it, bro. You just talked mad shit about her for no reason.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, you're talking shit about her right now because you're saying that she put herself in the position to be labeled as a future deportee.
She said she said that. She agreed. She held herself accountable. She held herself accountable.
Is anyone hearing the point? What's the point? Like what?
That is
what
the point. Just like
wait,
all the hate comments.
I'm just really curious. What's the point that you're trying to make? Because I'm not hearing a point.
Because you were just trying to talk shit to her and bash her instead of actually listening to what she was saying. This is what I'm talking about. You don't actually want to talk and try to find common ground with people.
Can I be honest? Do you know what this sounds like?
What does it sound like?
The same MAGA cope that I've been hearing for the last 2 years straight. Oh, Dean doesn't actually debate. He just screams and interrupts and doesn't actually talk about substance. Brother, I tried talking about the substance with you. You said that I'm a grifter because I don't talk about policy. I asked you what your favorite Trump policy was. I had to fucking pull your nails out to get you to name the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Then I'm like, why do you like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? Let's have a substantive dialogue about policy. And you're like, no, Dean, oh, dude, boo, thumbs down. Let's not do that at all. Come on. No more cup, no more wine.
Not that I didn't want to. I just said, again, I'm trying to.
Oh,
I didn't.
Wait, actually,
you came in hot and said, "Hey,
yo, Asher, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo to support the grift." Who says, "My fiance and I love watching you, and right now she is. Can you tell her that I love her so much and fuck Trump?" Asher's fiance, Asher fucking loves you and fuck Trump. Thank you for the supporting the grift, Asher. Let's get 250 Asher W's for supporting the grift. Shelly, thank you for the $10. She says, following the grift for the first 3 years now. Never stop. I'll never stop the grift. Then Brittany, thank you so much for the $15, and Amanda, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. PayPal. Thank y'all both so much for supporting the grift. Same thing to you, Paige. Show some love to Brittany, Amanda, and Paige down below in that chat for supporting the grift so much. And then Terry, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal to support the grift. Who says, I can't wait till midterms, bro. Me fucking neither. Terry, thank you so much. Then Angelina, thank you for the $14 over on PayPal. He says, I'm from Germany, but I fully support what you're doing. Thanks for supporting the grift. Shout out to you, Angelina. And then Deborah with a $10 over on PayPal for supporting the grift. And then Kathy, thank you so much for the $100. Holy shit. I want to see 1,000 Kathy W's down below in that comment section who says, here's another donation because I'm still under the spell to support the grift. Oh my God, Kathy, thank you. Thank you so much for the love. Please show some fucking love to Kathy down below in that comment section right now for the $100 to support the grift. Thank you so much. And now, folks, we're going to do a little bit of a game show because I now have an opportunity for this guest to grift, right? We just got a $10 donation in from Justin on Venmo who says, tell this loser I'll give him $50 if he could actually debate and successfully defend any Trump policy. $50 on the line if you could debate and successfully defend any Trump policy. Your choice. You said the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
Yeah, I think that was fine. Allowing companies to keep more of their dollars instead of giving it to the government, who's obviously notoriously incapable of spending to actually benefit you. All they do is waste. There's like 15 middlemen in terms of what anytime a dollar gets spent and it actually going to the cause that it's intended for. It's just a big grift. You can look at California, for example, the number one corrupt state in the entire country. So yeah, I was fine with companies, keeping their own money. I'm for private enterprise. I've never had a corporation treat me any worse off than a government public agency has. All they do is tax me or fine me, and I never get anything from them.
Yep. So the reason why that was not a successful defense of that policy, and now Justin does not owe you $50, is because, well, that's exactly what the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was. It cost $1.9 trillion, yet according to multiple economists, bipartisan Harvard economists, indicated that it only led to 0.04% annualized GDP growth. So it produced a significantly low level of a return for a high level of an investment, amounting to wasteful expenditure. Not to mention that when we look at that bill, okay, over 75% of the cuts in the bill went to the top 1% of income earners when they only pay 40% of taxes, meaning they were disproportionately benefited compared to the working class and low class. And the third point that I like to point out here is, well, if you support private enterprise, if you don't support taxation or expenditure, in fact, you think that expenditure is corrupt, then you would never support Trump in your lifetime. In fact, you'd label him as the most corrupt president that has ever served because he just signed the most expensive policy in the history of American Congress, okay? Not to mention that you also wouldn't support his tariffs because guess what? That's taxing the American people. According to a new study that we saw from the Kiel Institute, Americans have picked up around 94% of the burden from the taxes, from the tariffs implemented by the Trump administration, infringing on and violating free enterprise. You were almost there. You almost had the grift in the palm of your hands, but you couldn't successfully defend that policy. Next, let's talk about policy.
So in terms of tariffs being an actual tax, how is that possible if inflation has stayed absolutely flat throughout this time?
Well,
so how can we be paying the taxes? Through what method are we paying the actual tariff tax?
Inflation's actually gone down.
So what method are we paying the tariff tax through?
Yeah,
what method?
Through the price of goods.
How can the price of goods have gone up while inflation has remained flat or gone down?
Good question, and I got a great answer. It's because we have a higher level of downward pressure on prices than upward pressure on prices, as set on by the tariffs. That downward pressure would be a significant reduction in demand. And this is obviously seen within data that we have from economists indicating that today, the average American is the least confident that they've been in their own economic outlook and performance in the future since the Great Recession.
You're just saying a lot of words. You're not answering the question, bro.
I did
answer the question. How did any family household in America pay the tariff tax, which you called it a tax, if inflation is down? The CPI is exactly the same that it was and down from the year.
It's not exactly the same. It's down.
So it's down from prior to the tariffs. So if the tariffs cause increase in cost, but not the CPI, how does that even? That makes zero fucking sense, bro.
Because there's more downward pressure than upward pressure. And the downward pressure
Where are we paying the actual dollars? Through what mechanism are you paying more
by buying things at the store.
How if CPI is down?
Because the upward pressure that's applied on goods by the tariffs, which you're paying more for today, is surmounted by the
you're not
downward
answering
pressure.
the question. How did you pay for that downward pressure?
You're not paying for the downward pressure. You're paying for the
Exactly. That's my point. You're not paying for the downward pressure. So can you actually pay? How is it more expensive to families after tariffs have been implemented?
Because of the upward pressure that tariffs are applying to prices. But that upward pressure is insurmounted.
How can you have upward pressure with CPI being the same and inflation being down? The cost of goods and services.
Because you have more downward pressure than upward pressure.
When inflation goes down, does the cost of goods and services go down? When the CPI goes down, does the cost of goods and services go down? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so then where is the tax? Through what method and mechanism are we actually paying more? If CPI
on the price
but
of the
you
goods.
Just said it's down. You just said the price of goods is down.
I could try to explain it to you if you don't interrupt me. The answer to this question is significantly more complex than I think the average American would be able to understand. So if you
it's not complex. You're just trying to.
It is.
You're trying to. You don't have a real way to answer that question.
I definitely do.
I'm all ears, bro.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. So yes, the notion that tariffs are passing costs off to consumers is no longer an idealistic theory of what may happen in the future, but is actually something that we've already begun to see. Kale Institute proved this, okay? They once again demonstrated that around 94% of that tariff has been passed off to the American consumer. But I totally understand where you're coming from on a surface level, because when we look at the CPI and when we look at inflation, overall inflation is down, okay? Right? Of course, the prices of goods are still going up, but they're just increasing at a slower rate. So if inflation is down, well, then how could Americans be paying more because of the tariffs? Well, it's because the upward pressure on the price of goods that the tariffs are passing off to American consumers is being insurmounted by a larger downward pressure on the price of goods, okay, which is caused by a significant reduction in demand due to consumers spending significantly less, which is why we saw negative GDP growth in Q1 of last year, which is why we see significantly less private fixed business investment today, which is why we saw the record high level of manufacturing bankruptcies, the highest since the Great Recession, and which is why we saw the worst job reports since 2003, ignoring periods of recessions.
All right. So can you explain this downward pressure, upward pressure? Because, of course, you're too smart for most Americans to understand. We'd like to hear it in layman terms, please.
So tariffs increase prices. OK, but because of
hang on, through what mechanism? If you just mentioned that CPI and inflation are down, the cost of goods and services are at where the Fed wants it, near where the Fed wants it, up by 7%.
Okay, so by
0.7%,
they literally do increase prices. That's a fact.
Again, sir, how can you increase prices for the American public while inflation has gone down, CPI is down, and then also the job rates have been more affected by the higher interest rate?
Tariffs are not the only thing that influence the price of a good.
Again, so
that's the answer. If you want to,
if you want a one sentence answer, the reason why we see the overall level of inflation going down while we also have this pressure of tariffs increasing the price of goods is because tariffs are not the only thing that influence the price of goods. Do you finally get it? Oh no, you're not getting it. You don't really understand economics, I don't think. You're incapable of answering my question. You're trying to say words that make absolutely zero sense because
ask me to
you cannot have.
So what words am I saying that you don't know? I'll happily describe them to you.
You can't have lower cost. You can't. Hang on, let me finish. You can't have lower cost.
We don't have lower costs. Wrong.
So what does the CPI say that we have?
The inflation
lower
rate.
cost?
The inflation. No, it doesn't. The inflation rate is the rate of change in the pricing of a good. So, like for instance, the inflation rate's gone down from 3%
I understand what the inflation
in January
rate
of last year to like 2.7% in December of last year. So the pricing of goods was still increasing. They were just increasing at a lower rate. So you're already wrong, but go ahead and continue.
Again, so what I'm asking you, if the CPI and pricing on goods and services gone down
Wrong.
as income from the
That last
How am I
statement is wrong.
It's not wrong.
Yes, it is wrong. No, because what you're confusing is the literal price of a good, okay, for, the rate of inflation, okay? So the rate of inflation, okay, doesn't tell you the pricing of goods. The rate of inflation tells you at what rate is the price of that good increasing, okay? I just explained this to you. You're just like economically illiterate. And you follow young teenage girls. Goodbye, Alex. All right. Hey, Addie, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube. I appreciate you so much for that. Love, Addie. Let's get 200 Addie W's, who says, I will keep fighting for change in America because of what happened on February 14th, 2018. I've decided I have to pass that school every day and be reminded of what happened. My friend and those 17 angels will not be forgotten. MSD strong. Addie, I'm so sorry that you had to live through something like that. And thank you for being here. And I'm so fucking happy that you're still here with us today. Please show some love to Addie down below in that comment section. As well as Count Nefaro. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, use smaller words, Dean. I tried to reduce the words to be as small as possible so we could understand. And honestly, guys, if you're curious why I didn't get really mad at that last guess, is because I could I totally get it if you're economically not educated on economics, why you would like dispute what I was saying, right? I mean, I get it. So I was just trying to help him out. Hi, Trinity.
What is your issue?
I guess I don't really have any issues today, Trinity. How are you?
Yes, you do.
No, I promise I don't. How are you?
You
Seriously.
keep calling Creed Phil.
Well, he keeps calling me a grifter.
Well, you are.
Oh, you agree with him? Why? I'm not a grifter. Why do you think that? It's mean. It's rude, Trinity.
You're stealing everyone's money and it needs to stop.
Oh, I forgot. We actually already went through this. Yeah, we had this conversation already. Do you think about anything else than...
No, why do you make fun of Charlie all the time?
Trinity, I don't make fun of Charlie.
Yes, you made fun of him being gone. You did.
Okay, well, I'd actually like to clarify that. I have made fun of Charlie Kirk a lot.
Yes, you made fun of his neck. You did.
Oh, but I don't make fun of his assassination. No, I don't do that.
Yes, you do. You do.
When did I do
Stop
that?
lying. You did that 2 months ago.
What did I say?
You literally said something about his neck, and that's psycho. You need to go to prison for that because you have the mindset of someone that would unalive someone.
Trinity, I think that you're talking about Parker, not me. And then Parker wasn't even making a joke about
Yeah,
Charlie Kirk.
he needs to go to prison too.
Okay, well, so what Parker said is he was debating somebody, and then they pivoted, and then he said, my neck hurts, from the pivot. But he's been saying that since before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. So
No, that's not true. He's psycho. He's psycho.
Trinity? No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, he's a very
He
kind
is.
guy. He's incredibly...
No, he's not.
Why not?
Because he made fun of Charlie being gone. That's psycho.
He definitely hasn't. I mean, he was there, bro.
Yes, he did.
Dude,
He did.
He's traumatized for life because of that shit, dude. He was there. He thought it was like a mass shooting.
Well, why did he make fun of his neck then? What?
Trinity, I just clarified to you that that's not what he did.
No, well, you're lying.
Trinity, why do you think I'm lying?
Because you are. You
But-
think this is a joke.
but
You
I'm-
think this Charlie stuff is a joke?
But I'm asking you why you think I'm lying.
You know what? Just get a life. I'm done with you.
Okay. You do
Stop making fun of Creed.
Also,
Stop making fun of Creed.
You know what I'm most surprised about? Can I tell you? It's why?
What do you want?
So many people are like, "Oh, Dean, you think the Charlie thing's a joke?" Motherfucker, I cried on live.
Oh my
because
God,
of
I don't
that.
want to hear this. I don't want to hear this.
The reason why I cried,
Get a
Trinity,
life.
is because I found the contents of the video to be very gory, and I'm not good with the gore, and I was really scared that it could happen to myself. But I feel like a vast majority of the internet interpreted that to be me crying over Charlie Kirk, So it's like, what's the narrative? Is it like, oh, Dean cried over Nazi, or is the narrative, Dean laughed over this great man, Charlie Kirk, dying? Like, I just don't feel like those two things could be true at the same time. But she left. Goodbye, Trinity. Goodbye, Trinity. We're really trying to just drill down and dissect these people's claims. Hi, how old are you?
I'm 18. How's it going, Dean?
It's going all right. What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. Sounds good. So you were also spamming that I was a grifter in the chat. Why are the Trump supporters so emotional today?
I'm not very emotional. I mean, I am kind of nervous up here. That's about it.
Why do you think I'm a grifter? Like, let's just get everyone's reason for it. What's your reason?
I've seen a bunch of TikTok videos of like you, I guess you used to be a Trump supporter, unless those are fake. And then once you started getting views off of this, you started going viral for it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's true if you were a Trump supporter or.
Yeah, so I was a Trump supporter in 2020. That is true.
Yeah. What would you say made you change?
I stopped supporting Trump at J6 2021.
Mm-hmm.
So why does this make me a grifter?
Well, going off of J6, I wouldn't really say that Trump had anything to do with that since he was telling them.
Could you answer the question though? Why does this make me a grifter? Like there are like so many young, especially young white boys that will like be a like Republican when they're like 13 and 14 and 15 because they see people like Andrew Tate on their phone and they go, hell yeah.
No,
but then they like grow up, they become mature, then they change their mind. You know, like I'm like not really too unique in that. There are like a bunch of fucking white dudes like me, okay, that were like red-pilled when they were super young, immature, and dumb, but then woke up when they started to age, mature, and become an adult. Very common. So why does that make me a grifter?
I've just seen videos saying that
You've seen videos saying it. Nice.
You could like not interrupt me and let me finish.
Yeah, my bad.
Seeing videos saying that once you started going viral off of supporting the left because the right wasn't really working out for you, started making more money on the left. So that just sounds like grifting.
Yeah, I started doing these lives years after I stopped supporting Trump.
Okay, then I might be wrong.
And by the way, there's also more money on the right. Significantly more money on the right. If you want to be a grifter, go to the right.
About that earlier.
Yeah.
But also about the Andrew Tate thing you said, I wouldn't consider myself an Andrew Tate fan. He's a little too far right for me.
Yeah, Andrew Tate's insane.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of him. But I came up here because I wanted to talk about ICE and everything that's going on in Minnesota. Personally, I believe that to come into America, we have to have a proper vet.
Yeah, he has some weird type of like super odd post about Renee Good. I didn't really get too close of a look at it. I'm just going to disconnect him because of it on like surface value. Hi, do you support Trump? Nope, they're not here. Oh, they're driving. Hey, Justin, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Says, straight to prison for you, Dean, because you exercise your First Amendment right. Right? No, that's what they want to do, dude. Anna, thank you for the $5. Natalie, thank you for the 5. Then Asher, thank you for the $10. Hashtag for the grift. Appreciate that, Asher. Shout out to you as well as your fiance. And then Justin, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, thanks for saving me 50, Dean. Good job cooking that last guess. Yes, dude. Justin, bro, I got you. I saved you that 50. And then Ivy, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Ivy, thank you so much for the love. Then Evan, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, who says Aaron Parnas posted that ICE quietly changed policy to allow officers to enter home without a warrant. Okay, well, that's like kind of illegal unless there's exigent circumstances. And just because it says so in their policy doesn't mean that they could do so legally. ICE has this very terrible track record of gearing their policy to be so obviously unconstitutional, which is really hypocritical because they claim to be the enforcers of the laws, but then, you know, they revise their policies to allow unconstitutional search and seizures. They revise their policies to allow unconstitutionally grabbing people's phones to stop recording. You know, they're just gross, dude. That is why we need to get rid of ICE. We need to fucking get rid of them. And Opophilia, thank you so much for the $7 and the 77 cents on Venmo. Says, always supporting the grift over here in St. Louis. Well, appreciate you for that love, Opophilia. And then Lauren, thank you so much for the 5. And then Linda, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, who says, for the prison grift fund. Linda, yeah, I'm going to need that. I guess I'm going to get arrested. I'm going to go to jail immediately. Thank you for the $25, Linda. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nina, with the $5, says, call your member of Congress now to urge them to vote no on the DHS funding bill. Not one more dollar for ICE. Absolutely, bro. We just get fucking rid of them. We need to get rid of them, man. Okay. All right, folks. Oh, let's see. Let's look at the clock here. Hey, Lane. Sorry, not Lane. Ellie, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Ellie with the 25 says, I've been incredibly sick recently from a possible brain tumor. Jesus Christ, Lane, are you okay? And depressed from the state of the world. Watching your lives gives me hope, honestly. Ellie, please make sure, you're probably doing this already, in touch with medical health professionals. Because brain tumors are very, very bad. Shout out to Ellie. Thank you for the $25. And I seriously hope that, you get good news about your health. I'm just looking at the clock here. I've been live for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Folks, for everyone watching from home, at this point of the day, we are going to be ending the stream. I enjoyed the stream today. I enjoyed you guys. Thank you guys for showing up. It really does make me happy just how many people tune in and listen to what we have to say here. I'm so grateful for every single one of you guys for just giving me some of the time out of your day to maybe learn a little bit more about policy, get more tuned into what's going on in the government with Trump. It is just so important that we all be involved. And I hope that you guys leave this live with something that you want to do within your own personal community, that's even something that I do, I work with my local Indivisible chapter to find things that I could actionably do boots on the ground where I live. And I would highly recommend that y'all do that too, because the advocacy for greater tomorrow, doesn't stop at social media. Make sure that you're involved materially in real life in your local community too. Hit that follow button on your way out if you're on TikTok. Drop a sub over on YouTube and hit that follow button as well. Love you guys to bits and pieces. See y'all tomorrow. Peace and love, folks. Good night.